to dream about when I was playing games as a kid, man.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've got just people that are going to be putting everything they have to the test to make the final slots for MRC Ignite series. Listen, like, we've been waiting. It's year 2 now. We have just been ready to start year 2. It's going to be bigger, better, more professional, as they might say in the trailer for it. And Shiv, this is how you get there.
Yeah, agreed, man. You're on the big stage. This is your test. We talk about teams needing to perform under pressure. This is a good sense of being under pressure. A lot of eyes are on you here. These teams, your names are starting to get well known, and that's what you're looking for. You want to try to progress forward. You want teams to keep their eyes on you, maybe to pick you up, or and just have your whole team make it if you get to the end of this tournament right now. So I'm just looking to see how it shakes out and to get eyes on what these teams might look like, man.
For sure. My eyes are peeled, and just for the players as well. We're jumping to that in a moment, but first we've got Captain America's new skin, the Cursed Captain, a very dark looking skin. Could remind you of a Souls game. I don't know. It's looking familiar, if I would say myself, buddy. And I love the inspiration for it. Ship, we all love Captain America.
Yeah, that's true, man. Dropped on the 5th, so it is out now for those who maybe want to dive in and check it out. And there is no origin for this album. This is coming in on as the inspiration is just Marvel Rivals Season 6, so no real comic. But either way, that just goes to show you how awesome this art team is, man. I caught this skin, I'm not gonna lie to you myself, and it's just sick. You just look like an absolute monster out there, very threatening. Cap can be, super detrimental in the right hands, but again, a very high skilled hero. Looking forward to seeing some big plays with that skin.
Yes, and Rivals of the Caribbean, you once captive, the Psylocke skin. Oh, first of all, the Psylocke skins are great, but just absolutely love this one here. We kind of got a tease of this one long ago in the Dead Vision, I believe, was in the backdrop, and now it's finally here in the game. Psylocke players, Psylocke's always a good time within Marvel Rivals, and you can pick up this skin right now as well, Chip.
Yeah, man, I'm stoked for this one as well. But yeah, this is out at the exact same time, so dropped, right alongside the Cursed Captain skin for Captain America. I've been loving this space pirate theme that's going on in current Season 6. Personal big fan of mine. I really wanted to cover virtually all of those. But yeah, another one of those no inspiration, just done well by the art team, something really cool that they've thought up. And I would say, another big favorite in terms of the Psylocke skin. Psylocke has some awesome skins in the game right now, but make sure you check out the once captive Corsair, because it is definitely really, really cool. And I know you've had some time on Psylocke, buddy, in this recent few seasons. What do you think about her right now?
Yeah, I think Psylocke is such an interesting hero because she goes back and forth. You can play kind of the bursty combo Psylocke and or the I'm going to just try to farm the Vanguards at the front, get my ult, and then pop off at the end. And they go back and forth. I think Psylocke is a hero that will always be in a conversation. Not the strong, she's been. But hey, listen, we're only a couple weeks away for some buffs and nerfs, so maybe she'll continue to rise. But Shiv, I want to talk about this. We've got names about to be made going into Marvel Rivals Ignite. America is, I don't want to say it's a mess as far as roster media, but kind of. I mean, all the teams that we knew and who was together, they're with new teams now, new orgs, partner teams, and we're going to see that today as we have had this Ignite, prep series in the MRC all the way from the 28th to now, March 8th. We're going to be doing 10 and 11 today.
Yeah, rounds 10 and 11. We're going to get to some teams that are going to be backed up against the wall on the lower side bracket towards the end of the day. But we're going to start up here on the top side of the bracket with Cafe Rose versus Girl Bye. That should be another banger of a matchup. We talk about some of the serious competition going back and forth. And we saw some fun yesterday with teams pulling out some unique compositions and just trying to have some fun with it when they're up. But now that we're getting more deep and down to the wire, they are going to be playing as much meta as possible, locked in together and trying to find solutions. And that's the kind of Marvel Rivals I love to watch. Can't wait to do it today as we're on March 8th, rounds 10 and 11.
Yeah, with kind of a longer break between some of the pro stuff, it's always interesting to see what comes out of the woodworks. And the meta has been relevantly the same, I would say, even going with some of Season 5 stuff pushing forward. But as we continue to see with picks and bans and everything involved in the strategic side, we're starting to see kind of, more target bans for players, less like, let's go in with this one game plan, more, hey, how do we make our players great and shut down probably their biggest opponent? And when you do that shit, you have a better chance to win the big cash prize, and that's going to be 14,500 today.
Yeah, exactly right. It's, you really start to use everything to your advantage. Once you know these players and you know their strengths, why not try to eliminate maybe the biggest strength on a specific team instead of just keeping it generic like you're talking about and chasing that 14.5, 7K to first place, over double what you'll get in the runner-up slot. And again, this is just a tournament being run inside of the client, man. That's the kind of stuff I love. That is just crazy to be able to jump on with your friends and chase after some cash like this for a no entry fee tournament and the chance of making it to the pro scene. Can't stop announcing how crazy all of that is for an in-client tournament.
Absolutely. Money is great, but legacy lasts forever. And that's what these teams are going for today to get their ticket into the MRI. Perfect screen, Jarvis, getting that on the screen right now as we can see them trying to get through. Now it says top 2 teams. But listen, when you look at what that means, I mean, we had so many players in year 1, which I think is like the story kind of building phase for an early esports scene. Now we get more of these players that are going from, couch to player to pro. And that's what I want to see. Who's been grinding? Who saw year 1 and was like, I can be on that stage, Ship, and I'm going to earn my spot starting right here, right now.
The kind of drive you need for, professional gaming in general, but also for Rivals, a super competitive team-oriented game where you need to be always on top of your game. And you can see here the pick and bans and kind of how this works. This is not going to be the same as Ignite, as it will be more universal in terms of across the board, but there will be some picks and locks, 5 for each side, 2 locks, 3 bans on each team, just to kind of reduce some of those compositions. But we've seen a variety of comps, man. We've seen fantastic play, a lot of Spider-Man plays you see on the screen here. That's the kind of stuff you didn't expect, or at least I didn't expect coming in to MRC Season 6, but that's the beauty of the evolution of this game.
Yeah, that's my nightmare right there, is that many Spider-Man in one game. But yeah, I mean, hey, looking at it, I've been kind of surprised by some of the pick and bans that have made it through when we do this style of it. And, listen, I think when you look at team ups and how powerful they are at the moment, when the Gambit gets in, it just changes the way the game is played. And we've, of course, seen things, more DPS like Star-Lord getting out there. Elsa being the newest hero has just been dominant. So expect a lot of that today. I don't know how much this is going to tell us about what we're going to see in the MRI in the future, right? But I always think this is such an interesting style of ban because you've got to, kind of watch out for your team, but target the enemy.
Yeah, it is definitely tricky. It's more so if we were to mirror comps, what could we do more effectively? But even then, yesterday we didn't see a ton of mirroring. There was some in the Americas region, but people just have this diverse hero pool. We talk about one tricking not really being a thing up in this elo because people will exploit that. But these teams, man, their rosters are wild and they are deep, and that's what you need up at this level of play. Can't wait to see what it looks like, man, as we go into the top side of the winners bracket. Remember, folks, first 3 games or so should be at the top side, so nobody going home just yet, but that is still going to be, you want to stay in that position to reduce your amount of games before making it to the finals.
Yeah, listen, round 10, we want to focus on the winners. So we're going to look at that winners bracket and then look at some heat in the lowers, because again, we've always seen teams that kind of get pushed down to lower elimination and they're on fire later. So we will be looking at that. But if you have not caught up with the action through round 8, 7, 9, all the good stuff, we're on 10 right now. It kicks off Cafe Rose and Girl Bye Shib. And here we go. A lot of names we might remember from past MRC.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've seen a lot of these players borderline up top. You look down, you see really sticky. Obviously, we talked about yesterday being a quote-unquote prodigy, a very young player playing at the very top. No Binds, one of the vanguards in the front line. Tree, Lyric, Respect, a ton of players we've had eyes on in the past, and Cafe Rose making it deep in MRCs in the past. But of course, we talk about this one being of utmost importance. And goodbye to Elsa and Gambit. I could have predicted those two.
Yeah, absolutely. As we take a look with Wolverine making their way out, we'll see if that affects any group play up ahead here, if that just continues to follow the fold. Not a lot of group bans yesterday, did kind of squeak through there. And I mean, obviously the Vanguard guy himself, listen, we've seen so much Vanguards kind of rise to the top. Pretty healthy spot for a good amount of them. But yeah, we're going to see just tons of the tank pool, as many say. And Chip, I mean, I know it's early. You want to break down some of that and why?
Yeah, I mean, Tank Pool just has so much utility. The ultimate off cooldown, using your Q onto the back line really early on in the team fights, especially early on in the game before you even need your real builds. You buff that up. The supports struggle to land every single heal. If they miss just a little bit, they're taking damage. It applies so much pressure. He has a bubble shield to throw on top of the strategist to stop some of that patty caking and protect and just off angle and shut down some of the lines of sight. He's got range, which is, range hit scan, which is the only Vanguard in the game that has full range hit scan like that. Has incredible movement, has 2 dashes, and has a double jump. I mean, the character is overloaded and such a powerhouse in the right hand. He really plays kind of like Thor as just a super beefy DPS. And at the top level of like this, I mean, having a beefy DPS constantly on the back line is terrifying to go up against.
Well, absolutely. And taking a look at it, hey, Spider-Man making it through the save. That's what you want to see here. Me and you lately have casted plenty of crazy Spider dominant matches in rounds. So really Sticky living up to the name. Played a fair amount of Magneto yesterday as well, and maybe he's just flashing and having a good time. But yeah, looking at it, I mean, Wolfels, we know them, Borderline. It's gonna be fun to see kind of what they've adapted to. And hey, Adam Warlock, he lost his biggest weakness of mobility, and so I do expect a lot more focus on Adam getting out of there, especially in domination, man, where he could just completely turn the tide of battle.
Yeah, 100% agree with you. As we set up for our first matchup, you can see the team comp starting. We saw a little bit of Ultron over the past few days. It was not consistent, and they did switch it up, but looks like it will be making the play here with the triple composition. Probably one of the few times you will be seeing him. As you look now, did I just see a controller? Yes, it looks like A in the front line will be rocking the sticks. Shout out to all the controller players who maybe be sitting on their couch right now watching this tournament unfold. Wolfels in the back line, something you had talked about, and I agree, very strong back line right there. But can they take home this first W against Cafe Rose to set the tone?
Yeah, here we go. They're going to open up the gates, and we didn't see too much Angela yesterday for this team of Girl Bye. More of the strange and group from them, so excited to see that here now. Borderline, again, as you pointed out, going to be on that Mantis, and we'll see how they get this rotation. First point, always important. I believe it's somewhere in, like, what, the 70% range. If you win this, is going to get you the ticket to victory after. But here we go, right to the aggression right away, Ship, and it's going to be the Strange on top. See how they choose to approach this point.
Yeah, using that portal to own this height off the left, and Tree's able to find one there on Auditories in the back, and that's a nice trade of Phoenixes at the moment, and everybody's got to play around that corner. Really Sticky going to be on that Spider-Man, making a play on the Ultron. Bang, going to find one, does get the pick there. What a good start by Sticky, and they are up 2 numbers now. Point control should be in the favor of Cafe Rose, and it is, as they did a great job with that portal play and are just slowly staggering the enemy team.
Ooh, and that's going to really help out with the comp they have. And we'll see if Really Sticky can continue to get these picks. That friendly neighborhood, so dangerous. Anything but friendly. And we can see him right now through the walls. Going to find his next target. Probably a pull-off here. Is what they try to like to do. Obviously, a lot of heroes that can maybe pull that on. If you look across the board, they have Flyers, the Bubbles, the Blessings of the Deep. Angela, you can't pull that off, right? So just kind of get a little bit of intel for the team as they're going to rotate over. And Hook and Dagger, Hero with so much skill here in the top play. And here we go, another pick early.
They're Really Sticky finding once more, and that's really, once again, just kind of owning and keeping that tone of them playing aggressively and maintaining this value. They are still going to try to find one, but no, that's the first turnaround for the side of Girl Bye, and make it 2 now as Wolfels takes out No Binds. Trying to get back on this point relatively soon. If you get it in these early 50% numbers, you can guarantee potentially 3 full fights if you want to get back, but heading towards that 70% like you had mentioned is dicey, and 2-piece comes in, make it 3 as Respect finds another, and Cafe Rose says you are not taking this point from us, as down goes Cryatic.
Well, first of all, props to them. Really Sticky just cleans up. Maybe you could let him stagger a little bit more. But no, either way, I was going to say, Girl Bye, great bounce back, right? It was looking strong, even with losing Jean Grey early. Still have that aggression, but nope, not going to be enough, especially when you land the end song to put an end of those hopes. 70% climbing Shib. We've got the spectacular spin ready to go. Eternal Bomb for the safety, both offense, defense, ults already.
And then Namor coming out to counter back Spider-Man, one of the very strong counters to Spider-Man, because you don't need to aim, and Spider-Man is incredibly quick, making it very difficult, especially for projectile heroes. Here comes the commitment now. Out goes the dance. It's moving forward. And they're not able to press forward, though. They're still not on the point just yet. It's matched right back now, this time by picks from Cafe Rose in the trade. Both cloaks are going to duke it out, and down goes Borderline. His picks is going to come out on top. No binds. And the side of Cafe Rose are going to hold on for map 1.
Well, Cafe Rose picking up kind of where they left off. They dominated last. We saw them in round 8, I believe, and it's looking all the part. Right now, Girl Bye, though, can reset. I mean, Shib, we are no stranger to teams looking strong out of domination, and all of a sudden they come back, win the whole thing, right? So it is definitely not how you start. It's how you not only finish, but continue on through the momentum. Have the Eye of Agamotto to open things up on the reverse side. Girl Bye kind of has what they would need. See if they combo maybe Whale and Song together. They can get the Whale here with Angela. Got a couple opening options. Really have to win this fight, though, if they want any chance to get this domination.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the funny thing is, you and I have both seen, and we've casted together in tournaments where teams lose domination and then just absolutely excel and explode over the next two modes and dominate through. And that can very much be the case here. Domination, although it is very team fight oriented and very focused on comms, you know, some teams just do not excel in this mode. And I'm not saying that's not the case right now for Girl Bye. We're going to see what that looks like in a moment. But I'll tell you what, Cafe Rose seems locked in as they start off once more with the portal here from No Binds. Ready for the Eye of Agamotto to drop down early on in this fight.
Yeah, no way home right now. Doctor Strange and Spider-Man are together again. Doctor Strange can't stand him, but he is here, ready to go. Looking for maybe a fat Agamotto coming here. No binds. I play patience. Good little scouting for the angel up above. Gonna go ahead and play aggressive. This is always the key. It's like, you know, the Strange has the ult when he's playing right in your face. Got to be ready for it, Chip. Back it up. There's the heaven falling down as Brittany Cox likes to yell out the voice actor. And there it is, the whale to combine. Nothing from it though, Shib. As we're just trying to get something rolling for this team, they can't find success.
Yeah, two go down, trading one from the side of Cafe Rose is really sticky falls. There's another from Auditory who's able to find respect, and that is a backline pick onto a Loki, which is insanely valuable. And there is more pressure there by Thanos. He's going to find it and take that picture, become immune for a moment. Do we see more follow-up? No, we don't. Cafe Rose able to take this point quickly. And will they be able to hold on? It looks like they will, as Auditories now goes down from Lyric.
The amount of selfie pics we're going to get from now to the end of year 2 is going to be disgusting. But yeah, just such a quick way to build up the skill, right? Get that early for the team. Deadpool's such a hero that starts a little weak, but then just continues on so strong. Getting that poke there for Vanguard just always just such a huge thing you don't get for the other heroes here. Now, they continue to move in, keep the aggression. Wolfos does have the ult. We'll see if the boundary goes aggressive to start things off here, Chip.
Yeah, it's such an interesting tactic to think about scaling on a hero and a hero shooter, not just from, you know, say there were talents or anything like that, or instead it's more so just the fact that he's got this RPG element, which is so cool as Thanos finds that pick right as we're talking about him onto No Binds. Out goes some commitment as they fall with the Eternal Bind. Thanos is able to find Lyric still and find even more value. A lot of ults are committed here. Both ults from Whipples and Borderline were still available in that moment, though not sure it was necessary. Cryatic able to find a two-piece to try to turn this back, and still haven't gotten momentum enough at least, but I might have spoke too soon. 55% on, slowly climbing down. Girl Bye now halfway up on the cap, and they will take over this point.
Yeah, King of the Seas getting it done for them. If I'm really sticky, I'd get the ult and then get off Spider, at least for this map. Doors open up, that helps a little bit, but you're just not going to have all that kind of space and room as you had map 1, and it keeps things a little bit more tight, but you have 60% to work with. Chip, but the Augo with Insong and Whale is all they need to go ahead and match that score to get the poke fight happening here. Really, obviously, big-time poke that has been kind of the name of seasons past. But here we go. There's the ult to get things stressful, and you have to play perfection, and Wolfos not able to. Such a tough job to be assigned.
Yeah, surprised we don't see, with the removal of Wolverine, a match back with the group. We talked about group success right now as two more go down from Tree and really sticky, able to find that value. But Girlbye still maintaining pressure on point, at least for now, as A's able to find two and turn that right back. Looking forward to No Binds into the back line, but they are now going to be close to evening out this percentage, 50-60 here. And this is the kind of game we're looking for right off the rip.
Yeah, we'd love to see the crew. I think it's cool, though, that Doctor Strange is getting his time with that Invis team up, right? I mean, he's just such a lethal Vanguard at the moment with what he can do with the pull-in and also just kind of act as a duelist at times. And there we go. The pressure going to the maximum. Already going to match that 60%. And just like that, keeping things at a nice rotation, can go into the invisible boundary and the bond after. Here comes the Agamotto's got a nail. He does find the Phoenix. He's going to get that connection. That could be opening the door, but Wolfos going to keep it nice and healthy as borderline builds up.
Yeah, it's good tracking of cooldowns. Phoenix clearly didn't have the dash in that moment, so knew he could find value there, and that's a huge shutdown as No Binds finds another on a Cryatic, and really sticky now, able to take out Whipples in the back, and that is heavy numbers up here for Cafe Rose. Girlbye's just got a stall point as long as possible. They don't need to win this right now. They just need to buy as much time as possible, but that's a two-piece from Borderline, and Thanos on to really sticky, and how are they doing this? Bouncing it right back. Girlbye is not trying to stop, and they are going to keep this momentum as Auditories finds No Binds.
That's a great call. They were trying to stall. I mean, Wolfos couldn't even get to that eternal bond. That wasn't their objective to save their other strategists there. It was just trying to get this thing rolling for the team. And wow, with the push off, you think things are going one way, and just like that, snap, it goes another. That was an insane stall into win, and you got to give it to Girlbye to really show what they have left in the tank. Again, not how you start. You got to see what they can do in Super Soldier Factory, though, Shib. And Right now, if you're looking at the ults, you got the Eternal Bomb versus the Augo. Cafe Rose probably slightly ahead, but you do have Insong as well, so it's actually going to be kind of neck and neck here for what they want to try to pull off.
Yeah, Turnabon will give them safety to initiate if they want to, and it can stop Strange with the eye. But the major thing we got to think about right now is the off-map potential. No binds making that switch over to the Angela. So we'll see a lot of the play right near that edge, and they're just a constant threat from the side of Girl Bye of when is that pull going to be a problem for us. There's a lot of movement on the team, though, so they do have the way to escape. But it's all about using that Angela poke post-pull. So you use the pull to bring them towards the edge. As soon as they use their movement cooldown, you poke them with your left click, and that mini stun should be enough to shove them down into the pits. But we'll see if that is successful here, as again, all of them have an escapability cooldown.
Yeah, for sure. At this level of play, everyone can get the pull-offs, right? It's more about just tracking those little cooldowns, the double jumps of invis, whatever it might be, to survive the pit of despair. But if you're a great Spider-Man player, that's what you're looking for here. Going right to the team, getting the unicorns. I choose you, unicorn, one of my favorite lines in here. And gets the pull early and gonna find that connection. That's a big one as Namor goes down and Borderline follows. He's got the space to work now. Peter Parker getting it done.
And the Groot is coming out here for no binds on the side of Cafe Rose. Up one number at the current moment. Will that be enough for them to get point? Girl Bye still kind of holding this space, but is going to lose one. Whooples goes down a tree. Lyric going to find one in Auditories. And how many times have we seen Lyric pop up here on that Vanpool tree with another run of Thanos? And they are walking him back. And Cafe Rose will get point early with ult advantage, at least currently.
Yeah, I mean, getting point and massive advantage at that. I mean, you waste the Augo, you get everything else for your team ready. Sticky goes down, he'll be back before I can even say it. And then there's your Groot rotation. So we'll see if that rotation is going to end up getting... I love this map for Groot, as you know. Obviously just shutting down, kind of forcing that matchup between the Vanguards, cutting off the healing. These little things that make a great Groot player.
Yeah, there's a lot of, height. You can put walls, and for those who are maybe newer to the game, yes, Groot can use vertical walls and horizontal walls above enemies, and it'll still do the same thing where it will deal damage if anyone deals any sort of damage to a person near a wall. Cryatic able to find really Sticky, who's trying to escape, but again, squids do not miss. Out goes the Bond. Are they potentially going to try to throw the whale on it? And it looks like they are not. Instead, throwing it towards the back line. Are they going to clean up? Nobody goes down, but the off-map comes in, and that's a two-piece there by a Lazi. Lyric able to find two to trade it right back, though. How is this happening? Thanos onto tree, and everyone's back and forth as Lyric gets another. One more from Respect, and a Lazi gets another. Who is on this point at this point? Are you kidding me?
A Lazi, thoughts and prayers for that team. Cafe Rose just right up the map with the two-piece into the Heaven Falls, doing it by himself here. Great follow-up, and now you've got these other ults with Thanos here. Not in the form of Thanos, but Deadpool. How appropriate with the in-song to follow. There's another one. Goodbye. Tracking those cooldowns to perfection, and if you hit him with the spear right at the in-ship, they can't react. It's done. The done deal. They're off the map.
A lot more commitment as out goes the Eternal Bond once more to lead towards point, and that's another pick from Thanos, even threw that onto no binds, and that is just some really good focus damage right there. Another reason we see a lot of Cloak and Dagger play is using that Terror Cape for the extra damage boost, which has been super effective. Now they even have two of them in a recent patch. Or commitment again, Eternal Bond walking them forward. This time Lyric going to stay healthy on. Does have upgrades available, but it is not the time during chaos like this. Ult is available too. Odds are going to put it towards the back line, or even, you actually can put it on Angela, and if she uses her dash, it counts as miss. Every millisecond she's missing somebody with a dash. A fun fact there. Respect going to hold back as a Lazi's able to find one under no binds. Respect onto Borderline and traded right back, this time from Girl Bye.
Yeah, perfect trades. And the reason that worked out in their favor is because of the way they won that last fight, allowed them to kind of contend with the ult versus ult now. Agamotto with the sticky ult to follow. So gonna have to play pretty defensively here. If you're Cafe Rose, I would go full aggression. You've got the ults ready. They have nothing to defend here, and they're far behind from it now. And there's the first pick to get Borderline. Not in this game, and this should be a recap if played right.
Yeah, this is very much back and forth. Sticky still trying to maintain presence on point. Out goes more commitment. Tree lands in, but they do not get much follow-up. Here goes the spectacular spin. That also doesn't seem to land as Auditories is trading that right back into Sticky. Two for nothing. Lyric able to find Auditories, binds onto Thanos, and they still are going back and forth in these fights, but Cafe Rose doing a great job maintaining pressure, even being down early on.
Yeah, my gosh. Divine Heavenly Vengeance happening in the form of Angela at the moment. Just able to stall. I said go aggressive, and just that they were able to get that up to 74-89 though, and Up's going to go ahead and force them to touch quickly here. But hey, we don't have a strange swap and a to get something rolling for the team. Shit, they got to get on this thing.
Yeah, it's brutal and tough. A late swap, but they do get the touch. That is going to be a guaranteed commitment of somebody going down. We need to touch that early. That is always what you need to do, and you keep that in mind. The space is owned here by Lyric. Overtime's going to be capping down. They are on the point, at least currently, but not for long, as OT is still slightly ticking. Another pick here from Lyric, who's playing hyper aggro on this Van Pool. An absolute problem. That will do it. Cafe Rose going to take home map 1.
Yeah, I don't want to call it early there when I said GG, but when you even if you have that portal that comes, right, at that point, you're just so low on numbers, and you're kind of just trying to keep your head above water, but it's tough. You would have liked to see maybe a quicker swap over to the Strange, potentially, with maybe the strategist going there, and then you have one go over to Strat. I mean, you gotta have to have that communication. That's what makes the difference, though, is these quick comms that Cafe Rose going to get that first W, and you're going to see a lot of Deadpool MVPs today, I can tell you that.
Yeah, just such a problem. 13 finals over there from Lyric is just wild. Does take that MVP, like you had said. It's just hyper oppressive, so difficult to get through as a strategist. One of those vanguards that you need to have your team peel for, because although he has a ton of movement and can escape some of those situations, he is just such a threat. So that is why he's being banned and played so much at this level of play, and maybe not so much as you're climbing ladder, because he's very tricky, but just unbelievably, incredibly effective. Really sticky with 9 finals too. Matched right back by Cryatic. Elazi on the front line did have 10 up there for Girl Bye, but it just was no match for Cafe Rose, who kept their composure and just kept popping off, even being down in numbers in some of these fights.
Yeah, the stat sheet's what you want to see for the first game in. I mean, pretty close in terms of what we were getting out of the teams on both sides. For me, Shib, I've got to say, we've seen time and time again players like Day, Wada, we got to spectate, and now we got, really sticky. You kind of get these Spider-Man players that are coming out and making the difference. They can definitely put so much heat. We've talked about it before. You have to deal with it on such a mental side as a strategist. And then you also have to worry about the tank pool hitting you with the ult as well. There's so many things to keep up with. Strategists obviously very strong in this game. You got a lot of things to kind of worry about mentally as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, there's a ton to the game, right? We talk about just coordination being super impactful. There is individual plays always going to matter. Combination of ultimates, leading comms, whether it's call outs of predicting plays, alt tracking, outside of that, all the micro play, and the macro play. There's so much going on in Rivals, and it's all about which team can kind of cut through the noise and find out exactly what needs to be done to beat the team. And sometimes stats don't matter, although, it's always good to look at stats. That macro level play, having a discussion with what your team needs to do is everything in Marvel Rivals at the top scene. And right now, Cafe Rose is looking like they're doing it, but it was a tight match, man.
Yeah, and listen, you're planning to get into the MRI. So if you are these teams, especially if you feel, and they all should, the confidence that they're going to be one of the teams that are in that spot in there, you really need to start working on that flexibility and different kind of comps that you can run, right? We've seen it in the past. Obviously, there's no really one-trick players at this level of play. And if you are, it gets caught out pretty quickly. So just really opening up what your pool is and what you have ready to go. And you saw it right there that team really was able to get it done and hold on after that early win and quick one on map number 1. They do have another one to get to it, though. Best of 3 will be sent to the lower bracket here. Again, not up for elimination. At least, these teams have a little bit of breathing room. What would you like to see from Girl Bye on this next one?
See, I liked Girl Bye's play, honestly. I think they just lost consistently off the portal play that was coming through from Cafe Rose. I mean, maybe predict it, match it back. They always got to point and held high ground and won the first pick. And from there, they got point. And that happened, I believe, all 3 maps, maybe 2, but either way, 2 of them they won. So maybe that's the condition. I'm not saying that's the guaranteed game winner, but you and I talk about all the time, getting point early in domination is super impactful, because from then on, you can commit strategy assaults. You can, say there's a cap, you can commit cap, and all you want to do is bide time. And that allows your team to strange portal early on if they need to stall for longer. It allows them to come in and once again rotate another strategist ultimate to bide more time. It's all about just holding it and trying to get to that 70% value, because when you do, you then drop back, you lose a few fights, and you hold on to your ults, and then you all press Q at once, and the game is over. And that is the mentality of what you want to do to win in domination.
Yeah, that's a great point. Even with those early picks, I feel like they were playing 5v6 kind of well. But imagine if it was 6v6, they would have that chance to really, make it an even fight and odds against them. But hey, different game modes might serve different teams better. We've seen teams that flat out, they're just not great in domination, but they can dominate other game modes within the game. That's what makes the Rivals so fun and great to spectate as a fan, viewer, caster. host, you name it. But yeah, man, listen, it's going to be interesting where we go next. We continue to add on to the map pool. Did you see Shin Shibuya is back on the table?
I know. I'm stoked. I know a lot of people are stoked about that. I love that map personally. I know the final point's very difficult to attack through, and it brings back the idea of those strange portal cutoffs. I miss some of that, you know, being in play. But yeah, it's very difficult to attack, but it's just a fun, beautiful map, ton of destruction, and it's just there's a lot of high ground and off angles. It bodes well into dive too, which I know a lot of Marvel Rivals players love.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Well, we're going to be jumping into our next map, but first we're going to take a quick 3-minute break. So reset, reload, get food, whatever you need. We'll be right back here in just a second. Yeah, you know, Central Park, Midtown. That's where we're going today.
Yeah, Central Park, another one of those very strong defensible points right off the rip. You're going to see potentially some rocket play. The BRB is super valuable. Strange portals are very valuable. And some of the past tournaments, they would ban out Strange. And I've said multiple times, I think that strategy is kind of insanely smart. Maybe not here for the MRC because it is universal, but as you head towards that pro scene, targeting out Strange and ensuring they can't portal back is like kind of a crazy smart strategy if you don't need to ban a ton of stuff out. And we haven't seen a ton of Gambit bans, at least, I mean, you know, in the last match we did, but as we're climbing through some of this tournament, less Gambit bans than I thought. I think teams are all confident on that pick. So, you know, maybe there is some vulnerabilities. Maybe there are some things you can do to get cheeky with the bans.
For sure. As soon as Gambit makes in, then you get Rogue to follow, and you kind of get like a little bit more set of a lineup. I feel like, though, the better Doctor Strange is getting, that ban for Strange makes all the more sense, right? Because you're not just getting rid of the portal, which is huge just to get, you know, points in last fights, and it turns to a 3 fight for a point to maybe just a 2, even a 1 at times, depending on the location. And there it is. That is exactly what we would expect. Spider-Man being that first ban. We always see this when a Spider-Man carries round 1, get rid of it. Map 2, I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, it's very difficult, right? Spider-Man is just one of those heroes that you have to swap to handle. If they're very strong on Spider-Man, and obviously as we get this deep in the tournament, like we're saying, you know, they are going to be strong on Spider-Man. So removing that threat from your back line, making it so they can actually not have to just consistently patty cake and worry and keep eyes out for the hero or switch to something like Namor to protect, that's just super valuable. And that's what they, you know, removing that and seeing what else is on the tool belt for really sticky is what they're gambling on right now.
We are going to get the Monster Hunter in Elsa, the newest hero within the game. And so, yeah, how we see that flexibility come from always sticky. That's what really sticky. That's what I want to see as things adjust. Daredevil's a common favorite for flexibility, but we've seen Vanguard love in the past. That's what we might get here today. And there is the ban on the tank pool, which I'm telling you, if you would have said that at the beginning of season 6, people would have thought you were crazy. It was all about the heal pool, and then has, you know, quickly moved on from that over. And listen, have you seen that much actual Deadpool out there? Duelist Deadpool? It's few and far between, but
yeah, I think the struggle with Duelist Deadpool is that his major value is the infinite dash, and you have no self-sustain while you're doing the infinite dash. You are a problem, but you can get Emma choked, you can get Yancey'd, and then you're just kind of in trouble. And that's, you know, and that's difficult to manage. You can, you know, really play smart around it and find ways to make it work, but Vanguard pool has the health to sustain and still has a lot of that utility in his kit, and that's why he's so strong. I slept on it early on, man. I don't know if you're in the same boat. I said Vanguard pool was always the best, but I never knew how good he was until earlier on this season when some of the pros had a conversation with me and broke it down, and it really did open my eyes to the hero who he's not only incredibly fun, he is just disgusting.
For sure. I think I liked him for the reasons that aren't why he's, you know, meta right now. You know, it was like his quick dash and burst and whatnot. And then what he's, you know, become, you know, people tried the unicorn once and they were like, well, this shield's, you know, not that great. And then you kind of form opinions. It's like, no, there's so much more to the kit. But I got to call out just the Elsa Lord. I mean, when you have that much, you know, at this level of play, you got to play so much rivals. And this hero just coming out, people are just absolutely, you know, getting the best of these heroes. We're going to have animated ones before you know it, man. And speaking of, a lot of Venom play from No Binds up there. That might be my favorite animated Lord icon, by the way.
Yeah, there's a lot of favorites. I love the Strange one too. Just seeing those runes rotate.
Oh, yeah.
That one's sick in my opinion. I've got Groot and Emma, so I'm a little biased myself. Obviously, spending just a little bit of time on the game. You know how it is. But yeah, I mean, it's such a cool addition to the game, right? Just the fact that you can really play a hero all the way down till you get that legendary, you know, whatever the character's name is on your plate. That's just sick, dude. I think that kind of stuff shows time, dedication, and just how much you can perfect the hero. But you know, a great addition on my part.
Yeah, one of my favorite parts of all games, you know, tracking back to Forever Love, just, yeah, getting a little bit of a flex. Like, yes, I am actually Wolverine, at least in the what we're looking at here. And we saw yesterday some flexibility to Wolverine as well, and so we'll see They like to play the thing, and so we'll see if they kind of swap between them. Thanos, though, gonna start on the tree. Here's the offensive attack right away. And this map always is entertaining because even when there's no time on the clock, you can get that cap and push the momentum from there. Love the skin here, the costume for Elsa now. They'll be pushing in with the aggression. Look at that Wolverine already up, ready, kidnap, and found the target.
Oh, my.
Oh, that was disgusting. Almost got out.
Almost, but good pick there by Respect. I'm surprised they're able to do so much damage in that moment. They did use the rocket jump pad, to make sure that they could off-map one early on. So great pick, but it was matched. Auditory's able to find one on a really sticky, and the offensive girl by looking clean now as out goes Crystals. That cooldown is a massive call out against Loki's as there is a huge time before return. O'Brien's on height, trying to play towards the back line, popping that E, is still able to find one onto Auditory's, and more aggression now towards the back, not getting anyone with the right click there. Sticky now, portals back early on.
Yeah, man, Wolf is just getting so much value from these kidnaps. Gonna be able to survive that one and just delay everything that follows, really sticking and be forced to go to that strange. And doesn't matter. Go ahead and visit the bottom of that pit yet again. That is now 3 of the 6 that he has met the demise of the bottom of New York Central Park. Hello, Wolverine. That value is just so huge. Now you get your ult extremely fast as the hero with that last stand just being disgusting. And Turtle Bond trying to buy a little bit of time. But man, what a way to get things going.
Yeah, I think Wolverine's incredibly strong right now. With the recent patch, he's able to ult into the sidewalls, and that may seem like nothing, but that allows you to press alt very quickly and not have to think too much about where you're landing and just try to pick up as many as possible. It is such a threat for the front line. I think Vanguard Pool does a decent job of surviving Wolverine with the damage reduction on E, but that's off the field right now. So Wolverine's kind of getting some free play and some major impacts as we've seen from Craddock so far.
Yeah, and with this immediate Heaven Fall is going to try to get this defense out of here. I got to say, just credit to them keeping this thing alive, but there goes down 4 with E's full commit, though. Obviously got to get it there. A really good kind of stagger, even after losing 3 early on, and it's going to try to get something else rolling, but nope, going to be a quick finish there for no binds. And just like that, they get this point up. Minute 57 goes to 4:26. See if they adjust here in their overall picks, but it's remotely going to stay the same. They're close enough to these ults, really sticky. See what he can pull off with letting the devil out.
Yeah, and again, it looked early on like Girlbye was going to take that within a minute, but just goes to show you how effective that portal was. The portal back from Sticky after being picked off early, who is now going to be on that Daredevil to get back to point, and they were able to stall all the way down to a minute 30. And time is everything here in Convergence, so well done on the defensive side of Cafe Rose, but you know, even more love to Girlbye making that work. Here comes some commitment now from Elazi out of the back line. An incredibly strong Vanguard right now up on the height as really Sticky now goes down.
Yeah, that was like the season 4 trailer right there. You had the Angela versus the Daredevil yelling right at him, let the devil out, and Angela will look right into the false devil as he just gets him right out of there. And there it is, the big pick to land, to finish the stick. That's 2 out of here, the slam dunk with the exclamation point, and he finds more to it. This is absolute elite Logan play. I'm here for it.
Yeah, shout out Craddock. That was sick. That was sick. Up in the sky, able to get that all mid-air like that, finding 2 in the back line and driving them right back towards the team. And that is Wolverine in a nutshell. Me personally, I hate going against this guy as a Vanguard. Incredibly strong. We've seen some bans of him in this tournament. He's just in a really good spot right now. Huge ultimate coming through here. With some back away, able to find a 2-piece Auditories, make it 4 with some cleanup. But there goes a commitment from Eternal Bind. Whether it's a bit of a waste, I'm not sure. Just going to try to stall that point until the team gets back for portal play, and it might be worth it. Respect still holding on. That's crazy. Well done, maintaining presence on the point.
When did that copy go through? Was that when the Beast, the Apex Predator, already had the cloak? I mean, that was beautiful to go ahead and try to get something to keep your team sustained, and it did work as well. But yeah, that Galartrox was absolutely disgusting. The hunter between Wolverine and Elsa, both are getting it done, but just like that, here comes the Magneto slam dunk, and Wolf get away, does not find it, and there it is. That's going to be out of here for Girlbye, and they get 2. And that just shows right there, Ship, if you're able to survive with your team, you can just get that little bit of sustained respect, massive respect, if you will.
Yeah, there's, you know, a lot of clean plays throughout that fight right there. We saw some nice shots there from Tree, more commitment even from the side of really Sticky on Daredevil. Daredevil taking a recent patch, you know, where you can't essentially just spam abilities indefinitely. You do not get more of that chain passive through, you know, just some of your meat. So you essentially just have less ability to just constantly give yourself overshield and just pressure everyone with non-stop, you know, chain abilities, whether it's your left or right click, as Auditories is able to find no binds towards the back line. It's a huge start right now for the offense of Girl By, and a huge strangling prison. Can they follow up? Down goes Sticky. Do we see a second? No, Lyric turns it back onto Cryatic, and the fights will be solved for a moment as out goes another Eternal Bond.
Oh. Yeah, I wasn't sure if the Apex Predator was going to come there, but they just tried to push, and because I thought they were maybe going to use Apex there, right, to go in and get that point cap, but no, instead they just get it the old-fashioned way, and that's just bowling them into their point. So even though they do get a little bit of a, I would say, somewhat team fight win there, they're not going to be able to keep them away from the castle. Dracula is pissed. 2 minutes, 42 seconds left. Lartrox available for both sides here, and this could be a huge point for it, Shib, as you've seen before.
Ooh, a nice shot there by Tree on a borderline. Another early pick, potentially making sure those crystals get removed. May not have been on cooldown, just not expecting that much damage, and that's what Elsa can do. As out goes Eternal Bond. Potentially could Glartrox here to knock off Map, but no, Tree's not going to be looking that way. Instead, going to save it for something else. Match right back from Pixel now, who's going to start off with the Eternal Bond and keep it just in a relative location. They don't need to move anywhere else besides exactly in this one hallway. Holding them tight here is what they're looking for, because they do have plenty of time on the clock right now for Girl By. 2 minutes to start off this fight, but Respect is going to find almost 3 through a little peek right there, and Nobody's going to clean up another.
Yeah, so if you look at the ults here, right, they used a lot to stop them. If you're Cafe, Girl By is close to every single thing they need with the Groot ult coming up here in a moment. So go full aggressive, get the team back. You're not going to have any time to counter. Respect is getting really close, and he's kind of been that leader of sustain for the team, Shib. That's what you want to look out for in this early fight. How close could Respect get to that ult to counter? Was about to be an onslaught of Qs.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of action here. Thanos is ready. The Strangling Prison that could be combined with the Glartrox to potentially off-map them all here on the staircase. Could be massive. Tree able to find Cryatic early on is another huge play. Goodbye to Logan, a Lazi, and Borderline able to find 2 more. And now Girl By are up in numbers. More commitment as another Eternal Bond goes out, down off the map, but not for long. Coming right back in. Cloak playing clean there. Is going to be driven backwards. Lyric now with the Wolverine intel is going to have to start moving forward. And Lyric is able to find one onto Thanos, playing a little bit behind him.
Was that Respect that he had, or was it Pixel for the cloak? Because if that was Respect, that was about to be disgusting, but able to get back up. That's why those cooldowns are so important. Either way, the Eternal Bomb was about to be out of there, but no, this time Tree is the one hunting. A hunter in Wolverine. Braddock getting out of here. Borderline going to follow. So that's what they needed to do. Rise up to the call. Respect was able to get there. They had 2 early with the Glartrox, but not the one that they wanted. Peter M and Tree will be able to match. See what Thanos... What would you like to see from the Groot here, being such a Groot player yourself?
Yeah, I mean, with Groot, it's honestly, you know, his neutral's strong with wall potential. You pretty much just want to isolate frontline as much as possible, but no binds being on the Venom makes it tricky because you really can't isolate the frontline too much. You really got to be looking towards Lyric and just using those walls to shut them down. There is some push potential from Cryatic, so it's tricky. You got to make the decision of whether you want to use that Iron Wall. Huge potential here on the back line, able to find 2. Cryatic does get matched right back, but that is a 2-piece pick. Make it 3 as Lyric goes off map. A lot of off map potential on this team here, and they are going to continue walking in OT as out goes another match back Eternal Bond.
I mean, history repeats itself over and over, and just perfect use of cooldowns as Craddock just gets such a huge last stand to throw them down, get the 2 out. And just like that, can't get that space, but once again, Respect was able to keep this at least a little bit. Now it's going to be that bar moving down to 0. Team coming back. We'll see if we can get some quick hits in the stagger. Gonna go ahead and throw down the mine. Get some success there. Magneto gonna get pushed back. Love the aggression here. Either way, here it comes. Pixel with the Eternal Bond ship. They have Thanos. Where's he gonna throw this ult?
Yeah, you try to get him off ult here, or at least you have good focus. Double walls out. Everybody trying to burst in that moment. They are able to find one on a Sticky, but it isn't the right target. So Eternal Bond is still going to maintain presence. Out goes a Meteor M. That one does not find purchase. Auditories trying to build that out quickly. Is able to find one on a Lyric, and that is a huge pick again. Girl By trying to clutch up right now on point 3. Numbers up in their favor. Binds dives the target. They got to make sure they keep presence on point. That's another pick now for Auditories, who's playing lights out. You can just see how locked in Auditories is. Out goes a potential grab. Does not work out. Also almost here for the front end of a Lazi, who does take out Tree to give them another advantage. Oh, wow.
Oh, disgusting. The Monster Hunter, the Cafe Hunter, man. That was such a great job to sustain yourself through it with the dashes. Release the, not the Glartrox, release the Wolverine, man. Just perfect ults there. And we talk about this all the time with that ult being so easy to get now. I think it's down like, what, 2,900. But on top of that, you pull people out of ults, out of safety, into awkward situations, or a lot of those times off the map.
Yeah, agreed fully. I mean, yeah, I mean, there's so much to discuss. You mentioned before group play, like, and what's the thought process? The real thought process is you look at the enemy team comp and you make a decision. It's, am I using my Ironwood wall or my E wall, the one that makes me CC immune, to isolate targets, or am I using it to keep me from getting yoinked away by something like Lyric up there on the Angela? If the composition has a lot of movement, things like Bucky and the Angela that can threaten you, even Wolverine, you hide your wall when you need to. Outside of that, anytime someone overextends on a composition, if they aren't running things like that, you place the big wall behind them and your team heavy focuses, and you can play front to back and just walk through teams. And that is the tricky part. Right now, there's a lot of pull potential. So it's a tough decision to be making in these moments. That's why we're not seeing a ton of huge ultimates. Teams are playing separated. And, you know, the threat of Wolverine at all times. Now that really Sticky is going to be making that switch. There's a lot to think about as a group player. But, you know, just incredibly strong in this meta. The idea to go against Groot is burn that Ironwood wall every time you see it. It is a huge target. Treat it like the sixth teammate, or seventh, excuse me, and drop that so the Groot is just far less effective. And once that happens, you can start playing your game. And here we are going to start with a fastball special.
Yeah, and listen, I mean, just having the Daredevil is what we saw early for really Sticky. Obviously, the Wolverine's going to aid them a bit more in their overall objective. Tree was popping off, though, early with those picks to open the fights on defense. We'll see if he can give themselves a window on offense. Going to go and try to get that passive popped on Craddock early, and hunting Angels as well up in the sky. Again, just trying to get something on that passive. See that blue health, but there it is. There's the quick kidnap. And you know what? That's not the best hero to get, but doesn't matter. Dude, no binds, can't even, no buttons, man. Can't press anything. He's out.
Yeah, the double CC pull in right there was disgusting. Tree able to find one on a Lazi matched right back. That time from Cryatic with the tackle. Borderline is just getting so much value in these picks here. Oh, make it another, why don't you? Just to make me sound even better in the moment with a second is so clean on this Loki, who has seen ups and downs in terms of patches, but has always been incredibly strong. That crystal cooldown is nothing to joke about. It's essentially like an alt cancel button. And outside of that, just the threat of triple clone damage, as we've seen there, is a huge problem. Pixel able to find one on Cryatic.
All right, so they've got that pick to at least get something rolling for the team. Now rotate in, get that benefit off, and he'll be coming back in 3, 2, 1, already making his way here in about 10 more seconds. We'll see if they can get something for free here on the Angela. Does find the other Angela, and with the pick down, that is a hard one to get, man. You got to perfectly land that adrenaline rush. Does just so.
Yeah, exactly like you're calling out. That is really good focus, and you have to heavy angle yourself downward right on the off map just to hope the momentum knocks him down through the threshold. Almost goes down is Thanos, who's dancing at like 5% HP and still hasn't fallen. Great ultimate there, and well done by the backline of Girl Bye to keep the front line healthy, as everybody's at 100 now. Another tackle off map from Cryatic, and that is going to find one on a Pixel, who is actually in cloak form, but Lyric says we ain't done yet. Finds two. No Bind's able to find one on Cryatic, and Tree on Auditories, and they may just get this point on a huge retake.
Yeah, what an absolute hunting season there. We're expecting to get the final exclamation point. Here you are going to have the Thanos portal open. Million ways to win, or one way to win out of a million options. This could be the one. There's Wolverine off and does get the reverse kidnap. He finds it. Wow, what a beautiful play there. This guy is a monster on Wolverine. It's been a lot of fun. Listen, hey man, Terra is out in America. He's over there in EMEA. We need a new Wolverine king here.
You ain't lying. And that was the definition of return to sender right there. The retake once more. Cafe Rose instead is saying, no, they won't retake this, and they're holding clean. Really Sticky able to find one. Tree gets a two-piece. Borderline goes down on a really good position there with a Loki. Make it a 3 as Cryatic falls. Actually, a Quadra. I missed the first one, and they will be walking. And now we begin the streets phase. This is a little more dicey. This one bends more into that hit scan focus and these off angles on the top side of the castle. We'll see who plays around it better, but I'll tell you what, seeing Angelus in the sky like this is terrifying. You always got to be looking up and ready to use those cooldowns.
Dude, to the assassin charge though, that was one for the books. Been a lot of fun. These perfect hits and cooldowns. You hit him with the spear again at the right time when fully charged through that passive. Doesn't even give him time to use an ability. It's got to be played perfect. There's the heaven falling down, landing down to see if he can get some type of pick from it. And there's the hunt from Elsa, finds the monster of the one-wing angel. Tree gets one, going for two. Both Vanguards at play. Perfect use of these dashes. There's the connect and does not land. Yes, make me look bad, Shib. As now Tree gets himself a pick.
Yeah, that's the tricky part. You can still LOS and get the line. If it looks like a miss at first, I would have been with you there. I thought it was a miss, but what a catch in the sky at that moment. Still able to find the off map. Here we go again as Sticky is going to be driven right out to the offside. Will they get that pick? Sticky trying to return to sender once more. Almost gets it. Tree is clean. Able to find one onto Elazi, who's doing a great job in that front line. Tries to escape. Huge Wartrock's potential. Pulled back with 2. You can't send it all the way anymore. It does have less HP. You got to be a little more, aggressive with it, pulling it back quicker, even if you only have a couple. Still big value. Out goes. Oh, we see the end song, or excuse me, not the end song, Psyduck Seduction, and that's going to find a few. Woofles goes off map. Auditory's able to find one Lyric onto Auditory's, and there's another potential for 2-piece, and instead it's just going to be 1 for the moment, and they will stagger the second.
All right, so Street Craddock first with his, does find Respect. There's the big one. We'll see if really Sticky can match the Mimic and continue to hunt down and at least push back the opposition. They're going to regroup. That's the play right now. Don't go ahead and continue that stagger. They use this such an important resource, but getting back up, borderline going to be close to follow. Woofles is a mile away, and Respect can also match. So we'll see what they open up. Really Sticky obviously is not Cryatic, at least on Wolverine. He's the Spider-Man guy. So we'll see if he can get something going for the team. No binds, though. They continue the stagger train, but at least Angela.
Yeah, clean play there by Thanos as well with some good tracking. Brood actually does some decent damage there with that left click, and the most optimal way if you're up closest to left click melee 2 times and then throw that right click after another. So it's left, right, or left melee, right melee, and that is just a ton of damage. We see Pix able to find Woofles now, and that is going to keep them moving forward. Back go Crystals. Huge cooldown is out. Tree on an off angle and does have Guardtrox available. You know how threatening this can be. Choosing not to use it yet, as is does not need it. Excuse me. Make it 2 now. Tree looking clean. No binds able to find Borderline, and they are going to continue moving forward now as Cafe Rose is cleaning up, trying to make this a 3-3 series with a minute on.
Oh my gosh, there's so many mini fights happening all over. Just beautiful use of the Elven Gun, and it's the new hero show off as Angela and Elsa get it done. No, you will not stagger this thing. 2 minutes, 26 seconds. Again, it went down to 0 at that last second, so they have plenty of time to get this thing rolling on. That instinct is all the way up, though. Those cooldowns are razor thin, which means that sustain and damage is at a maximum. Really Sticky going to go around here with Lyric. Lyric is getting close to Seduction, which would be a huge one at that here. We'll see where these Angelas decide to go, and there's a quick little toss down. Ooh, quick elimination.
A lot of back and forth there between the 2 of them. Lyric going to start off here, is able to find 1 on the Psionic, and they clean that up. The comms are out, but it hasn't gone down yet. Might have been worth the focus to get that cleaned up, but no, Lyric is still able to find 1 on the Borderline, turns it. What do I know in that situation as a second falls from Pixel here onto Thanos. More commitment from Tree, who's playing lights out on this hero, constantly using that dash to get the ranged, rifle pick, and that's what you want to do. When you have your passive fully maxed out, it's 2 seconds every dash. Keep using it so you can deal a ton of damage at range, and that is exactly what we're seeing. Constantly pepper in those left clicks between ability usage and just fire away, and you will deal obscene amount of damage as Tree is playing so smart and strong right now. And here goes the commitment. Guardtrox goes out. They break it instantaneously. That's right back by the the walk into the Bond, who's now going to drive towards the back line and continue the cloak damage onto Borderline. Clean play again by Pixel.
Yeah, Craddock's going to have to get massive value here if they want to make up for that ult that got with Thanos. Going to get 1-2 with it. So, I mean, right here, right now, you're going to be able to even the odds in overtime with getting this team wipe. Sticky does find Woofles out of here, but by the time the team gets back, it's going to be another 6v6 battle here, even with the stagger. So great job, man, from Girl Bye, who's kind of looking like they're getting pushed in early. All you got to do is win that 1 fight. They're just going back to point, going to switch off the Groot. He knows there's 1 fight left, and he's going to go with the Mag as the finish, and that might just be for that track. And what do you think he likes Mag here over Groot?
Yeah, I think the tricky part about Groot, like we're saying, is they just have so much damage and their focus is strong and they have a lot of CC. So as soon as they burn that wall, Groot is just a scratching post for their entire team, and they don't want to handle that. Magneto has a little bit more utility in terms of keeping himself healthy with that shield, shielding teammates if they're in dire situations, similar like with pulls. And, you do have that ultimate available to Meteor M any of those movements forward with Eternal Bond. Just a lot of, it's more of this security pick in this current moment when they've been kind of just walking down Groot, and this could be huge as out goes the Glartrox, finds 2, and they do get those picks as Respect and Sticky goes down. Cafe Rose may not be able to get this attack through. What a retake by Girl Bye off of these switches. It looks like they are going to hold on as OT ticks down. There will not be enough time for Portal, I do not believe, and that is the hold. Wow. Really well done by Girl Bye.
Let's go, man. First of all, Craddock, I swear, has a new Atom Fly. Every time we go to spectate him, he's just in the air and like the horizontal angle. Beautiful. I got to say, with the Groot swap, it's almost like the last Glartrox kind of hit the wall. You notice that, and it didn't get that value. I wonder if, obviously that one's going to get much more if it was 2 down, and rightful MVP would have been either or. Tree here or on the case of Girl Bye that evens the odds. But man, highly impressive effort there that stops with a minute and a half, getting pushed in, puts a full stop to it. We got ourselves a matchup, buddy, in the upper bracket.
Dude, you are not lying. These are heaters right now. Tree had 22 finals. Ew, that is disgusting. 40 and 10, but it was almost right back match. 16 finals from Cryatic and Auditories. Both of them looking very strong on heroes they're clearly comfortable with, and that is everything. I will say, I think the ban phase from the side of Cafe Rose going into Girl Bye was strong, but I would say that the Girl Bye's was even better. Getting rid of that Spider-Man that was a problem clearly worked out for them, and they were able to just find their composure and hold on in this defense.
Yeah, this is, hey, we saw this in the stat department in that domination. This is razor thin, man. This matchup between these two teams. Either can take it. This means so much for them. You get to advance. You get to be a part of something special in year 2 of Marvel Rivals Esports that they have shown so much promise for and excitement. And these teams know these players, they want to be a part of it as we take a look at some of the highlights. And there was a lot of them, man. Good luck to the highlight scene because there's so many great ones to pick from here. And just the beautiful, just small plays of cooldowns as we take a look at what did make the cut here. Respect, what a great game as well.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's sometimes difficult for us to see the micro in these moments where there's so much going on and we catch as much as we can, but seeing some of these back is always a ton of fun. One thing I think it's worth touching on, you talked about the combination of Groot with Elsa and how that's kind of it's symbiotic, but it's also parasitic, right? Because they work really well with the alt combination when you're strangling prison everyone together and then Glartrox them either off map or just making them CC'd for, 6+ seconds. But those walls are a problem for the Glartrox. You have to communicate because if those ults are coming, you do not place a wall at all. Like you had mentioned, when those walls are there, there's just a slight bit of miscommunication that ruins the ult, and that's just like friendly fire. You cannot have that happen.
Yeah, that's why I think Groot is such an interesting hero in the game, because skill floor and ceiling is right there, and just the difference, and there's so many micro adjustments to be made of those walls. It kind of all comes down to it with the pressure, with the spacing, with cutting off heals, and most importantly, not messing up your teammate. We've all been on the other side, and as a group player, I'm sure you've placed walls. You're like, kind of wish I had that one back. But either way, they were able to get the job done, went on over to that Magneto and sealed the deal. Great players. If you're fans of Wolf, Angela, Spider-Man, probably won't see him again, but just all the great hero play right now. Man, I've just been, honestly, to open up the day, bud, we're lucky. This is a good one.
Yeah. I mean, we always get some crazy games, buddy. 1-to-1 off the rip like this is going to be, first to 3, best of 5 situation. Teams are adapting, learning each other, seeing some changes in the ban phase. You and I have talked multiple times about how impactful the ban phase is. Super impactful as we get to the Ignite series, but even here in MRC, it's everything, right? If you really have a smart coach or someone on the front line who's really, from a team standpoint, not just saying Vanguard, I meant like somebody who's, running those comms in these phases, it can win you games. And I think they did a great job there and took advantage of it.
And we highlighted this. We've said before, we've said again, we won't call any names specifically, but there's been Spider-Man players that we've watched that when you shut down that Spider-Man, it's it. Game over, swan song. And others that have been able to rotate to a Daredevil, to, in this case, maybe a Wolverine. And so when you get rid of such a high caliber kind of anchor for the team, what is that next team comp? What is that next thing? And so for really sticky, but I continue to see what they flex on too. But either way, going to be razor thin. Again, we said we might see a lot here in this best of 5 over in New York. Map number 3 will be shown here in just a moment as we get back over to the pick and bans. You played it pretty well there. I think Elsa being allowed is fine. Both teams get that value clearly from the Monster Hunter.
Yeah, she's great. I mean, and I love that. I personally think her as a hero is incredibly fun to play, which I think is important in a hero shooter. I think she's so fun. She's obviously disgusting. They've made early changes to the hero to try to reduce the amount of impact, but still obviously strong. But shout out to the team, right? A week later, making some changes like that. Personally, that was huge for me to see from that team. So big love to the dev team. We know, you and I personally know, that team does not sleep, man. They are constantly grinding on this game for us. So shout out them over in Guangzhou. But yeah, man, that was a fun one. I saw some Wolverine play, that hurt me deep down in my soul as a Vanguard main, because I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of that in ladder. I think he's incredibly strong right now. Elsa's good. There's so much strong duelist, Vanguard, and even strategist across the board potential right now. I don't know who the best man is.
So, I mean, for sure, I think them getting rid of Tank Pool was huge, too. It really helped. I mean, with Tank Pool gone and Spider-Man, the mental state of the strategist was just so much better. They did not have to worry about just so much constant fear of ult and or pressure. And so I would almost lean that route again. Obviously, they can play it as well, and if they feel confident, go with it. But that's right now, at least this matchup, a big difference maker. It will definitely matter on what map we go to either way, but a lot of strong and flexible comps that they can play. To your point though, Elsa was just a really good fit in the game, and at this point, eventually I think we might get more bans, because if you look at it, if you're mechanically gifted, you're gonna have an option. You're gonna have Hela, you're gonna have Phoenix or Elsa in this case, and so one of those up your arsenal is really gonna help you out. When you look at the three of them, they all offer something I think a little bit different and diverse. Like for instance, I love Hela against a Brawl comp, right? Because when you go up in the sky, there's just not much they can do. Like there's different things that you could pull out of it, team up with Namor, but Elsa just feels like the best of all worlds, man.
Yeah, a ton of movement, has self-peel with her E. It does give her overhealth as well. Having something like that in the kit is great. A lot of these, like you're saying, poke heroes do have some sort of iframe or movement that enables them to escape, which is, huge as a poke hero. But Elsa not only has a good amount of movement, but does have that ability up close to win some of those 1v1s that maybe she shouldn't have won in that moment. And that's, it's so valuable. We've seen her banned a lot, but not today. They want to match it back and forth. Like you said, both teams are getting value, so it's tricky. Do you ban it? Is it the problem? I don't know.
Yeah, in Rivals, you guys know there's so much chaos that can happen, right? Loki's a part of it, so of course. But it's, you got those small neutrals. What can you do in terms of sustain for yourself, so you're not taking away from the strategist trying to keep the Vanguards up and getting their ults up, but also a little bit of that aggression. And then what does your ult carry, obviously, of impact? That's such a big part of these character kits, and Elsa has that perfect mix of all of them, and I think that's why she can keep her self-sustained. That's why Jean Grey was good for so long, had that extra health as well, with a good ult to follow.
Yeah, I mean, that ult's crazy. Still great, but yeah, we've seen less Phoenix, which is cool to see. I think at this level of play, me personally want to see some changes. I'm liking what I'm seeing in terms of changes. I'm liking the new heroes impact. Gambit, obviously a heavy ban target, super threatening, but it is on the table for both teams. I think we won't be seeing a whole lot of Gambit and Loki making it through the ban phase at all in MRC. I think it did a few times yesterday, which kind of surprised me. But as we get to these top teams, that is a big win condition right now. So we'll see that banned out. But yeah, I mean, like you're saying, there is a ton of utility with these heroes. The ults are super impactful. Marvel Rivals is very much an ult heavy game where coordination of ultimates and clutching up is huge. You've got to have that gene, which I personally like about the game. I think, having a lot of weight on your shoulders and making sure you get value as much as possible, because even a slight misplay or mishap on an ultimate can ruin the whole team fight for your team.
No, that's a great point. I think for me, some of this stuff has been the most fun to watch as not only just a viewer, but a caster, is when you have these like combo ults, even going way back to the Luna Whales of like season 0 to now we've got these Phoenix size and, and then you had that chess match of like, all right, this is what they're going to do. What do they have? And then this is our response to it. And man, right now, Cloak and Dagger, man. I mean, obviously you've got the damage amplification, but Eternal Bond was everywhere all the time. It covers such a large space, which is why Inverse Tank Pool is so good. So you kind of have this kind of chess match whenever the bans happen, what you want to do, to play your queen.
Yeah. Agreed. And that's the value of a coach too, right? Like I love the idea of having a coach who maybe has some stats, or, you do have like a statistician. As we're getting to, these pro teams, that stuff is just like almost guaranteed. And that makes it even more elevated. And it's crazy to hear from some of those team play. Like we've had conversations with some of the teams and those who are running the stats of the team. And it's like mind blowing. They have exact numbers for when they win more frequently against certain compositions, which heroes are truly their biggest problems. And that's the kind of stuff that you're like, oh, that is just so nitpicky. But I'm like, dude, at this top level, that wins you games. That is everything. And some of these players, man, are like that. They're just built different. They just pull out these stats and find a way to take these things home, and could be the leading edge to take a W against another team.
For sure. I mean, even if you look at other sports, a lot of the beginning of the game, as Tom Brady would say, is in like the room, the film room, right? Like getting the knowledge first is such an important part. Talent is important, but knowing what you're doing, and then more importantly, and the most important, is knowing what they're doing, right? If you can know what they're doing and their game plan going in and how they play and their play styles, those are the things as casters and hosts that we love to highlight and look at, because consistency happens, and you're trying to not be so obvious whenever you're playing at this kind of a level, right? And these pros know it, and that's what we're going to continue to see as we get into year 2. Big level, big head talk here, guys, but hey, Cerebro, Marvel, it all works together, and I'm just excited, man, to see these two teams go in match number 3 here in a moment.
Beautiful reference, but it looks like we're going to be heading to Araco. So that is going to be that convoy map that we get You know, this is a map that was, when it first came out, was lending itself very much to, like, you know, surprisingly, like the Black Panther comps, right? Those comps that are very divey, those, you know, 1, 2, 3 compositions. The way you run dive in this level of play is you set up first. I think one of the struggles as you're climbing ladder is folks just dive all the time. Dive, 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 dive. That's not how it works. At this level of play, you get yourself set up together and you say 3, 2, 1, and you all commit on a target, making it very difficult for them to use their cooldowns properly. And then you get value that way. In Araco, with the teleporters, with the height and the off angles, it lends itself great into that style of play. Let's see if they do it.
This is one of those maps I just never get the pleasure of casting. I swear it's just never here on the table. So I always have a good time with it, especially I think point 1 is so interesting to watch at that micro play because of the portals and that quick push off and just getting out the gate, right? You got sometimes even the Storm Moon Knights right off the rip because you're just trying to get that space made. Here and now is that pick ban phase. And hey, Wolverine will not be making it this time around. And after what I saw, buddy, with that giant gaping hole on this map, get him out of here.
Yeah, this is an Angela map. This is very much a Spider-Man, at least point 1 map. Wolverine's a problem. We're going to see what they elect to do. They are going to remove Loki and Wolverine. Personally, I get it. I understand that, making it a little more, you know, so your front line can walk forward at least without being terrified. But we see a Psylocke showing. We see potentially the Spider-Man. I'm not sure the lock will come in for Spidey, but it looks like the side of Girl Bye is going to be locking in that Gambit. So we will see some Gambit play for the first time in this series.
And then comes the Rogue, and there comes the team comp, right? Like, it just really changes once that Gambit makes their way in. Probably with that Loki ban, at least it's going to open some things up. Spider-Man still on the table, which is can be a map. You can get use out of him. We'll see how far he makes it. Star-Lord out, obviously, with that Raging Royal Flush, man. You know, it's just kind of the Alt F4 control, delete the team when you get that combo rolling, especially at this level of play. So, trying to get rid of the Loki and the Star-Lord. It's kind of the obvious, you know, ones here, Shib, whenever you do get Gambit through.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, one of the, you really want to find heavy CC ultimates or one-shot potential ultimates, because your goal when Gambit does ult is to find the Gambit and take him out, because if you do that, the ult immediately shuts down, which is much unlike, it's very different than things like Loki. When you copy that Eternal Bond and you walk in with the Cloak ultimate, it actually stays there if you get in trouble. So that's something to think about. But yeah, they get shut down completely with Gambit. So, you know, Strange Eye of Agamotto is not horrendous, although playing Strange at this level of play kind of puts you at a disadvantage for Portal. You know, you can do things like potentially even, you know, the Spectacular Spin of a Spider-Man from really sticky, CC heavy on that Gambit, and you try to knock him down. But, you know, it gets tricky because there's a lot of ways out for Gambit, a lot of cooldown utilization. So you got to find something that's quick and in an instant, even a Meteor M. We'll see if they are able to shut it down and which team does it better. As Loki is off the table, it's only going to happen one time on either side.
It's tricky, got to get sticky. I mean, we're going to see now what we just said, man. Spider-Man and Tankpool both making their way in, and Strategist's worst nightmare. But yeah, great breakdown there, man. I appreciate that. With the Rogue as well banned, it does make things a little bit more interesting on what route they might choose. And man, just a classic. The Season 0 special, if you were with Venom and Spider together. Man, do you remember that team up? That was was something. But we're going to find ourselves with these comps and what they're locking in here. Shib, anything standing out to you?
No, I'm just kind of with you. You just gave me PTSD thinking back to that combination. That thing is scary, dude. Especially the way Spider-Man play now. They've learned to adapt and not even really think about that cooldown or that team up anymore with that immunity and more damage. And I can't imagine what they'd be like if that was back in the game. They would just be raid bosses as we start off now. Elazi is going to be, and I'm surprised that we didn't see this ban. I don't think it's necessary, but it's not a bad one on the Angela, who I think plays super well on this first map. But you can see from the side of Cafe Rose a ton of movement again. So the off-map potential gets shut down pretty quickly when you have ways out of it, and that is going to be matched very similarly to Girl Bye, who have the same story. A lot of jumps.
Absolutely, man. With Gambit in the wedding attire, ready to roll. No Rogue, no wifey in this round for him. And the one for voice line, Gambit, I can't feel you. I believe is what
hurts.
she said. It does. It hits hard if you're an X-Men fan. By the great Lenore. Anywho, let's jump in. What an interesting way to open up this point. Instead of going with the aggressive like Moon Knight, let's just all dive in. The ready go comes, and there's Spider and Venom off, swinging away, man, as we get this map started. And they kind of know that. Look how back they're playing. Smart play here early from Girl Bye.
Like we talked about earlier, notice how the Van pools are constantly playing off angles like a duelist, trying to find the back line or at least a way into somebody trying to play off angle and just win all those duels because you just simply have more cooldowns, more health, And if you land your shots properly, you should win the trade. Alco's commitment from no binds with a jump is always holding on to, as you see there, that shift, that dash out, and is using it as an escape tool and not an initiation. I think that is a problem for Venoms as they're climbing the ladder. Use it as a way out and not always a way in, unless you have ultimate to sustain yourself even longer. As you see Thanos now jumping onto that backline, as we discussed, he's able to find one on a pick, really sticky. He's going to off-map Cryatic and trade it right back.
So Thanos throwing that ult on the Invis, right? So then Invis is kind of scared to heal up the Gambit that's taking the shots, and then you get the Gambit out, right? Like, that's kind of the micro play quickly what happened there. You talked about Venom. A big part of what Venom does is just goes in and out so many times that these strategists, they waste their abilities. Then that's where Sticky can come in and use his kits to go ahead and get the quick elimination, and they don't have those ever important things to get down. And that's why, you know, you don't always have the ready go come so they jump in together, but even just using that resourcefulness, eventually Venom is going to get his prey, right? Because he can go in and out and sustain so long.
Yeah, and you see it right there. No binds was at like 3% HP, is going to commit that piece of the abyss and get out. Wolfle's going to get one back there on really sticky with a nice trade. Say, I can do it too. Wolfle's holding back with, ready to launch the cards. I'll get the team aggro here. It doesn't look like he needs to do too much. They're up in numbers, up in ults. Actually, excuse me. Captain Rose going to match it back. If you're on defense, you typically want to wait until they do it and then do it right back at them. Make sure you have a little bit more time in the ultimate. Really sticky diving towards the back line. Does get that pick on a Woofle, and that is exactly what they want. They do have Gambit all up, and they will not be matched right back now as Gambit has fallen. Huge play there from Cafe Rose and really sticky.
Yeah, extremely well played and coordinated, and they get the cleanup and the finish. Just trying to stay alive is going to be the Strange, and with Strange going down last, it's going to make things tough here. They're going to go ahead and regroup, and at this point, you see they're going up top. The quick touch, there'll be maybe one more fight. I think I would rotate out if I'm them, but no, they got the Angelo, so they're going to go in early. But man, look at this quick pick. Gene just holding on to life, does survive. Lyric wanted that, could not find it. Shit, that would have been a big one.
Yeah, huge movement there to hold on and not get picked in that moment. I was sure that they were going down. Auditory still, comes back and actually gets two after is huge. Saying, all right, if you're not going to take me out in that moment, I'll return it right back to you. Going to find two, and they are going to retake point. With a minute and 13 on, Elazi is going to be able to find one, and at this point, it's just going to be a stagger fest as they do need to regroup. Cafe Rose is going to do just that. They do have ult advantage here, though, as Tree and No Binds are ready to press Q. Going to be matched right back by Auditories with the Unsung Inferno and Thanos shortly when it comes to that Deadpool. Let's see who gets value first.
I mean, just going back to that Lyric hit, it's like, man, sometimes you feel like if I would have made that one extra shot, it could turn the tide. Right now, we got such a separate fight happening. Different mistakes are made, but there it is. Lyric and Tree getting the 1-2 connect, and this should be theirs to take with the push in. But, oh, there's a trade back on Respect, and this is going to at least open the door now. Yet another hold, man, but 32 seconds left. Tree says, not if I have anything to say about it, and they will finish up that cap. Good overall, I would say, offensive push with small mistakes, but there's the Strange. Hold on. Oh.
Yeah, almost got there. Yeah, almost. But no, not able to get there in time. Just a second too late. But yeah, point captured. I agree. I think that is a very defensible position. So, good job at Grillby bringing him down to, almost overtime in that moment. But Cafe Rose getting through that does set the momentum. Now we're going to start seeing that Rage and Royal Flush be matched back and forth. But again, you'll probably see Whipples, unless there's some comms here that I'm not, catching in the moment, reactively ulting, waiting until they see Pixel ult, and then matching it back just to ensure that they last just a little bit longer, which can be everything. But is going to actually launch first because was in danger and got ulted there by the side of Thanos, who kept the pressure forward. Excuse me, that was actually from Lyric, as we see Spectacular Spin now on a borderline, making it two-piece.
Wow. Hey, I mean, at least the Lyric ult didn't work out. He dashed out of it, and they didn't have to follow up, so it didn't matter. But they're Sticky getting it done, and we just talked about this, right? When you have the Spider and the tank pool just on you constantly, there's just so much pressure constantly. You got to worry about one or the other. Good job, and Gamma just has those two dashes, can get out of anywhere so quickly. Solid ad display there. Here's Bynes looking for his next prey. Does going to jump in, get the Gambit early pressure, and is going to go into the Feast of the Abyss. Did just get that buff too, so he has so much health now. I believe it's 130% chip of that damage dealt.
Yeah, it's crazy. As we see match right back, invisible boundary, the Venn diagrams out. Both invisible boundaries launch. Great utilization there of that iframe to dodge the eye of Agamotto. That was lights out. Something that might have slipped by. Well played. As we see the match back of using those shields to stay healthy. Patty caking begins and looking away, knowing they're healthy right now. Don't have to stress too much. And that is what you need to do as a strategist. Just manage your stress. But Thanos is able to dive heavily onto the back line of picks and get that pick. Woofles finds respect. And the retake and own here from Girl Bye is massive before point 2 gets capped by Cafe Rose.
Yeah, a lot of early maps are going to have the Gambit ult match, Gambit ult, but as kind of things get a little wonky, right, you kind of lose that, and eventually the team that's kind of on the other side of that can really stagger and create momentum for themselves. A great job there from Woofles getting it done. They don't have much left. They've got a clobbering time to slam down if they can connect something from it. On the side of Cafe, Sticky, we know what he can do, though. It's never over. Well, he's got that spectacular spin and jump right out of here. 33 seconds enough. Who are you feeling here, man? I feel like Cafe can get this done.
Yeah, they definitely can, but I actually like this switch here by Lawsy towards the Thing to just constantly add pressure, not be CC'd and removed, and instead keep the team healthy with some damage reduction. Traded back once more. Respect finds one. Auditori's going to do the same on a tree, but I do think this hold is, potential. 13 seconds, 12 on. Cafe Rose down one number even right now, but the spawn is going to be closer here for Girl Bye, who are on the retake. Out goes Deadpool, who does find one with the Q, but do they go down? No, ultimates are committed, and they are still maintaining pressure. Pixel finding 2, though, should be enough to bring them through this point, like you mentioned.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Pixel, they didn't get the value out of that Gambit. Woofles has his right back, but you don't have the players, right? You're missing 2 of them. Tree still has his ult, does find a way through, but oh no, it's the other end song that puts the end to this push. Man, we went back and forth on who was going to be right there, Shiv, but it looks like the hold is strong with this one, this team. Good job. Wow.
Yeah, incredibly strong play. I do like the switches that we saw, like we talked about. Girl Bye, great job holding them on point 2. I will say, though, that point, especially right there, there is a defensive position advantage. You do hold height. You spawn a little bit closer. So you see a lot of top-ranked ladders ending, at least right there on the map. And pushing through to point 3 is definitely, a possibility. But a lot of the time, it'll end on point 1 or right there. So well done. I think they did what they needed to do to hold, but it's all about, can they get through point 1 confidently and turn that into taking the second round, left turn on point 2 to take home this W.
For sure. And, there's so many decisions to make in such a quick moment. For Pixel, I felt like, go aggressive. I get that because you now are on the opposite of the Gambit ult, right? But your whole team had their ults just about ready, and I felt like it went just a moment too soon. Right, I think they tried to combine it with Spider-Man, but then to follow, they had 2 others that they could have gotten a little bit more value on as a team play, and then the Spider didn't get the follow-up in the picks. Pixel got 2 from just the neutral, but that's where I kind of felt like the ultimate mistake might have been made.
Yeah, touche. I totally get that. And I think one of the factors that I kind of slept on too is it's so tricky when you use these Gambit ults when you have the Vanguard pool constantly pressing Q on your forehead, because those dashes, if you don't land on a teammate, if you're using them to escape solo, you're going to take damage from that kind of stuff. And that's tricky. We did see a couple pops happening simply due to the fact that they were being targeted by the front line of, Deadpool. And that is scary. So tough decision making. I don't know what I would do in some of these moments. It's just, it's all about who gets more clutch moments, as I would say Gambit is very much the backbone of these compositions right now.
Well, we know kind of a couple seasons past, but this Sword team is so lethal, so deadly. But yeah, point 1 is such a defensive-heavy part of the map, as you pointed out. So they can easily win this, right, with just a hold, flat-out hold. And if not, definitely going to be a bit tougher to get the W they're looking for, really sticky. Going to be swapping over to the mag that we did see more of the last round, even though we did not get to spectate it. We saw that he played mag, favored that outside of Spider-Man. They go ahead and rotate over. Trees finding this Strange now. A little bit out of place here. And look at just the survivability on that Strange. Finds himself comfort and fun as now Thanos going to hop on the back line. There it is. Gambit going to be stressed out, pushed out. Do they find 2 no-shit? Yes. Wow.
That's crazy. Yeah, it is going to be matching. You'll see a lot of the top, pools essentially using that ultimate upgrade as their first upgrade because they get it so quickly, and being able to deal damage not only when they miss shots, but just consistently is a huge threat for the back line, and it makes them misplay sometimes. So well played by both to try to find some commitment there, but even more well played to Girl Bye. This composition is looking lights out right now. It's all about can they get this early pick, potentially use Thane to cancel Gambit, but Gambit has all the advantage first. And by cancel, I mean more so stun him so they can focus in that moment. Use that damage boost to try to find a neutral pick. But they're going to launch heavy now, and now goes the beginning of this this potential final fight of round one. Cryatic able to find no bonds. Here on Strange has been playing so many different heroes. You see Thanos trying to keep the pressure. Out goes the end song. Can they burn that? No. Jumps up and face checks it. Cryatic. That was clean.
Yeah, definitely like body blocking. Some of my favorite plays in the game is when that's down. Now going to go and push in through the back line, slamming down the end song. Going to not get any connection from it, though, unfortunately, with a burn through. Now it's going to just be the neutral hit on Lyric. Just like that, that offense continues to pressure, and that point is going to be theirs with 4.23. Not enough to shut that down. Wow, really well done from Team Girl Bye. And listen, we talked about it. We said the tank pool and the spider was a problem for them. But hey, they didn't have Gambit last time. And right now, Wolfles is playing lights out here. But there's the Strange portal.
At least the portal could buy more time, but it doesn't look like it's going to last long as they are essentially face checking that portal and just holding the line. And they do just that. Out goes those upgrades right now for Thanos. Very quick and clean using that bunny hop mechanic to upgrade while you're moving. And that's something that you'll see too as you climb in ladder. Cryatic holding up, talking to the team likely, but has looked very strong on this Strange. Gotta love that face check of the end song like we talked about. As Wolfles preps now and try to get that ultimate and now has it.
Yeah, and as we talked about, kind of sometimes once you get towards this second part of the map, you want, I mean, if you're Wolfles, I'd just go full aggro here. I mean, you're trying to have your ult trackers. That's the responsibility of, you know, obviously a couple strategists on the team, so we'll see what they're tracking. But and you've got a lot of advantage right now. They're going to do that, just that. Here it pops. They know they've got the Raging Royal over the other team. Got to make the best of it here. Pixel close to his shib. So we're going to have respect, keep the team up in the healthy part for now. He's going to slam down the fire. Wow, there's the connection. Wow, they're going to win the best of that, even with the Gambit ult.
Yeah, huge play there as Wolfles goes down. Auditory going to trade that with no bind, so they are going to be evened out at this moment. See who gets more value as this fight progresses. Out goes some of those shields from Lyric. Pixel does have ult available, so it's kind of tricky to use Invisible Boundary to counter Gambit, as I do think it puts your Invis in a ton of danger if the team is focused. You usually try to match it right back with another Raging Royal Flush, but it wasn't available in that last fight. Auditories is going to find Tree, and out goes a Meteor M. Really sticky. Will this one land?
Dude, and they go Pixel used that Raging back in response, which I thought might have been held on to. Maybe they thought they could just get the early pick and staggers, but that just came back to haunt them. Now they're out without that. Interesting play there. I thought for sure they would have maybe held on to that a bit more of a key moment. But, you know, you got to call your shots, right? You got to look at the fights that you think you can win, and they certainly thought they had that, but no, can it come back to haunt them? Here comes the point take any minute. 2 points. I mean, 2 minutes left, buddy. They're right here. This could be Girl Bites to the tank.
Yeah, this is clean play, and then, wow, they can't even get there to touch. I think that's a communication error right there, because I do believe they had someone available to make that happen. That is, you know what, a little bit of friendly fire in the comms potentially, and that's not what you want to deal with as you're heading into the next map in a situation like this, where it could potentially be game point for the side of Girl Bye who want to take this thing home.
Yeah, listen, I mean, I thought, because listen, you had Wolfles that pushed it, they won that fight, right? And I'm like, wow, they won that fight against a Gambit ult, and then they have a Gambit ult of their own, and you kind of felt like they were going to take a lot of that time off, maybe get another overtime. But then they called the shot. Cafe really felt like they were going to go ahead and win that next point, and then, you know, from there, you're looking good. You can rotate around, but it is going to be Girl Bye that just gets a complete flip around. And what did we say at the start of the Dom chip? We said, okay, you know, when Cafe won that first quick map, it's like, hey, that means nothing. It's not how you start, buddy.
Couldn't agree more. It's how you finish. I mean, and this team is just looking locked in again. I think Girl Bye, I mean, especially on that attack, was disgusting. I think they realized that Spider-Man and Venom composition has one weakness, and that's just raw damage. Yeah, it has a lot of off-map potential and annoyance for the backline, but if you go triple Vanguard into that, it's not a bad idea, and that is exactly what they did. They played Vanguards that aren't going to be too worried about some of that displacement from things like Spider-Man, and instead are just going to be brawling everyone that tries to dive the backline, and they won that fight. I think the team comp switch was massive, and you know what else is massive is 17 finals from Auditories. We saw that one fight on point one was that literal 1 HP, somehow gets onto the point with the invisible boundary by Lyric just barely missed him when Lyric was playing great, so, you know, no disrespect there, but still barely misses him, gets a point and takes out 3, and it's like, oof, okay, you can't have that happen.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And listen, you know, pun intended, calling a spade, I think Wolfles was the Gambit there. And if I'm going to be on this side of Cafe, let's go to ban that Gambit back and kind of reset from there, because I just felt like there was a huge advantage in almost all those fights going over. Wolfles locked in and the team to follow. And really great tank pool play, taking what was a weakness against your team and able to completely flip it around, causing Spider-Man to be a 0 factor, and then ultimately getting that win. So listen, one map away, they can take it to keep that dream so close here in the, I believe, quarterfinals, right? We're at the top of this winners round. Bro, we picked We got a lot of matches today, and this one has felt like an eternity in the best way possible, man. This is what I want to see. To punch the ticket.
Yeah, I'm happy this is our first one, but it's getting us warmed up. I'll tell you that much. Just back and forth and all these team fights, constant trading in the feed too. It's never really been dominated by either side. And, we never know who's coming out on top, but at least right now, Girl Bye up 1 at game point. They could push this through.
Gosh, are you not entertained, guys? Year number 2 is so close. We have all that coming towards the end of March and more, but don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break and see if Girl Bye can say goodbye. What is going on, guys, and welcome back to what could be Girl Bye punching their ticket into a higher spot of the winners bracket. This has been razor tight, and man, this is exactly how you want to start out the MRC here for season 6. Shib, do you think we get it even the odds? Do they take it? What's your prediction?
I'll tell you what, both teams have looked really good. There's been moments where there's been mistakes and stuff, but that's just bound to happen, right? So me personally, you know what? Take it to game 5 for us. It's our first game back. We're having fun with it. I'd like to see that, but I will say at the moment, it looks like Girl Bye is locked in. And I'll tell you what, people seem to love their team name in the chat. So shout out to them for coming up with something so catchy.
Yeah, hey, we appreciate all you guys hanging out and choosing your time, your valuable time to watch us here at the Marvel Rivals Championship to see these early sneak peek of what is going to come into Ignite. I think what's cool about this is if you're watching now, Shib, like you know, when we fast forward to June, July, it's like, oh, I remember watching them way back when they were just trying to figure things out back in, March.
Yeah, that's a cool idea, right? Like maybe you become a fan of a team now that makes it all the way into the scene and excels in the scene. Who knows, right? Because all the players that were found early on in this game are obviously, a lot of the pro players can't be here in this tournament right now because they're already in the scene. But what if you make a team, you make it through this MRC, you get up into the pro scene and you dominate? That's the definition of aura. That's the definition of a team clutching up and looking good doing it. And I'm looking forward to seeing if any of them can do it.
Yeah, it's the best part of esports, in my opinion. The game's great, the battles are great, but what really lasts for me is the players and the teams and kind of the identities that they make around them. Like, even when we look back, I could say a team like Ego Death, right? Like, if I say that to you, you kind of remember that team of what they were, and then we get new ones coming in and out. And so, who is this kind of new era and phase of year 2 and the teams to follow? That's what we're going to find out here early on, buddy. And right now, Cafe Rose and Girl Bye, which, man, can you imagine if Girl Bye is like a partner to Girl Bye, whatever. It just thinks, the future is hysterical either way. We always get fun names in the MRC, though.
That's it, man. And yeah, like you're saying, it is cool. You did kind of bring up in my head, like, I just can immediately start listing off players when you do say a team like that. When you say Ego Death, I immediately think of some of the big self plays and stuff like that. And that can happen now. And self, we might see him on a team in the pro scene. Not sure all the teams have announced their rosters yet, but that's the kind of thing that can happen. You show up here, you look good, you play well. Even if you struggle a little bit in the pro scene, you're a player that can excel. You might get picked up. So it's all about just constant performance and playing to the best of your ability in every single one of these matches.
And then if you're played in the MRI before and you're still playing in this, it means that, some of these teams that did qualify didn't re-sign you. So it's like, all right, now show what you have to go ahead and take another team and, kind of punch your ticket. So as a player individually, we also see that. And that's why we have some great players in here as well. But yeah, a lot of the fan favorites and names that you might know from either the top of the leaderboards, screenshots, social media, they will be at another day. But we find those teams that punch their ticket here now shortly. Again, now going into what could be the last map. We don't quite know. We're right up to it. Will be a domination, which, if you're looking back, Cafe Rose looked pretty good.
Yeah, it definitely looks strong. I believe we're going to be going to Burn and T'Challa, which is a very, consistent domination map. Folks love playing that map. It does have a lot of off-map potential as well. So we might see something there, at least on certain points of the map. And we begin the ban phase. Goodbye to Gambit. And that, to me, makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we called that out immediately, right? I was like, if you want to call a spade, it was that Wolf was really just felt like they had the stronger Gambit play altogether. And so we're going to get that out of there alongside Spider, which was a big difference maker for domination. We'll see if the save goes over to the tank pool, which I think they're probably more comfortable with. We saw obviously both Thanos and Lyric play to success. But hey, if you get rid of one, another makes it, and Cryatic is going to get his hands on Logan once again. And selfishly, I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, we will see what they do. Yeah, the lock-in of the Van Pool and that Wolverine, terrifying to me. We're going to see if they do remove that Spider-Man. I think Really Sticky looked great on the hero, but struggled a bit in the last map when they completely changed up comp. But getting rid of the Thing is one of those answers that they changed to that worked. So they are adapting in this ban phase now, Cafe Rose. looking to try to show up and take this back and push it the distance. Goodbye to Loki. So both of the biggest, I would argue the biggest threats right now in the backline at this level of play are removed. And then Invis should be shortly after in terms of just the quote unquote tier list.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing getting out of here as well, when you look at who even played the thing or what we've seen, Cryatic did play that when not having Wolverine. So obviously, I think he's going to be comfortable, with what they have moving forward. So that's why the ban's coming, I guess, from the opposition side. Again, these are global bans, so it's going to happen for both teams. Angela Play will be back as well. We saw Elozi, they played fantastic early on in Hell's Heaven. Last two bands coming up.
Yeah, and we are going to see Cloak, which you and I actually talked in the green room before this tournament. Are surprised. Like, we knew Cloak is very strong. We were surprised with how much they were getting banned out. Cloak and Dagger incredibly impactful right now. The recent change in making it so that they can either choose to use double of the Light Force walls or of using that Terror Cape or the essentially the Dark Side wall, where it gives them a damage boost, your team a damage boost on whoever's affected for a few seconds. And then being able to do that twice with some good coordination is always going to be a big threat, especially when you have something like Elsa Tree on that Elsa Bloodstone, which can just be, an absolute force.
Yeah, for sure. As the teams lock in and adjust to it. And yeah, again, with that Cloak and Dagger out of there, that's going to really change up everything that we saw. Loki gone too. So just kind of a fresh new line of strategists. Heck, we get even, maybe a Luna. I was like, there's no way. Luna, bit of a more tough spot at the moment. Borderline locking in the Invis suit. I mean, dude, we've talked about this. It's the shield, man. Guardian shield. You're effectively playing like a strategist that has like Vanguard health if they are able to use the shield to keep themselves alive. It's so tough to burst through that, through the survivability. Invis is on my list of like, I hate this hero, and going against it so many times. Just such a good one.
Yeah, it's just it has those cooldowns similar to like Loki crystals, but this time has a lot of just self-peel cooldowns, which make her a big threat, and just a 1v1 demon. She can win a lot of those trades with people that are diving her, because like you're saying, that Guardian Shield, that self-shield is a big problem. Although it was slightly reduced in terms of how fast it healed you back and just the total health, it still is going to be a huge force for keeping yourself up in the backline, which I don't think is necessarily a bad thing. I think you need a little bit of it. Oh, we might see a portal kidnap play here. As down goes some of those traps to set up to burn them immediately.
Yeah, we used to have Penny Parker. Now it's going to be the Elsa. And hey, we got a Cosmic Being at play in Domination. Adam Warlock makes the first appearance of today, really sticking in to show what they can do on the Golden God. And right away, Thanos is going to go ahead and start charging up that XP like an MMO, as Deadpool says best. Now going to go ahead and rotate over quickly. It's the Deadpool on Deadpool. Strange pushing up early as well at 55-60%. That's so early and often. Cryatic on the Ultron. We'll see how he decides to use the strategist in the backline here. Interesting choices so far here, Ship.
Yeah, I think one of the things me and you both kind of slept on is the Mantis getting through. Mantis getting through is going to enable these triple comps far more effectively. And if I'm going to be playing Ultron, I do want to have that damage boost because it does make him more threatening. But it's still tricky to go into something like that Vanguard pool, who is going to have that hit scan to kind of counter you alongside of, the Elsa Bloodstone, which is going to be a threat. So we'll see how it looks as they start up. But I'll tell you what, right now, Cafe Rose showing up again on Domination and getting point first.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see when you're down one and you played Domination to such success last time. Really sticky, about to have that res again, and with that mobility, it's so much better than we've seen in the past. Leo can go ahead and throw that out immediately, and it's upgraded, so you've got that rolling for you. No pressure to follow, though, but at least a little bit up to second. Gonna upgrade it right away, too. Always tricky here in the early rounds of Deadpool to kind of find that quick time to get that in. Cryatic now gonna have to shuffle out quickly as he's low on health. Nice spot for Tree, getting those deployables.
And here we go. Out goes Ultron's Rage towards the backline, and it is going to find one. Make it two, why don't you, Cryatic, with that damage boost, but falls to Lyric to trade it, but still, that is a huge trade. Oh, but the rest comes through from Really Sticky, and they're right back in the fight. Thanos going to find no binds, but he's back in as well, and that is a big return trade as they're still maintaining presence on point. That is the value of Warlock. Your team's got to be coordinated like this to make sure that they can use as many ults as possible and just negate it with one res. All these ults for naught, as they still have point 63% and climbing.
Yeah, Cryatic got that extermination out. Now he's going to go and exterminate himself there with the Logan play. Ooh, a downtown hit from Wolfels there. And finally going to get this point back. But yeah, great call. I'm telling you, when you look at pro teams, some of the heroes that stand out the most, Ultron, Mantis, I mean, these are heroes when you get things, Captain America, when you get that coordination and or pro level play, it's just going to do so much better than that general ladder. And you saw it right there. Kind of opened up the door for them.
Yeah, you'll see them typically play heroes like this in given circumstances. Like when triple's available, Mantis just becomes far better. You know, that damage boost on a duelist now is essentially turns him into just an alt machine and such a threat, especially with hit scan when you're looking over at auditories there. But we are going to see now some commitment of Eye of Agamotto. Out go a few shields, damage followed through. 1 HP and a dream. Down goes Cryatic as Lyric finds one, putting Cafe Rose up a number again. 30% almost in climbing here for Girl by. What a play there by Tree, who is just disgusting on this hero. Got to mention it again.
Man, talking about a dream, that Agamotto straight in the face of adversity. I don't know what they thought they were going to get out of it, and they didn't really need it, though, because they were able to at least get it back. But no, the point goes all the way up, touches back down. It's still going to be Girl by. It continues to hold on the sustain train, and now Tree going to... Look at this amount of flying. It's like early levels of Iron Fist in the helicopter, buddy. As Tree guys 1-2 with the Glartrox, and just like that, man, that is what shows the lethal of the elephant gun in the new hero. If you're just now coming into Season 6, dude, you're like, what the hell did I watch?
That was the cleanest combination I think I've ever seen. That was a 5-piece right there without missing a single shot. That is exactly what you just witnessed. That was insane. But yeah, Tree really showing up here on this Elsa, and once again trying to climb that 22 elimination mark that we saw on map 1 or 2. Can't even remember at this point as they retake now point. Auditories on an off angle. Glartrox goes out, finds one, tries to call it back, but it does go down. Is still going to get that pick though. That is huge. I think through the ult, so massive value.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the biggest things about Elsa is, you know, you got triple strat, all these, you know, huge strat ults, but when you have that to push respect right out of that boundary and then you get rid of them, it's such a huge way to keep yourself out of harm's way, right? That's why these kind of mobile ults are going to be so huge here. And Tree, can we just keep the cam on this guy? Absolutely perfection when it comes to, look, forcing even the Deadpool ult, right? It's like, all right, this guy's popping off. We get the strategist ship. There's the Agamotto to follow. And Cafe Rose looking like they're going to clean up point 1 if they can get this going a little longer.
Yeah, it has just been back and forth, though, but like you're saying, still holding on, trying to clean up at this point. Lyric going to get onto the back line and is able to find it, and I will say this should go Rose's way. At this point, numbers are dwindling. OT goes down, and they do take map 1 here on domination, trying to push this thing the distance.
You know, you say Rose's way. I say Rose. I don't know why I keep saying Rose. Maybe it's just
blind guy.
It's going. You know, maybe after cast. But no, you know, listen. I've got to point out, Cafe Tree right now. The Elsa work has just been phenomenal. Full team effort, but really impressed there. And sticking with it, clutch ults as well, just to erase all the progress being made. You know, good play from Girl by. And again, we talked about this early on, man. It could be a game of game modes, right? And just really having a plan. And some teams play a bit better when it's just chaotic like this, and Cafe Rose showing exactly that.
Yeah, domination does a good job of, you know, sometimes, I'm not going to say all the time, but it does show you who has the more effective comms, who can really cut through, not overcommit ultimates, make sure, like, for example, like, you know, shout out, like you said, for Cafe Rose in general, really sticky with some huge ults, and using that Adam ult, and everybody just committing, and then Girl by using maybe just a few too many. Once Sticky had already ulted, and they got, you know, essentially a 3-for-1 trade in that fight in terms of ultimate advantage, and that is massive as a Warlock-based team. And here comes the portal onto the back line. Is this able or going to be able to work out? They're going to drop back, and that's a huge Glartrox that finds a few, and they do take out 2, 3, make it 4. Huge Tree pick.
Absolutely disgusting for the Apex Predator there. Getting everything you need from it. Wolfos can escape as Jeff, but can't even get the joyful splash to keep the team up and healthy. It's a quick cap back over to Cafe Rose, and that just gives them so much advantage. They don't have to play at all with nothing but momentum, buddy. They've got now the invisible boundary. They can go aggressive here, Sticky as well. They want to choose to go that route to see what they choose to do.
And we will see, like you said, ultimate advantage slightly in the favor of Cafe Rose, at least for the moment, but that'll end here shortly as Wolfos and Borderline do have ult available now. Lyric able to find one early on onto the backline, doing exactly what you need to do here. Playing much like Thor, just kind of playing your own game and constantly being annoying to the backline, escaping with your double dash cooldowns, using your shield, using that damage reduction. You just have so much in your tool belt, and that's going to be another pick, this time from no binds onto Cryatic. And out goes Bond and some more. Shriek gets a 2-piece.
Man, just perfect play, man. And Bond's showing, I mean, hey, it's the Vanguard Hunter, but he's going to hunt that back in return and nailed every bit of that combo there from early. Looking to look like Season 0 Strange, man, back in those whip days. Man, that was like Alpha Beta, actually, if you remember the crazy Strange things you could pull off. But Either way here, Tree going to go ahead and just continue that dash and that continued pressure and poke, buddy, from afar.
And we will see a Glardrox available here. Is that Apex Predator going to get value? Going to hold on for now, trying to find something to, you know, it's honestly pretty strong utilization into things like Invisible Boundary. And there's that combination again by Cryotic. Doing it once more and able to find two in the sky. Just a little bit of a flashback there, a little deja vu to what we saw earlier on, the time in Central Park. Because Sticky's going to res them right back, though.
He does it so quick, and I got to tell you how hard that is. It makes it look so easy, but that hitbox is so wonky. We were talking about this earlier, and it's just such a good way to open it up for your team. But either way, it's going to be Cafe that just react to it perfectly, man. And down goes the Elsa. And even with such a huge opening, then don't break. It's looking disgusting right now.
Yeah, Cafe Rose cannot be stopped. They are looking so clean. This composition is exactly what they needed, as they might take this thing 100-0. They do. Cafe Rose is going to push this thing the distance, going back-to-back here. Domination champions. And we are going to see who takes this entirety of this matchup up in the next map. Wow.
Yeah, you knew exactly. You called it. Hey, whenever we cast, we always get up to the highest levels of the best ofs, and this one being 5, so we will get the match 5s, and Tree just absolutely putting on a performance. Also such a dominant hero in the meta, but to make it look that easy is insane. And I think we could just see it right there, man. When you get two of them out so quickly and it just does not change the result, the inevitable. Not Thanos this time, but going to be Tree there beside a Cafe. So when you look at the final stats, man, obviously this one's going to be a little bit one-sided. Almost all combined there in the top of final hits. It's going to go over to Tree.
Yeah, I mean, Tree's stat line is just disgusting. 18k damage. Next closest being 14 from Auditories and the LC in the opposition, but only 3 finals over there to the 15 that Tree had. I will say, you know, this team looks very strong on that triple composition. I have no doubt we will see a ban out of maybe Mantis in the next lineup to try to shut that down. But again, it's about mode, right? We're gonna see over here as they head towards convergence, you know, what the map selection is and if they're comfortable, because Grow By looked a lot better outside of domination. Is that going to be their ticket? Is it just that they do not play well in domination comparatively, or is it more about these bans?
Yeah, no, that's a good call out. And honestly, want to highlight Pixel there because, yeah, the difference of the Mantis compared to what I saw in the Gambit was massive. I think they're going to stick with the Gambit ban, have to go with that because you don't want to allow that to go in. Then do we get the Mantis in response? And then what does that open up, right? It's that chess match over and over. We'll continue to see in this one the most important. Obviously, they're not up for elimination, but still the path is that much harder when you get pushed down to the lower with plenty of great teams here in round 10. Remember, guys, the top teams will be going into Marvel Rivals Ignite, so cash money, it's a big thing, but pride and being a part of something special, whole nother.
Yeah, it is going to be, you know, there's a lot riding on you as a team right now, and I can't imagine the stress, especially as you get...
Day in the round 10, buddy. It's been a fun one. We were just talking, we were like, all right, who do you got? Do you want to talk about it? We're both like, man, it's so close because how dominant Cafe Rose looks in domination, but we're both kind of looking maybe towards Girl Bye because how strong they've been. Tree's a problem on Elsa, buddy. This is going to be a tough one.
It is going to, yeah, it's tough, man. It's definitely going to be a heater either way, but Girl Bye has looked more dominant in Convoy and Convergence, and that's where I'm going to put my money right now, just simply because, you know, the domination, I'll tell you what, Cafe Rose on domination looks it's just like leaps and bounds stronger, especially with that comp they're just running. But, you know, on the other side of the coin, Girl Bye on those other modes look decidedly better as well. So I'm going to stick with them on this one, but I'm with you, man. It is an absolute toss-up heading into our final game here between these two teams for our very first one of the night.
Yeah, I'm looking at both because player-wise, too, like Respect has played great Loki games, obviously Sticky and what they've done, but it's going to be neck and neck. I think overall, I might get the small edge to Girl Bye. Let's see where it goes. My guess is Midtown. If I were to take a stab, I think it's going to go Midtown. We don't know as of this exact second, but if I'm going to be, you know, Girl Bye, that's where probably I feel most confident. Although Central Park came down to the absolute wire as well. We were talking like, do you think they ban Elsa? Well, I'm not sure. I think, you know, they've played really well on both sides outside of that last map. So Gambit's obviously banned, but other than that, might be a question mark.
And we might see, it depends on like where it could land. It could be in that convergence map there, the Wakandan convergence map. It's escaping my brain for some reason at this moment, but we might see that play because that lends itself into that dive composition that they like to run, at least for the side of Cafe Rose. Maybe there might be long lines of sight there for Girl Buy as well, which they do great in those situations. So it's on the table when you're looking at convergence, but we will find out in a moment where it goes as we head into game 5, folks. The map, I'm not sure it is yet. It's popping up shortly on our
Spider
screen.
Island. Yeah, we're both wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, we're both wrong. It's Spider Island, of course. We're both wrong, which is definitely a fun map for the way these two teams have been playing. So Spider-Man gets through. We know what he can do here. I think Elsa's got a lot of movement that she can use through her. I mean, man, the amount of high ground you can get on quickly with the dash, the reset, and get that constant poke. Like Tree is always doing something on Elsa. I think that's what is so important in this game, is always be doing something to help you or your team, and getting that little bit of damage in was perfected by them.
Yeah, your actions per minute, because like every two seconds you have the dash available, which enables you to use that rifle at range, and you're just constantly peppering, whether it's the front line or the back line, if any opportunity you can, just squeak in damage, then get that Glartrox ready and use that Apex Predator to off-map them, especially here at Spider Islands. You were talking about this, another one of those locations with a ton of off-map potential. So a lot of these heroes they both like to play are definitely on the table.
Yeah, this is a nasty map in general for like Invis, the Glartrox, and maybe heck even Angela. We see that come at the very end typically. Yeah, I think point 2, this might be my favorite point 2 map. I think it's always just right there, so thin. Usually when point 2's capped, point 3 is done as well. So point 2 is the real map to watch through as soon as they get through the gates here at Spider Island. But let's see what we go with the first ban. Spider not going to make it in his own hometown court. You kind of have to get rid of that, man, if you're going to have to deal with the sticky webs and Gambit to follow. So the two kind of, I would say, icons of this matchup are gone.
Yeah, I think Spider-Man plays great at this map. This is one of those maps with a ton of height to set up, a lot of that setup we were talking about before for the dive compositions, and then just a ton of availability to off-map and just displace them into locations that can't be seen. So goodbye there. Going to force potentially into that triple. The question is now, are we going to see Girl Buy try to read what that triple could be and try to shut it down prior, whether it's the Mantis, maybe the Atom, but we're going to see the lock-in here for the Wolverine as well, which has looked very, very clean from Cryatic.
Yeah, Cryatic is happy to get the Wolf, as well as getting the tank pull in here. So we're getting very similar of what we've seen with the Invis ban, though. That does change a couple of ways to play around the map, even Strange's involvement from time to time, and just having to worry about a bit less in overall value. Going to get clobbering time out of here, too. And we saw Cryatic go from Ultron to the Wolf. Thing was not available. Thing played just, I think Thing is very solid right now and kind of underrated at times. But Elsa makes it, bud.
Yeah, I think that's surprising to me because but both teams have strong Elsas. I think we've been highlighting Tree because the MVP play and just a ton of finals, upwards of 20 multiple times, which is obviously insane. But Auditories is a great Elsa player as well. We've seen consistent back and forth across the board. So, maybe they don't identify it as much of a problem. And I could see that. I think Thing does a great job in these compositions of, really when you have strong, team communication, you can just prioritize a target, and having that damage boost on those specific targets in those moments can win you fights. Also, the shutdown of the dive they like to run is a big problem. So just identifying what they want as a strength and making sure there is no counter to it, or at least not as much of a counter. It looks like Sticky will be playing that at him.
And I'm actually all about these bans. These are a lot of fun, kind of different comps with the Cloak on Loki as well. And so Mantis going to make it through, as we just pointed out, and going to kind of force that comp because it went so well for them in the obviously on domination there. And we talked about Angela making an appearance on this map, just so much mobility and able to get in and out of corridors and obviously get the off maps when needed. No Blind's going to go over to the Venom, which has Sticky on the Daredevil. And we only saw that very briefly on Central Park before the quick Strange swap, and then kind of that was it, right? So we don't really know how tested Matt Murdock is or Sticky. He believes, and we will follow. Girl Buy, though, going to be the first on the offensive push, and we'll see what they lock in here, buddy. I like the Angela play, though.
Yeah, me too. I think this is a great map for Angela, no doubt, especially point 2 on the attack. You take and own the height and just constantly pepper them, and then you have escape routes because there's buildings in the sky for you to dance around. We are going to see the rocket play, at least for a moment, just to give Cryatic that super jump and try to get an early off map, or at least drive them directly onto the back line. And yep, and there goes the early fastball special from Elazi, who will be making that switch after the fact. So this is a set play here. Let's see if it works.
Absolutely. Good call, I'd say, on the quick swaps. And look at him just flying through the air. This guy absolutely has abilities I don't have. He got the Adam Warlock buff and can fly with ease. Going to break through that environment. Love watching the environment. You can break it. Goes for the quick on the top. Knows exactly where he's going to be. Going to have to break out of there. But, man, that awareness. Absolutely level 99 for this guy. He's going to go ahead and rotate back to the team. And good survival there from Cafe.
Yeah, you know, it was kind of just a really good play in terms of knowledge of the, the Wolverine was coming, so playing closer towards the back line didn't. Oh, wait, as I'm saying, this potential off-map ball. Great work there by Invis with the force physics to save. Again, the communication from this team looking lights out. Still going to stay healthy, but losing that passive for the Wolverine is big value as they press forward. One more. Auditory is going to find one. This time, the first time out of Lyric, now looking towards No Binds, who's heading towards the back line. But we see a second and third pick here as they're in a dicey situation, able to escape there. Really sticky with like 5 HP.
Dude, without Invis in here, what the hell was that? That stopped that momentum, right? Wasn't it weird?
Oh, wait.
Like, it kind of just quit on the dime, and I'm looking at the mobility push there. Obviously, things happen at a quickly split, but we'll have to look closer. Girl by, though, might continue. No, I know. It's interesting all with that, because dash can't be performed, but with Wolfos now, with that ult, man, they're going to be able to really use the Sia to just continue this, and with the Glartrox on one side, the other's going to come out as well. It's going to be a monster fight of the Apex Predator shortly, but no, Girl by going to hold on to it, feeling confident without it.
Yeah, no, great call there. I assumed it was Force Physics by the way it looked, but it actually must have been, from my understanding, a Jet right click, which would have been a disgusting pick if we got to get a glance at that. It has to be in, from my understanding of what had displaced as Auditory finds one. Woofles able to bring Borderline back in the fight on that Luna. And there's another pick here from Woofles on the Rocket, and that, that chain gun, excuse me, does some serious damage. Out goes the Sia, and it gets exploded instantaneously, but is the value enough? A huge last stand there by Cryatic, finds two, and both of which are on the front line.
Wow, what a huge hit there from Cryatic that we continue to see now, just slicing and dicing. 2.95 for the finish, just hunting the rest of them here and getting a little stagger to follow. I was thinking just trying to get up that wall and away, but yeah, get it done in time. Quick res, keep this thing at least a little interesting, and what he does best. Venom getting that sustain on. Respect finds the pick. Respect's always involved with these long sustains. Nearly getting it done, but no, Girl by is going to say goodbye for point one.
That was really clean. They are going to do so with a minute 30 roughly on the clock. Portal is gone as they slowly stagger to the point to try to buy as many seconds as they can. And this is what you're looking for from a team. Can the dive come back in from Venom even after the freeze? No, it cannot. So that is a huge stagger there on the No Binds, giving them a few meters before Venom is back onto that back line. But the ults are available as well. Once more, for Girl by.
Absolutely. Here, looking towards point two. This is where I said things get interesting. Now as we continue to look on, Curry doing so much in these matches before. They continue to break that early, get those sight lines, look for that right part of the map. No Bind's going to try to get that pick off. Both Angelas, though, going to be looking for some action now. And there's a quick Sia to get things started for Girl by.
Yeah, as we start again, Wolfos launching that Sia, as mentioned. Not going to commit with the Apex Predator there from Auditories. You see really Sticky's going to be playing the Ultron now. We see more Ultron in this tournament than I would have expected in that moment. Staying back safely now. The Sia going to be gone. This side of Girl by will have ult advantage. Here comes commitment from Lyric onto the backline. Huge play there as Borderline goes down. Very tricky and very difficult to escape. Deadpool, when that ult is available and utilized. Still holding on to that Apex Predator as they do have the space. They don't need to commit too much right now. Great patience here for the side of Cafe Rose on defense.
Already now keeping this thing rolling their direction. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Girl by, though, has every single Q needed. Here's the extermination early from Sticky with the boost to follow from Pixel. Trying to find some value, but really just push back completely. Even with the offensive push, and No Bind finds the best of Angela. We go ahead and try to continue this push on with the Glartrox to aid. He's back with it, but nothing to follow because the show is keeping things healthy. Even with that damage boost, Shib, I'm shocked I didn't get anything from that.
Yeah, me either. As we see Pixel now on the off angle, he's going to find one, maybe two here. Good work on that play, using that Sia again to get value, and this time from Respect. And they do clean up everyone. Girl by got to reset one more time. 2 minutes on the clock for them. They did have some time on that first push. It's going to enable a few more fights. It's all about their next ult fight. Cryatic, though, with that last stand. It's been a problem in the past. Will it continue to be a problem in the future? As that is likely what we're going to see next as the big play.
Absolutely good call out here, buddy. Now as Tree rotates back up, looking for that quick hit and pick on the one wing now. Going over there to Sia, going up in the air with that great sustain and pushover. We continue to see this from Tree. Finds Cryatic in the back, who was going to get a full feast, but instead comes up empty. And look at this great spacing, allowing them to get a little bit of this push, but maintaining no picks with it, man. And wow, just perfected play. There goes massive pick there. Loza really opened things up when we saw map 1 and continues to do so.
And here goes the next crucial fight. Looks like Thanos is able to find one on a picks, make it a 2 pieces. Lozzy now cleans up respect after that huge ultimate there on the front line, and down goes no binds once more. Looks like Girl Bye is going to get this necessary space, but we're heading toward, final fight territory, where after these picks come through, we will be seeing portal plays. Sticky does have Rage of Ultron available, auditories with the End Song Inferno, but the question is which gets more value. Tree with the Apex Predator now, and here goes the commitment for really Sticky, looking directly towards the back line, finds one on the auditories, makes that 2 now onto Woofles, and a 3rd from Lyric onto Cryatic, and that is a massive start to this play. They need to reset and start once more with the last 30 seconds. It's all about potentially shutting down this portal.
100%, and they didn't use anything or everything, right? Only Sticky had to use the extermination, and from that point, they still have plenty in the arsenal for the last fight now, which it was looking like the last one, but they got the pick so early, Ship, with 13 seconds left. Here we go, and we've got some behind the lines. They're going to have to come all together and join us one as Angel flies in the sky. It's the fight of the Angels. Now a heavenly battle as Tree has a huge Larkox that can break the difference. The show goes on. Down goes the Insong. Wow. The combination hits. Pixel's gone. And just like that, undefeatable, no more.
Sometimes that's all the value you need. A huge Larkox though as Tree takes out 2. A 3rd goes down from no binds. Asia gets committed as Woofles is going to rise back. Cryatic Tree with another pick though. And this is now looking Cafe Rose's favor as they get another and one more. But Thanos able to find one. Doesn't matter, not for long as Lyric takes out a Lozzy. The portal needs to come in now, but I'm not sure it can as OT ticks down. Can they get there, folks? I do not believe they can. What a hold on point 2.
Did we just kind of see the same thing that happened way back in Dom 1 where we had 2 strategists alive? You even saw them. They were pushed forward. I would have portaled if I was one of them, right? And then just have the rotation to try to get the touch happening. By that point, it was too long, too much. But either way, really solid, clean play. What did I tell you, though? This is always the same on point 2 on this part of the map. You see plenty of holds here because of the way point 1 usually shakes out. And so, job's not done. Really good defensive effort there. We can totally do and match the same. And we'll see if just that is what happens. Same song and story as Central Park. This is it, folks. Winner moves on. Loser goes down to the lowers. What an absolute battle of these 2 Titans in the MRC. It's been a fun one.
Yeah, this has been a ton of fun to be a part of, no doubt. And yeah, I'm with you. I think the portal's good. The thing that's like kind of hidden about the portal is you play it. I think a lot of folks climbing ladder put the portal in the sky and allow the team to drop down. I'll tell you what, it's not really the play. Try to put it facing backwards on the point and use it as a wall. And potentially, if that wall's there, maybe we don't see the Glartrox come in and get 3 and pretty much guarantee the fight win because they just were brought to 1 HP in an instant. But if you have that wall there, maybe the Glartrox doesn't land. But outside of that, they got to the point. At least it worked. They just could not win the fight. Shout out on the defense there. But we will see if Cafe Rose can get to that point in point 2.
And Cryatic even doing the bunny hop out of point with Wolverine. We burned 5 abilities to get like just a second more of movement. You got to love the little things that these mains know when they're playing their favorites. And really Sticky flying through the air.
That was clean.
Superhero. That was clean, but to find nothing. They did not find him. There's the double jump and no stop this time. Does not get the kidnap though. That's the difference. A perfected wolf play. Passive not popped yet. 156, 89 passives there. And just like that, gonna go off. And sometimes you try to find death yourself as Wolverine to conserve that passive. Really Sticky, just in a sticky situation to say the least.
Yeah, and it's going to be matched right back this time by Cryatic, who's trying to get the trade and makes that one work out. Almost a 2-piece. It is a 2-piece now, saying I am a Logan, and is able to get some value as Respect brings back no binds, though, with the BRB.
Yeah, one's Lady Deathstrike, one's Wolverine, and I will take Cryatic right now in this situation. You X-Men fans here are going to go ahead and get that reduction going on, that undying animal. Looking for more here. I think Girl Bye is doing a fine job, but giving up a lot of space, even with some of these picks they have. This is a good buy to Deadpool.
Yeah, it's huge. That was a huge pick early on. If you get them right off the ledge like that, the animation of you standing up from the tackle won't give you time to use the cooldown to jump back on map. So Clean play there. Elazi holding the height exactly like we discussed. Playing Angela in the moon and coming down around these buildings to get value and consistently being annoying. Elazi, shout out on the sticks again on these controller players. One of these heroes that's very strong on the sticks is going to be the Angela here. Seen some strong plays so far. Will we see an off map shortly? Angela battle in the sky right now as everybody just got a poking back and forth. But the tackle gets won by Lazi, who tries to find the pick, and it does not come through, but is asserting dominance in that moment.
Clawing club over here in the skies of the Angels. But yeah, huge pick there early for the Deadpool. He was trying to get that Vanguard tank pull ult there on the back line, but Lazi going to find yet again Sticky's Ultron, tough hero to play right now against this. This defensive hold from Girl Bye is looking all that part. And they've got Cryatic mixed with Borderline. Going to go ahead and use the defense early. There's that damage boost, but we see what Tree can do. He's doing it again. Finds two easy, and it's two big ones at that. That's going to pretty much wrap up this point. Girl Bye, will you swap over to that Strange and try to get that last touch?
They should have time to make that happen here. Don't know that they need the touch, but they might. We are going to not... Yeah, we are going to see it as Auditory switches over to Strange. It's going to be the last millisecond play, and it is there. And now goes to Sia to match it right back. But this time, it's going to be in the side of Cafe Rose with respect. Can they get value out of it? It looks like they will. Good play there by Tree again. Respect able to find one. Another falls. This time from Sticky. The res coming through on the Auditories, I do not believe will be enough, as this will be a 0.1 capture unless they can clutch in this moment. Borderline able to find one, but the portal is gone now. It's all about who's left on point.
That was a tough decision, right? It's like, do we go in and continue to feed? But we got the pick, and you saw right there as the portal closed, just a little too late. And yeah, going in when you had the swap over from a DPS to Strange, you always lose something, right? When you go to Strange, unless it's the Vanguard on the play. At that point, losing all that DPS really came back to bite him. Instinct all the way up for Tree, who has just absolutely put on a show these last two matches. Looking for more, and the Glartrox is ready to come right back out. That Apex Predator has been out to play today, folks, as Tree now has it ready. As 3 minutes, 12 seconds to not move much. Shit, this is going to come down to the wire as always.
We will see here. This could be a huge Apex Predator moment with the off-map potential off on the left, and that's why you see these teams fighting in building on the right side to give themselves a better chance of holding on through the chaos. Here comes a tackle, and a Lazi again on top on the no binds. Going to be able to find that pick, pulling him off map in that moment. The res comes through though. Not as much value, but it's still a big cooldown to get rid of before this next fight.
And there's the Glartrox, and we're going to go ahead and get at least one. And the Lazi's a big one at that because it can stop the Vanguard from keeping that point from moving, getting picks at it as well. No buy's going to find Borderline. And just like that, it's going to be Cafe going to take this thing to one more fight. See how they stagger from here, but this point moves quickly around these corners. Last fight, 2 minutes, 25 seconds. They can push through and win here, and they've got a couple things in their arsenal with that Mantis ult there, Shiv.
Yeah, that is an answer. At least right now, Borderline having one as well. The damage boost combination with Auditories could be huge, where you are going to switch to damage and allow that Phoenix to get big potential in terms of KOs. We'll see if that one works. Out goes early on with the Resurgence. The team is pressing forward. Match right back with the dance floor by Luna. Will that get value? No, Bynes able to find one on Woofles, getting some back. And that's a huge start here for Bynes, who's looking now towards the back line, trying to find this. Ooh, great sleep there from the Mantis, the side of picks. Is that going to be enough to keep them going, though? The point is all that matters here.
Pretty much a match saving sleep, but it won't matter if Heaven's falling down. And there goes Borderline No Binds now showing what they can do on the One Wing Angel. And just like that, when you get the 2-for-1 with the rocket down first, that is all you need. And Cafe Rose, they won that first map. And folks, they will win the last one as we end our best of 5 between these two teams. Shib, Cinema.
Yeah, that was a heater. Cafe Rose, though, that was just their match to lose. They were winning a lot of those fights decidedly. Some big plays there by Tree, as is tradition at this point on that Elsa. It was always a problem. A lot of neutral fighting. What do you know? An MVP could have saw that one coming, looking disgusting. Shout out also to Sticky playing things like Ultron and getting value. A lot of big ultimates there on the Ultron, which you don't see as much in this current meta.
Absolutely. Girl bye to the winner's bracket and just making that journey a little bit more tough here. And yeah, I mean, listen, we've kind of been highlighting the whole time, but DPS play between both teams, Audit's been doing good as well there and kind of matched the Elsa play a lot. That's why we were kind of shocked, though, that it did get through. And the Phoenix combinations happened well, but you got to admit it, at the pick ban phase, I think Cafe was pretty happy with what was allowed in and out. And overall, I was also impressed. Elazi had very solid Angela plays, but man, no binds at the end. Really perfected what was needed.
the clutch moments, right? That's all that matters. And what I will say, it seems like these teams, at least, I don't know, it's back and forth in the triple composition, but it did look like Cafe Rose just had a stronger triple backline comp, and they just kept winning when those compositions were matched, excuse me.
And listen, if there's like one thing I would circle as a coach, I'd just say like overall between the matches, like the strange portals, whether they weren't there at all or just kind of like the execution of them. Even at that last one, it's like, do we go in? We got the fit. I mean, there's just always something there with strange portals, which is a huge part of this game, and when to when to use them, when to abuse them, and definitely saw one team do a little bit better than the other. But I will tell you this: if I'm in the lower bracket, I'd be like, I don't think I want to play Girl Bye. They look pretty solid, so definitely a good team that we might see again.
Yeah, Girl Bye. It's not bye yet. I'll tell you that much. They're still very much in this, and they're a team that could have won that for sure. That was up to, whoever performed going all the way to game 5. Again, just to reiterate, I think in terms of the triple comp, or when they're running that triple back line, it just looked like Cafe Rose was the better team comp in there. So maybe the ban phase changes up in the future and they try to eliminate that from the field. They were looking very solid in the more traditional comps. But that being said, what a banger for game 1, buddy. That was a ton of fun to witness.
Game 1, I know, it's like, we were looking at all of round 10. We have, so much to look through, and it's like, wow, if that's the way this one shakes out, I hope the rest do as well. And again, I'm kind of keeping my eyes on certain players. Tree has officially made his name into the list of my Word document of people to watch in the scene. I always, have to watch these certain players of what they do, and, excited to see in the duelist department. I think it's easy to highlight duelists, so I always look for other roles, but yeah, definitely stood out there. But buddy, we got some other bangers coming up.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what our next matchup is going to be. But yeah, I like the idea of just like keeping track of some of these names, seeing who is playing some of these heroes at the top level. I think it does a good job of teaching folks who are maybe watching this tournament on how to play the hero properly and when ults are effective and when they're kind of being more patient and how their flow looks while they're playing. You saw Tree consistently using movement and constantly firing towards the backline to get a little bit of value in terms of getting that ult charge even quicker. But we're going to
round 10 of this MRC season 6. We just saw Cafe Rose advance and continue on their dream. Next up, we go to an awesome matchup between two great teams, Shib. Shikigami versus Nova. Nova being Loon X Gaming, a team both stacked full of players.
Yeah, this is going to be another heater. These two teams, we've seen their names for a while now. I'm just curious to see who comes out on top. I'll tell you what, that first game went down to the wire. I have no doubt this could do the exact same thing. Imagine if we got 2 game 5s for our first games. And goodbye to Daredevil. I don't think you and I have seen that ban out first just yet.
No, not at all. And this has definitely been a matchup people had circled on their tournament bracket. Two great teams, and I mean, we just talked about Ego Death from last year with Somble, the Venom, and Thing able to play with Self. Well, he's going to be over there on the side of Shikigami, and then Nova just stacked full of elite talent. Lunex, they do not sign people unless they think they are elite. So this is our team put together. Both these Titans ready to clash. Elsa and Daredevil both not going to make their appearance, but we do get a little bit of gambling. We can say gambits, but either way, Rogue probably.
There's Royal Flush. Yeah. No, you got flush. That's all it is. As we see now, the lock-in of Vanguard pool. We talked about the strength of that hero. We'll get some play here. Another one of those heroes that can pressure Gambit in that ultimate, and that's kind of the idea of what you want from your structure of a team when you're going into this comp. Because if you do take out Gambit in ultimate, it's almost a guaranteed team fight win because it's obviously going to be matched right back. And we will see here in a moment who the next ban is as we head into our final lock as well for either side.
All right, now as we look at that ban, Loki always being one you have to follow right from it. And we saw Rogue previously after the Star-Lord as the last one. So again, getting rid of those two just must-ban situations. Loki, I still think, just overall the best strategist in this game because it forces, your other strategists to play one of the other great options, and then you continue to just use it and abuse either double cloaks or double gambits in this case. Rogue saved, though. Hey, man, we got our first... First look at the Southern Brawler, and excited for that. I mean, buddy, how about you talk about that team up and why it takes Rogue, from my opinion, something like a B-tier hero up to top of the game. Absolute insane sustainability.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. A beautiful call out there. I think this team up before Rogue unlocks and unleashes her potential, every single one of your attacks now becomes an AoE circle damage dealer. So if you use things like your kick cooldown and you launch that kick, which already pierces through a team, not only will it affect everybody with that initial burst of damage, but then everyone gets affected by the circle AoEs from each individual hero. So you can do things like take out the backline in 2 kicks instantly if they're grouped up enough. It just enables her to fly and gain that ultimate super quickly, but it also keeps her just more of a threat in everything that she does. But then outside of all of that, a huge advantage of playing Rogue is you now have your ultimate to where you can dive towards that Gambit and stop him from ulting if you're on top of him quick enough. You press that Q and immediately start draining that ult resource so you can ensure that your team is up in every single one of those fights.
Yeah, hold that W even more so. And when you're kind of in the ladder regular without, team coordinated play, it just helps you live way more. Whereas now with coordinated play, if you combine that with the lethality of that backline, you can absolutely do work here, as Ritas is going to be floating the Iron Fist, which we have seen them play that before. So we'll see if we see some Lin Lee action. A whole different set of comp than what we just went through. So Punisher, if you guys have just either just now coming in, we didn't see Thing, Rogue, Punisher. Penny is only going to be for a hot second, maybe for the Mind Pull. But either way, buddy, this is a cool comp as we open up in Wakanda.
Yeah, I love to see this start. Yeah, we're looking like a potential portal kidnap play coming into fruition here for the side of Nova. See if that is the design, and then you actually use Invis there from Logan. If nobody gets kidnapped, you can try to pull them in with that force physics, and it does the same thing. And I have been on the receiving end of that before, and that is tough to handle because you thought you avoided it, and next thing you know, you get pulled right into the mix once more. And here goes the kidnap potential. See if it works out. Not a bad location, as it is very hallway oriented, but doesn't look like anyone's getting caught just yet.
Absolutely. With the Elsa Mine, too, even more dangerous tools that we just saw can come to play. And go ahead and use that to rotate here onto the point immediately. And I like that because you have the situation to be aggressive if you want to, or just make a movement play for positioning. And here we go. Wedding dress and all for the X-Men. Going to go ahead and push that aggression right away. You can see that team up on the C ready to get pressed here. And it's going to be Sombo, the player we know from previous Ignite. Really great player. See how he's evolved over the last year, and opening up with the show as if he goes down first.
It's almost really good in the front line, even playing things like Venom, but is going to be here on the Magneto to try to counteract a little bit of that Punisher play. Or excuse me, there is no Punisher on that side, just to keep himself a little more sustainable and try to find that Meteor M potentially on the Gambit. One goes down there from the side of Tigo of Nova, and now Shikigami's up in number and in percentage here on the point at 20%.
I mean, listen, not to talk about one player too much, but I mean, do you remember the emotion from Sombo when advancing? And like, I remember this moment early on, and it's something I want to see. Listen, if you played well last year, great, but I want to see how you evolve as a player, because I remember young team, young mistakes, and see if they can put this together now as what I would say Shikigami looking towards as a leader for this team. Logan get to go ahead, though, and open things up as Swag goes down with a quick pick. Tones finds that follow-up as well, and it's going to be the Gambit ult for one side of Nova to get their success, but you're going to have that rotation happen quickly for Shiki, which is going to spell trouble, buddy, because they just got the point cap. We got a lot coming at them here.
Yeah, Nova did commit the Raging Royal flush there, which is, it's a good thing for them to take that. And they didn't commit too much outside of that. So that is some smart play against Shiki right now, up 50% in charge. But they got the point back relatively quickly. Forced out that ultimate throw relatively early here from Logan. Matched right back, but a little too late as Zero goes down. And I can't stress how valuable that is with the Raging Royal flush available. Tico finding one, Scarlet on another. And what a fight here by Nova. Looking tried and true and winning, even without committing too much. Still going to hold on to 3 ultimates after using that Meteor M from Tico.
Cryatic was the Logan last match, but it's Logan truly making the difference, buddy. I mean, that was such a huge early pick that just completely swapped that team fight into their favor and brought them at least to be able to match the point. I mean, stuff like that if you can pull off together, it doesn't matter what you have available in the arsenal. Picks are so important. If he's going to go and take that top rope, you would think Shiki has... Okay, they're going to pop it early here, and there it is. The Punisher, the judge, the jury. Let's see what he can find from it. Sombo gets one, and this is what we expected from that last fight.
Yeah, Swag and Zero going to find 1 or 2 and 3. Here comes Rimey, committing heavily with the ult. and they're still maintaining the idea that they could hold on to this point, it looks like, for Shiki, but I'm not sure if that was necessary fully. It looks like they are going to sweep up the rest with a shotty here. Clean play by Cessna, who's going to find, I believe, 3 or 4 in that fight on the back of the final judgment with that Raging Royal Flush. That combination is dirty, right alongside the Galactic Legend from Starlord, both of which just a lot of damage output. And remember, every time you use the Gambit Ult, every 0.5 seconds, you will deal 20% of the damage that you just did to that target. And down goes Swag, getting tackled by Tone.
Yeah, and what that does is when you had that mistake of getting picked early, it allowed Scarlet to get that ult right back and now fight very quickly for the point retake. And man, nothing more scary than Lin Lee with the cards. Goodness gracious, as he continues to float around and instead just does it the old-fashioned way with the keep it down hard. Scarlet going to get one from it, but right now it is just that point hanging on by a thread for Shikigami.
Tico is going to... Ooh, if he's able to find Reverse there and Redis on a 0 meta, they retake this point after 90% there for Shiki. This is going to be an absolute battle like we're talking about. No ults available here for Shiki in this next fight, but they're working on getting that Gambit, and that will be very much ahead of Scarlet with that Raging Royal Flush. The question is, can Nova counteract it? Tones is going to start up here, reducing some of that ult charge onto the back line. Is that going to be enough to maintain presence? Yes, if he finds one onto Cessna, and the start here for Nova now, trying to maintain this point at 90% and climbing.
Wow, absolutely beautiful focus. Camera was not out for Iffy, but didn't need it as they continue to target that Punisher. And then push through from it. And there's the Gambit ult to follow. Going to go to get that quick pick as Tones now finds it. And Redis just doing the 1-2 Kung Fu and gets himself the pick. And what a beautiful statement from Nova as they now retake. Oh, it's close.
Yeah, Tones getting that pick on 0 meta directly after the Raging Royal Flush call is just a game-winning fight right there. Clean play from Nova on that battle, and they will take point 1.
Buddy, that looked like a match 1, and I say that because there's a lot of just chaos. I mean, you had things, you had early picks, you know, ults getting deleted early on. Heck, I even said the Iron Fist had the cards and was not a part of the Gambit ult, didn't need it. But either way, it's like there's a couple things to clean up there on both sides, which I think is good news for, you know, looking at both these teams. Looking at ult, though, into it as it is so important. Redis will have some aggression early, can combine that with Scarlet in a matter of seconds. They have the Rogue ult, though, which can come into play pretty heavy. But right now, Nova's so low on a lot of these ults that if you're tracking that correctly, not sure if you want to use that right off the rip.
Yeah, I'm with you in that there was a couple mistakes on both sides. There's a lot of, you know, especially the last 2 fights, a lot of overcommitment of ultimates when the team was already, you know, heavily up in numbers or if they were down in numbers. But that's the tricky part to comms and communication and understanding. Sometimes you just don't catch the look as to what is exactly going on because you might be in a fight where you can't look away for that brief millisecond and you're 1v1ing. And next thing you know, you're pressing Q and your team's already down. But we will see what happens. Great speed boost off the rip there. That's something that's very, you know, high-level tech there from Reverse. Can use the speed boost of Jeff and immediately switch off, especially when they didn't have ult charge available. If they're not missing too much. Big portal kidnap, though.
Yeah, excited to see the overall potential between Iffy and Swag as you just get so much more value and domination as those upgrades last round and round, so the carry potential goes more and more. We saw a lot from Triadic with those kidnaps last time. Didn't get the full wombo, but does finish the combo. Tico going to be out of here early now. It's going to be a quick 64. Should be Shiki's point to take here. How much do they commit will be the question. Now finds another with the quick slice and dice. Very messy fight here early on as they're just pressing Qs to keep things alive, but one by one they go. They inevitably will get this. My God.
A huge last stand there by Cessna, who's now no longer going to be on that Punisher. Swag trying to chase down Iffy. Does get that pick as Cessna finds Tones to make that a 4th elimination in that fight. Huge final judgment there, or last stand, excuse me, as we see Reverse holding on to the invisible boundary. Clobbering time available here for Somble. It's going to be matched right back by the boundary of Logan. And we have the ultimate up for Rogue, which can be a huge threat. Again, just reducing that backline ult charge.
Yeah, if you're Tones right now, move in on here. See if we can locate the 0. You go to really give yourself a huge advantage, then go ahead and blast back yourself and move on in. Or locate Scarlet, my apologies. But yeah, either way, Tico now forced to push back and point ticket up there for Shiki. I mean, Shiki should be able to get this thing up well above half, even with the sustain against the ults. So right now, if you're Nova, I would just slowly get Scarlet up where you need. We'll see if he can find that back target.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Tones just canceled that ultimate from Somble too. That's why he's still at 50 charge here. But Swag able to grab Scarlet early on in that fight. More commitment out of the backline. Not much you can do. Goodbye as Swag takes out Redis and Logan falls. Make it another as Tones and Iffy are right after that. Nova is trying to bounce back, but Shikigami is just built different right now, and they are up 60% to nothing with ult advantage. They want to make this a map 3 situation.
Yeah, listen, Tones shut down immediately last time, the Gambit ult, so we'll have to see. They use zero meta, and that's about it. They use the Raging Royal, but now they've got, oh, there's the cancel of the Rogue ult. You're not going to get anything from that. That's a big shutdown. Looking to have that back quickly as the slicing dice. There's so much chaos on the screen. All you need to know, though, is Wolverine is throwing it down as the rest of Shiki follows.
Yeah, some more clean play there. Good ultimate by Cessna, followed immediately from Sambo with that huge clobbering time to begin the fight. They get that pick and they move on from there. Again, going to be down in ults this time. Reverse is very close to an answer with that invisible boundary, and that may be all they need to buy enough time to build ultimates back up and have Raimi. You use that Heartbreaker to get on the back line, reduce that ult charge. Logan coming in heavy. We might see a Venn diagram here of invisible boundaries, and yes, they will begin now. Where's the second? There it is. Oh, it's still not being used here. Logan's not deciding to use it quite yet, as they don't need it. Iffy commits with an ultimate. Will they be able to get a pick here? Looking now towards Reverse, who is in trouble and does go down. Tone's gonna find two. Iffy again on Assassin on the retake has been taken.
Yeah, Iffy's been impressed me a lot. I mean, they used Tico there, and they're like, okay, the Vanguard's like, if the Duelist doesn't get it done, Tones and Iffy did it themselves with a 1 through 5 elims to follow. Great job there. That's just a tough point to ult there with the final judgment of Punisher. Just so much coverage, right? Then you have the invisible boundary to worry about. There's a lot of commotion going on, if you will. But the Rogue ult back up and ready again, and this could actually be a pretty good one to use, especially to get Logan to be siphoned out. We'll see the positioning of the Rogue, something to always keep an eye on. Regis, though, is hungry, ready for some Karate Kid action. We'll see how they push in.
Yeah, Living Chi is available here for Regis, just waiting for an opportunity to just wail on the front line. He decided Shikigami, and those ults have been committed as Logan starts off with the boundary. Scarlet from downtown, able to find Raimi, who's going to drop back once more. Cessna holding on here, trying to get to that potential Wolverine. The last stand, it's not going to be needed quite yet. 80% as Regis goes down. Good play there. More commitment, just stalling here with ultimates for side of Swag, who wants to try to get this win at the moment, and it looks like Swag does find one. This puts them up in numbers at the moment, but can they clean up the rest? Sample dancing on point, putting out some of those haymakers. Is anybody going to go down? Yes, they will.
Yeah, I mean, with this triple van lineup, it's working up to their favor. Raimi having a bit of a tough time overall with getting the execution of that ult, but doesn't matter because they're able to have such sustain and presence. More importantly, on this point, time is ticking down, looking so close to call the fight now as they push through this portal quickly, and there's the winning hand.
Yeah, that is clean. Tone's able to find one. As you see, the Raging Forward Royal Flush going to get them all back on point. Overtime ticking slowly, but it won't matter if they're holding on at this moment. But still, no one goes down even through that. Regis able to find one. Raimi takes out Scarlet and Tones on a Swag, but the retake has happened. Nova trying to push this to 99.99. What an absolute heater.
Yeah, I mean, absolute beautiful. Just pulling back the points of theirs. They went from 0% now up to 80 and climbing. Tico's going to have that ult on the captain, the first Avenger to follow. Regis now with the Agamotto of a lifetime and just pushing up. This is such a huge advantage of a point to push up and get this aggression. Not going to get a strange portal to touch or anything of it. Regis wants this Agamotto. He can taste it. There goes the eye. It opens and closes the door potentially for them to touch.
Wow, even more value here from Nova, and they will not be stopped right now. Even being down heavily in these fights, they come back on the retake beautifully, and they are owning point now. OT's ticking down, got to get back on there quickly, and I'm not sure they can last for long, and that is going to be a W from Nova, taking home game one.
Oh my gosh, man. I mean, Nova was looking all out at point two. I mean, Stellar Spaceport looked not their map, but just absolutely grounded themselves perfectly. Fought back to perfection and make this a clean win. I mean, they played, in my opinion, between the two teams, I would just say the overall teamwork and comms felt very tight for them, as you would expect from a, org like Lunac.
Yeah, they looked clean, that is for sure. But again, it is domination. We're going to be heading over to another mode now. We'll see which team stays dominant. But yeah, shout out Nova for game one. Shikigami, though, looked really strong there on map 2 of game 1. And I, for a moment, believed that they could push this thing. Did end up getting reverse swept, at least close. They were up, I think Nova, or Shikigami was up there relatively close to 99 before the first retake. But either way, shout out. That's just a testament to Nova being able to hold on, even being down heavily against the odds.
Dude, look at the 4 Vanguards, 2 strategists final screen. What an absolute ridiculous image to look at. I mean, on both sides, and then even on the other, obviously, because of the way it shaped out, one strat into the duelist. I mean, what a madness of a final screen. If you just came in here, you'd be like, what the heck happened in that match to show the following? But yeah, either way, man, Tones impressed me a ton. We didn't get to see a lot of rogue play between us, but it just shows how big of a difference that hero can be and truly put in the match into their hands, right? Like, has that solo capability to put enough sustain to last in the point, get the pressure in the peel, but ultimately also shut down the ult.
Yeah, I mean, I think both teams have a lot of talent, but I will say shout out to Tones on that Rogue, like you'd mentioned. I think Rogue, like you had just said, we haven't seen a lot in this tournament. I think Rogue is elevated heavily when Gambit's allowed through, and clearly Gambit has been banned a ton in this tournament. I think he's incredibly strong right now, but you just get so much value with Rogue. There's some CC, there's a ton of movement, a ton of backline dive potential, an ultimate that can reduce Gambit ult, and then if you're playing that properly, that's going to allow your Gambit to cycle more frequently, and that's all it can take to win. And Tones, with the most finals in the lobby, tied with the most in the lobby, and the most on his team, just, really strong performance.
Yeah, for sure. And just, we, got a little bit more of cooldown reduction in season 6.5 as well. And so Rogue kind of continues to get spiced up, if you will, between it. But yeah, the play was great between all of them. I think that domination called for a very specific team comp, especially with some of the pick bands that we saw. But again, even though Cafe Rose ended up winning overall, we saw a absolute heat between battles. So, these teams know exactly what they need to do to lock in and continue, and Shikigami knows they can do just that. But right now, Nova looking on the heat as Daredevil banned first yet again. We'll see if it's matched. To me, Shib, I feel like both teams are fine with Gambit being a part of play.
Yeah, but that's the tricky part, right? If another loss comes through here for the side of Shikigami, I maybe reconsider that. It looks like they're going to get rid of Elsa. Nova's going to get rid of Elsa, excuse me, and the locks are coming in shortly. I have no doubt we're going to see Gambit potentially locked in here from Nova, who clearly feel confident enough to win maps with that hero selected, but we'll see in a moment. But yeah, I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But if it's broke, fix it, right? We talk about that all the time. And, maybe it was a fluke. We talk about domination being up in the air, 50-50 percentage. And sometimes you can lose the game pretty early on as long as you make a huge mistake on point. We'll see if that changes now as we head into Hell's Heaven. But once again, it is domination.
Yep, so Loki ban followed by the Star-Lord, but that last time this went to Star-Lord to Rogue save. And again, Tones is like, did you just see that MVP screen? Let's just run it back, right? Okay, gonna go with the tank pool this time around. So if he, even as great as they play the hero, they have a bit of a different overall plan. By the way, back-to-back Dom is always fun. There's gonna be the Rogue save either way, though.
Yeah,
Star-Lord up to grab.
Yeah, oh, true. We haven't seen Star-Lord, even though it was a mainstay of yesterday's play and banned pretty frequently yesterday. I think he's a great duelist in solo duelist compositions, which we're seeing a lot of, triple Vanguard take come into the fold just because of the way Deadpool can play as a Vanguard. And there is that lock-in, kind of like he called. But yeah, I don't know. I think the ban phase still looks really good for the side of Nova. I think they got the two heroes they wanted through the situation, getting rid of Vanguard pool, although I think they could have used that as well. They don't necessarily need it. They are going to be seeing the Wolverine play, so maybe you don't want to run the triple, depending. But yeah, either way, I don't hate the ban phase right now for Nova. Shikigami with a decent phase as well.
The swag was like, you got rid of the tank pool that I was just playing. I'm hovering Star-Lord. We kind of knew that save was going to happen. Like, it definitely kind of showed itself here, and obviously, that's just could be such a team wipe, and there's not much you can do about it. So a lot of pressure going to be on them for just tracking that, and that's what makes great play. Magneto gone as well. It's going to be another thing that could shut down that Star-Lord. Out of play now. Cloak and Dagger, a little bit more of a spicy pick, if you will. One of your bigger counters out of play. Rocket not going to find anything there because they got to at least do something to not deal with the teleport back with the ult to follow. So you've seen a bunch of kind of the last 4 bans and picks and saves have all been kind of in reaction to each other. And here we go, man. This is what we got locking in.
Yeah, I you know what? I was just talking about the ban phase looking clean over there. I think that this is a very strong composition to be running this Star-Lord. I think there's no answers like we talked about for that ultimate being a threat to the back line. And they are just going to ensure that is the situation. Although you can't mag bubble the blaster barrage from Star-Lord, that spin to win over their heads and farm out super quickly. The idea now would be if I'm Redis on the side of Nova or even Iffy, I'm just trying to make sure I take that Star-Lord out of the sky with one of my cooldowns and we just focus him immediately and get him out of the field if he ever tries to dance above our heads.
One thing I love about the amount of heroes in this game, Shiv, is just the team's identities. And I mean, you see this map and you always think Spider-Man, Angela, all these kind of off-map picks. Well, A little bit of a different look this time around. Obviously, that is because of the Gambit making its way through. So you're going to get both the Star-Lords. Like, you have to match that meta with meta. Sometimes you get off meta stuff, but there's other times you have to match. And with the Jeff, usually you get the bubbles out the front, but wouldn't call it a crazy pick here if they do decide to rock it. But no, going to go with the Invis. Either way, we'll see how things shake out in this first bit of the point. It's going to be a huge point one to take because of such close lined up comps here.
Yeah, a lot of teams electing to use that early portal too. It is on a 3-minute cooldown just to get the point set up better, and it's found success in these first few games. I'm surprised we're not seeing it matched as much currently, but Strange is in a very strong place, especially when Invis is on the field. That pullback is just a slept on, maybe not even slept on, just disgusting cooldown now, and really good team uppers. We're going to see some strong thing play. Iffy and Regis and Tones. Why don't we give all the Vanguards something here off the rip? Bang! Iffy going to find another onto Rimey, and that will give them point early on.
Dude, first of all, I love Helmet Thing. It's just the greatest costume. Like, it looks so insane. Like, but either way, yes, every single Vanguard, we're like, you know what? We want a piece of it as they continue to get an absolute instant point take, and that just skyrockets their chance of winning this next map that much more. Clobbering time right around the corner. Agamotto to follow. Logan's already up and ready because of that damage in there. You're going to use it aggressively. Why not? Goodbye, everybody. Another point take and battle one.
Yeah, and that is another clean fight without a ton of utilization, only using Logan there in that fight. Granted, nothing was used from Shikigami, but still, that is all you're looking for on Dom. Keep all your resources to sustain the point as long as humanly possible, and do not overcommit in these fights, especially if you have point early. Playing lights out, perfect play right now for Nova.
Yeah, we'll see if Regis can read this and go ahead and jump and try to get this ult taken from reverse. If you're reverse, they'll go and do exactly what they just did to you. They don't have much to match. They have Tico, but Invisible Boundary might be a good one to follow. Just gotta push in. There's the winning hand. Raging Royal, they push through the doorway together as one. Avengers trying to find some success, but they're gonna have to go and rotate over. They're gonna go ahead and have the legendary. What a fat ult from the Vanguard player that's been so hot so far. Ensemble finds the connection. Clobber in time gets another, and shit, what do we want?
I mean, that was a disgusting eye, but not able to make much happen there. Good utilization of cooldowns and stay healthy on the point with that Invis shield, I believe, is what was happening in that moment. As we see more commitment, out goes a few as we see Swag Ensemble finding 2-3. Rimey now gonna find Tico, and each one of those Vanguards are gonna get their licks back. What a good play on the retake by Shiki, but 83% from Nova is all they were looking for.
You know what? It's been the battle of the big ones. Why not just get Hulk thrown into this chaos, buddy? This is absolute... Goats back in the day. This is just beast, just everything out there at once. With both Thing and that team up being newly introduced in the game, you can just see right now the Gamma Gauntlets. Gotta say, it's like my favorite ability name by a landslide. Tico farming that ult up 67%. So many ways to play Star-Lord. You can go with the back flank or just go and get that farmed up ult. And Tones finds that connection early. This is beautiful, bro.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, one of the good answers for Wolverine is Hulk. Wolverine, struggles into these more brawly, focused, self-sustained Vanguards like Thing and Hulk, making that switch and coming in hot after not, sitting on the pick too long, holding off maybe on that Strange until they just lose multiple fights from this Wolverine. Making the switch and coming in and immediately winning the fight is, again, a great decision, as we're going to see a portal touch here, but there's going to be a lot of answers from Shikigami, who comes out on top. Tico, Tones, Zero, and Swag. Sable soon to be have ults available. Out we go. Raging Royal flush, able to help find one. Tico goes down with ults available. Huge pick, huge eye. Can they clean it up? And Zero now finds Regis. And Shikigami trying to take this point back, and it looks like they might.
The monster eye from absolute Swag there is now it's going to be a quick pick on Logan goes down. Logan takes Logan down. Punch the follow from Sable, and the portal back. Call it a success. And you look over, Nova's going to have plenty of volts to answer, even when they do inevitably, and they do have point to give, right? 47% in climbing is enough time to get what they want out of it. But man, what an eye. What the rogue elimination on Tico midair, beauty. This has been some just world-class Vanguard play.
No, good call out there. On the bright side for Nova fans is they did not commit a lot of ultimates there in that fight. Tones, I believe, being the only one who committed anything in that moment. So Tico and Iffy, soon to be Logan as well, will have something for this next fight. Reverse has an answer ultimate, but it's all about this neutral. Can Shikigami find some value before or in between all this ult utilization? The Venn diagram is out. Clobbering time doesn't get the back line. And there's the match right back. A huge ult, but this time from Sample is going to find a few. Tico looking towards the back line. He takes out reverse. Is there going to be more value now? Great healing, and out goes the Raging Royal Flush. Now looking up towards Tico himself. Not able to make that happen. And out goes the Heartbreaker. Where is the value going to lie? Who goes down first? It looks like the answer is going to be Regis as Zero finds one. And now the portal comes through, but this time a little less coordinated. Will they be able to retake through that mix?
Now comes the winning hand on the other side, and just like that, throwing it out. Gonna have no ult to follow with it, but there's the Agamotto to stop the spin to win. Sabo goes down with it first. No trades outside of that trip, and this is just a beautiful master class of perfect sustain, and they best of it. Nova's gonna go ahead and find 3, and with that, as he slams down a callback to Avengers 1, they're gonna take down this overtime. And what an I mean, that was crazy back and forth, and I thought Tico did a good job with the early legendary to get the pressure on, because without the Gambit ult, it was fine. They were able to get some things rolling, but my God, what a crazy first point.
I mean, yeah, that was nuts. So back and forth. The retake from Shiki clearly worked on the portal. And then it happened again for Nova on their retake portal. Honestly, their portal was a little more staggered too. They still had teammates on the point, and sometimes that's worth doing, you know, especially when you're up in that 99 territory. You don't have much, option, but you just need to get that portal there immediately. But really good patience from the side of Shikigami early on their portal, knowing it was all about that next fight. They made it work. They didn't overcommit, and they almost made it happen. But Nova clutching up and taking that back. One map here in game 2.
Yeah, and taking a look at kind of what favors the ult charge here. It's interesting, right? Because Logan's gonna be close. We saw what they did early with the boundary. If this rogue can siphon that and go a tad aggressive, I mean, that would be all they would need to try to kind of hang on and get their team cooked up as well. I think Nova has a slight advantage, but we'll see how this rogue, who I think kind of struggled a little bit there in the first match, if Raime now can go ahead and get a clutch ult to open up this fight.
Yeah, I'm with you. That would be a huge take here on Logan, but it may be used aggressively as soon as you hear the sight of a rogue playing aggro. You just press Q knowing that you need to get that pick on rogue to get value out of your ultimate. But we'll see. Yep, there it is. Immediately going to be launched. The Blast Barrage above is going to be able to find one, almost 2, as Logan finds one on Swag through that ultimate. The patience to hold. Raimi did commit ultimate in that too. Is a tough look. Exactly what Nova wanted, as Tico is now going to race down the rest.
Play perfected. I mean, that is why it's so important to have ult tracking and just coordination called and opening up with that. I call it the Roman Coliseum, right? You get the invisible bound drip and you just all move in. You say, come to us. And it did just that. And great job from Tico, too. It was not them. Swag was the one that saved the Star-Lord. They won it on their team, but Tico showing to play all the part of Peter Quill. Now, if Regis going to go ahead and try to siphon what they did get, Zero now forced to get that winning hand out, and they are going to get the pick for Regis. That was the extended to get the siphon. Now just going right to the point and taking the fight to them. They need to win this.
And Regis committed a Heartbreaker there, too, in that fight. So both of which not getting a ton of value. Tico, like you said, looking really good. Wow, that health pack utilization and grab was massive, but it's not going to last for too long as Cessna goes down. Scarlet able to find Raimi, too, and they're still keeping pressure on point. Nova up in numbers and in percentage, looking to try to close this map out. Iffy going to find Sambo, and they're still walking now. Can they take out more? Swag in a dangerous spot here. You might as well just go down at this point. Don't stagger unless these heals are going to be lights out. I don't think it's possible as Swag now falls, and the team's got to reset.
Keep going.
Yeah, you're in a tough spot, right? You're already down a map, and you're already down a match as well. And you're just completely outnumbered in terms of ult economy. And so if they bring this aggressively, which they've been doing, they've just been using Logan and have that boundary and go aggressive that way, but they have way more than that. Tico's going to cycle over to the Legendary pretty soon as well. So there's got to be a pick in the neutral here, something unexpected if Shikigami wants a shot to win this.
I mean, just shout out the Pain Bros here on Nova. Tones and Iffy, not afraid to pull out the brawling duo. Cessna able to find one on Tico, though, and soon maybe coming here. Oh, great play there by Tones, finding 2. Do I see 3? We do! That is disgusting! And the real Bruce is on the field right now. Wow, Tones showing the power of Hulk. That was a clean play.
I mean, absolute monster mode activated, and clean is the best word. I mean, clean and messy, bro. The body's everywhere at that point. But Tico now going to go and get the first fall early, but just pushes in. And at this point, back against the wall, Shikigami trying to make anything happen. This could be not much from it. So just like that, as if he finds one and the other, it's going to be Nova now with yet another point win, bud. And now they're down 2 maps on a best of 5. It's a tough spot to be in.
Yeah, I again, Nova, they just played so clean. Great swaps in the moment they need to. They're not sitting on heroes too long, making those change over to things like Hulk into a composition where you're terrified of a Wolverine and really just negating the value that Logan has into these triple comps. That is the idea. You're running that triple and then they counter it. Well, what's your answer? Try to go right back at them and counter Wolverine as much as you can. And they did it perfectly. Tone's going to be the MVP too.
Yeah, I mean, Tone's got the MVP on Rogue. Now Tone's coming over here and getting the MVP on the Hulk and that masterclass change. We were talking about heroes that just look so different in pro play. And I mean, I know you, man, we make the content, we talk about tier lists, and we always we have to shut off the part of our brain that says we've seen these heroes play at such an elite level by the 1%, right? And so it's tough because, Hulk right now is in a fun place, but when you look at other Vanguards, there's just safer options. I'll tell you this, though. I mean, I love Magneto, love EMEA, love what we saw as the meta for such a long time. But having the Hulk jump around like a maniac and get a 3-piece, bro, that's what I want year 2. Mm-hmm. Give me more of that here, as 2-0 right now is going to be Nova against Shikigami.
Yeah, it's cool to see such success with that composition at this level of play. Pain Bros, we made that joke I'm sure you did the same thing when we saw that team up coming in the new season, making the joke about, hey, you know what? Maybe we'll see that actually work out. And it looked like it was going to be difficult because damage is in such a strong place that those brawl tanks can suffer if you duo up. But when you have 3 of them, it's a bit of a problem, man. And it clearly worked out there for Nova.
The first thing I said about it was that there was not going to be probably a lick of this in the rank ladder. You're not gonna see a lot of Thing Hulk in your competitive ladder, but I was like, in pro play,
it's different.
They're gonna make it work. They're gonna get the Gamma Gauntlets out and just get that extra sustained damage, and you kind of make up for having 3 Vanguards when you get that extra damage and sustain in there. And then what does that do, Ship? It lets your strategists just hyper boost their ultimates.
Inside you, can you feel it? The sparks in you. Add it up, unleash it all. Wake up, hope and your rise, raising the fist and smashing through time walls. Before the rift splinters yet again, we are rivals to the end. And rise up, open your mind, hold on to your powers. No one can stop us. We are rivals till the end of time.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back. We are ready for our next matchup. It's 2-0 right now, and I gotta say, buddy, we talked about players that can kind of be an anchor for their team, right? Tree was that on the early of Cafe. Now, let's talk about Tones, because Sambo we gave a lot of love to down in Shikigami, but obviously it's 2-0 on the other opposition. Tones did play in Ignite Stage 2. He was for YFP, your favorite player. Played for them, did well in the MRC as well at times, and so this is another player that is obviously standing out, Ship.
Yeah, he's one of those names that has been around for a while. It's all about, whether a team picks him up or his team keeps moving forward. He's just been great in the front line. I think also just a demon in ladder too, which is, you can see even in some of the chats, people are like, man, why are they not banning out Tones here? But it's like, I don't know if you can. Just got a large roster of heroes and has found success with all of them, including things like Hulk, which has been taking a backseat in this season.
True yokai demon for sure, but as of course Sambo gonna go back to that Venu, that man, when I saw those animated borders, I was like, all right, that guy definitely has the symbiote on it. But Gambit gonna get the ban now, so that's gonna go ahead and prevent the rogue that we've been seeing and now making it twice. And we always talk about this, right? Like if something is going pretty awful and you could try to find one thing to fix it, you might as well try something different. Even if Gambit is a part of your game plan, get rid of it, right? Because that's just gonna shut down at least the chaos that happened in the first 2 losses. Invis going to be saved there, and Elsa is going to be the same. No Elsa, all 3 battles so far.
Yeah, I think the Gambit band's smart, like you're saying. It just isn't working right now. And in their comp that they're running, they're able to find success into it and find a way around it. Invis save, going to be smart there for Nova. Looked good prior, but we'll see what they decide to do now. It looks like they're going to lock in that Van pool, which I have no doubt both sides will be running. It's going to be fun to see who gets more value there. And removal of the Mantis is going to just essentially say, let's not run triple here on your side of things.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you got to try to target what you think this other team. This is where the coaching comes into play, or scouting. And cool thing about the, in-client tournaments is you can just go back and watch the matches, right? Like, if you put in that time, it really will favor you. Us casters love to do that, but as players, it's so important to do so as well. Loki going to get the ban to follow, so going to open up the door for Invis +1, right? Could get the cloak. We'll see what the save is here on their side. They've continued to kind of mimic what the Gambit was earlier, so with that out of play, it opens up new strategy, and they're coming down to the wire, but it's Daredevil, which we saw as that first ban often. going to be able to get a little bit of peek of what that looks like.
Yeah, I you know what? I haven't had eyes on exactly who that's for yet. So we're going to see that in a moment as to who's going to be running that hero. A very strong hero, but has taken a little bit of a backseat with a recent patch. Is very much a dive-focused, self-sustained hero with a ton of inputs. There's a ton of inputs per minute. When you're on that hero, it's all about timing properly. Lock-in of Rocket 2 here as we're going to Yggdrasil, which you and I haven't looked at today. One of my personal favorite maps.
Oh, absolutely, man. I think Tico is their Daredevil player, but Ritas as well in the past has played them, but we'll see. But yeah, Yggdrasil, man, has always been what I think is just like the perfect rivals map. Just between what each point offers, obviously point 2 is always so clutch and tight near the end. Cloak being banned to goodbye all the strategists. Jeff, hey, everybody get in here. Let's get them all out of here, man. It's going to be very, very limited, to say the least, bud. You've got Ultron, Luna, obviously, back. It's crazy. Luna nowadays just makes it through with some of her struggles. But yeah, man, this is going to be an interesting pick as far as team comps go.
Yeah, I think the idea here is this is a great map for that triple hold. We've seen a lot in the pro scene where you're running triple Vanguard, triple strategist. And the idea is, hey, I'm not sure we want to do that. Let's just get rid of every last strategist to ensure that that's not the case. I think Adam sees a lot of play at the top level at this specific map for the res potential. You're going to Strange Portal back on the second point here on point 1 is essentially that ramp. So you fight at the door, you fight again with a portal on ramp, and then you fight one more time right before point 1 gets capped. And that's the idea. But yeah, removing all those strategists is going to ensure that neither team is going to be able to do just that. It's going to be way more traditional here in this fight.
Yeah, for sure. Just going back to the classic Namor with because obviously when you got the whale with the power up, it's just such a huge wombo that you can pull together. On the opposition, you have Groot to follow with that as well. So Luna can be chosen on both sides. You do make a great point. I thought Adam might have been shown here. Sometimes in point 2, you're not going to get that triple Vanguard. We had one match with 5 Vanguards on the in screen. Now we only have unexpected 2 here on the defense. But either way, here we go. Kid I haven't seen in a while here as we've got Luna 0 meta trying to get things open up for their team. Got the Snowflake on the wall to get that aggression early as Tico's going to be forced back as the Phoenix.
It's funny because I never thought I'd be saying this, but I kind of miss Luna being more of a mainstay. A lot of skill in that hero, a lot of, hit scan potential and some big freeze plays, but not really as, impactful in this current meta just due to the fact that there's not a lot of escapability and self-sustain beside your freeze. And once that's gone, you are a target here for these dive heroes. And there goes some commitment. One goes down, but still going to be progressing forward. Shikigami looking clean already. Raimi is holding on to that ult. There's going to be a problem for the backline. Missed the jump, though. We saw that. We can't act like we didn't.
Write that down. Write that down. Yeah, if you miss that snowball on the Elsa that's bouncing all around, it is good night. But I know no Elsa, no problem. Swag going to be put down. Ice eating the best of fire this time around. Not the matchup we thought, but with Sombo getting that pick, it's going to at least give them a way around this corner. People now playing up high, trying to continue that poke ever so perfectly. We haven't seen a lot of Sombo play on Groot, that is. But charging up that ult, one of the quickest in the Vanguard. I think the quickest, right? Outside of obviously Deadpool to get that ult.
Yeah, that's exactly right. As we see here, Zero does have an answer available. Reverse as well. As out goes the whale from downtown, able to find one. Under reverse now. Nova holding on.
That's a big one at that. Invisible Bouncer was ready to fire up. Not anymore. Going to be in the spawn room. So the force Zero meta to crack their ult early. What they were going to try to probably combo with the damage. So now you just completely ruined a lot of the strategy that they had. And that gives Nova everything they need to hold strong. It's something so small like that with reverse going down that completely kind of snowballs the team. And you have to decide, all right, do we full ship it or do we, try to go ahead and take one battle later? But Shikigami now going to have to try to find a combo they like. You're going to have the in-song with Groot that they can try to pull together.
See, one thing I like to see here is Nova. They're playing less of a front-to-back traditional composition than they're playing heroes, and notice how they're kind of just scattered all over the place. They're attacking from a bunch of different angles at once, which is going to really mess with how Groot wants to play with that front-to-back cancelization, just essentially trying to wall off the front line and then have everyone, focus that front line. But right now, there's just eyes everywhere. It's so tricky to, identify where do I need to go. As here goes one huge ultimate combination as Swag dunks on top of the Groot hug, if you like to call it. And out goes the invisible boundary.
One thing that has kind of hurt Luna, right, is that used to in season 0, 1, 2, 3, you played a lot more together. And to your point, you play a lot more spaced out here. But guess what? When you play together is when you get Groot ulted. So Luna is actually the perfect ult to have to counter that combo that they just did. And so not a lot of times you're all together in one, circle of healing, but much easier whenever Groot forces that. And just like that, they were able to respond to not one, but 2 ults and the ults to get them the win on point 1. Buddy, they have an uphill battle to win here because they got to win this and then a strange TP back. You're going to have to get a miracle to get this point 1 if you're Shikigami because you're out, not only out of ults, out of options. You can see Sambo swapping Thor, out of Venom. Time's a ticket.
Yeah, it's tricky. When you're in these positions, you and I talk about either it's a good sign or it's a horrible sign. And right now, it looks like they're just trying to find an answer to get through this front section and just not able to do that. Now, Riley's holding this height. Is almost building towards that alt C and climbing here and using that bubble to just sustain positioning. And now down goes Tones. Maybe this will be enough to get them moving. And Song Inferno in the sky. Will that find value? Instead, just going to hold on. They're going to burn that thing quickly. Wow. And that's what you hope to see in ladder, but you rarely do. As we see Shikigami now moving forward.
Not often when you see the Deadpool single-handedly get rid of the Song Inferno in the sky with perfect tracking, I would say, at least with my player Shib. My record could show. But yes, reverse here now going to keep the team at least on the goats, pushing forward. We did say it didn't look hot, but they do have the portal. They try to just touch to keep this thing competitive as Regis is summoning the magic, opening up the door, and Logan's going to go ahead and help that job. So they can allow the TP to come through, even with Sambo getting the pick on Scarlet. They get right back into fray, but let's see what ends up here as Daredevil's trying to find his next target.
Yeah, we talked about how the switching might have been a sign of a team that's struggling, but it looks like it's working for them now as we see Sambo able to find one early on with a piece of the Abyss. Cessna now taking out Iffy and another. That's 2. Do we see 3 as Swag cleans up Tones, and Shikigami will get point 1 here, and that is exactly what they're looking for. They can take a deep breath now, up in ultimate advantage, and they got to try to make a play quickly before Scarlet has that answer. But outside of that, they're in a pretty good spot here on the second point attack.
Yeah, it was just kind of awkward positioning. Like, Logan had that ult to sustain, but then you kind of have Scarlet away from that. They got picked, and then from there, one by one, they went down. Nice little walk there from Deadpool as we get the 2 Wade Wilsons battling it off. But 2 minutes and 30 seconds is not a lot of time on this point. It will go quickly as they're trying to get down Main Street and around this corner. And good job by Nova just playing back here, knowing exactly what it's called from them. In the time remaining, there's the ult and the pressure on early. Logan goes down. Scarlet, Tico, okay, Shikigami showing life.
Yeah, they're bouncing back in with a vengeance right now. Just a lot of pressure. We talked about how the separation of Nova was nice, and they were able to kind of play a bunch of different angles. But now Shikigami, in order to answer that, they're all going more of a dive format, and they're just heavily engaging on whoever's alone, and they keep finding value. And it seems like they're just consistently staggering Nova, so they're not able to regroup and take this together. We're going to have to see a change in composition. As you see now, Iffy's going to be making that switch to Venom. Maybe that'll be the answer, but we'll find out shortly.
Yeah, and I like Regis going on the Devil as well, just matching that aggression. And here goes the Song Inferno up from Swag. Can he connect this early? Would be a massive pick. We'll go ahead and hang in the sky for a second. We'll see if that was from the White Rune to get the ult to full or for the connection. Nothing from it. Regis gets 0 meta out. That's a big pick here as 1 minute and 4 seconds remains, and that's what I'm talking about. Time is a ticking. They're going to have to reset here. They got one more fight to get through this gate ship, and this is always the hardest point. We've been seeing this since year 1, day .1. One of the hardest points in any map to get.
Yeah, absolutely. And with ult advantage, it is going to be a tough ask here for Shikigami to get point 2. If they can do this, this might be enough for them to look clean going into this map and potentially taking this thing home. We will see in a moment, but there is going to be some answers. Regis, Scarlet, Iffy, and Tones all available with some threatening ultimates. In the next fight, it'll be Cessna, Zero, Sambo, and Reverse with some answers. We will see who comes out on top. The final fight begins right now. Tones able to find 1. Regis onto 0. Makes that a 2 pick, and 3 now on Reverse, and that is massive. The portal needs to be set up now. Can they cancel it?
Yeah, man, that was absolutely just taking the fight to them. I was just seeing 0 meta would combine with Sambo maybe for like a huge hit, but there's nothing they could get together with only 5 seconds left. No strange. Okay, there's the portal at least. And just like that, man, 0 meta could be able to throw this up.
Yeah, that was a huge dive, and I believe Sambo got the touch there. The portal comes through. If he accidentally goes through portal in the moment, it doesn't matter. Still has a bunch available. Now everybody is pressing Q. Sambo goes under 0, trying to combine with damage boost, and it does a lot, but it's not enough. And it's reversed right back as Iffy finds 0 meta. And reverse, speaking of, is going to be popping up here. The Venn diagram gets launched. They got to maintain presence on point. Everybody pressing Q, but who's the next to get value? It looks like it's going to be Tones onto Cessna, and still keeping the pressure. Tones trying to find more. Redis now still holding on to point. Iffy finds one on a reverse, and Redis again on a swag, and that should be it here for Nova on the defense as the numbers for Shikigami dwindle down.
The definition of call an ambulance, but not for me. I mean, I saw the Sambo setup and I'm like, here we go, ship, and then Iffy just munches the opposition right back down. That was man. I saw the meme right there in front of her eyes. But I mean, I guess the takeaway is you got it farther than you thought you were if you're Shiki. But yeah, Nova's looking like they can just punch their ticket forward. Again, Shiki does get to go down in the lower brackets. You know, we are going to see, you know, if Nova does in fact win this, when we have this fresh new season, MRC, you know, a lot of teams that didn't play before, we are going to see some teams that do look a little bit tighter, right? Sure. And that's, you know, maybe why we might get some 3-0s like this, obviously, as we continue to advance. But we've seen crazier things happen here. We'll see what Shikigami can do.
Yeah, we talk about roster mania and how teams are just trying to find solutions for their comp a lot of the time. But, you know, I think there's some real value and strength into playing together for a long time. And some of these teams who have been playing together for a long time, you just start to get like, you know, unspoken cues, things that you're used to them doing. You know, it just doesn't need to be communicated anymore, and cleaning up the comms a bit. And that kind of stuff is super valuable. We will see here if Shikigami can push, or at least hold him, into Nova, who's looked very strong. But you look at the composition here, very different than you would expect. Some teams elect to choose these heroes to get up to this window so you can scout a little bit and then switch as they go down to points. We'll see if that happens in a moment.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see Redis on Spider-Man, although when you're up as much as they are, maybe it's just go and have fun out there. But no, there is the King of the Sea, Namor coming out, and I do like kind of stable comp. They'll push in here, Sambo back on that Groot as we saw before. Kind of have to do that if you want. You know, we got the Winter Soldier, who we saw so much over year one, but not much over the last couple days. Shit.
And you saw there immediately that Ironwood wall getting burned. You know, it's a tricky part of putting it down quickly, especially into a Venom like this. And you can actually bury half that wall into that wall with like a bit of an animation cancel too, but it wasn't done at that moment. Instead, they're just going to burst that quickly, drop back as a unit. But it looks like Iffy and Tico are just going to find 1-2. Scarlet make that 3. Why don't you? Nova coming out with a vengeance is going to clean virtually everyone and try to make this a 2-fight point 1, which would give them a ton of time. The retake coming in for Shikigami, and immediately Sambo making that switch back to Venom, which he's absolutely disgusting on, but really been struggling as Groot into this comp.
Because you don't really have a front line, right? Like when the Groot goes down with that wall, you got nothing else, and you have Vanguard, Tank Pool trying to just get the upgrades to make a difference, and you can't. Now when you have Venom at that, you're kind of just letting your strategists have to, you know, survive what they can with Redis in the back line. Good luck is what I'm obviously watching here at the moment. Tones out farming up that XP and pushing forward.
Buddy, I gotta say it. I mean, you just can't allow that to happen. A 1-fight point 1 is abysmal. You can't allow that to be the case. Whoever goes down quickly, the rest of the team's got to immediately get onto that point and stop it from moving, and you retake together. 1 fight on point 1 is, you know, something that you dread in ladder, especially, you know, in comparison to something this deep in tournament. So tough to see here for the side of Shikigami, who has the talent. They just got to bounce back through that mental adversity.
Especially because it's the winner's bracket, right? They're not out of this thing, and you have to show that your team has the mental whenever you're going up in tough adversity, because you can come back, you can make a difference, but you got to be locked in. Just like you said, you can't allow a 1-point cap, at least with the Strange in the fight back, but nope. They go for the full reset here as Zero Meta. They'll rotate on over. They keep Sambo here. They're going to go for the Wombo combo. Zero Meta a little bit behind here. 99. They get the early pop because they are getting pressure here, and let's see if they get something from it. This is kind of their last-ditch effort.
Lucky comes out here for Shikigami. Says a lot of commitment. That's 4 ultimates. Actually, 5 ults committed in this fight. They better win this. As 2 go down on the backside. Redis is going to find 2. Iffy takes out 1. Are they going to be able to turn this around after 5 ultimates? Are you kidding me? As the pressure stays on the front line, and they did. Are you joking? Nova just outplayed and outclassed them in this map. Yggdrasil going to Nova.
Wow. Armed and dangerous. I mean, it got 2 out, and it was just looking all the aggression there, but The devil was let out behind, and just like that, we got our first sweep. We had what was probably the closest game you could have on our first match, and really a one-sided matchup there, as now we saw Lunex Nova getting themselves a clean upper bracket performance. And guess what, buddy? Would you be surprised if I said Tones once again MVP all 3 times?
Yeah, was it on a different hero every time too? I mean, obviously the Strange Portal was something that was happening there, but that's close to being the case, and that's pretty wild. Really has a diversity in the hero pick. And I will say, I think Shikigami is a really good team. I just think that they got a little bit in their own heads there, especially in that final map. Like, they are a better team than what they showed, without a doubt. So much talent on that team. I just think after point 1, their mental was just absolutely devastated.
100%. You saw it in play. Sometimes we've done comms where we've been able to hear player comms and you can hear the mental. Here we're kind of seeing it. I mean, hey, go all the way back though. Shikigami's old meme with rivals was the slingshot, right? Get all those losses to pull back and get the win. Got to carry that same energy for your org for this lower bracket run. Shikigami, they got the talent. They got to lock in and try something new down there. But Nova looking all the part as well. That's a tough team to go up against and look at all the part. Really, no matter what the comp, what the heroes, was really impressed with their work today.
Yeah, I'm with you. Definitely a team to keep your eye on in the future. Remember, folks, top few teams here, 2 teams going to be moving on to the pro scene. So try to find some players that you think look strong and just keep your eyes on them as this game progresses in this scene that is just forever growing. So much support here by the team of NetEase and Marvel Games, just wanting to keep this scene moving forward. A ton of money on these tournaments too, man. Are you kidding me? Millions coming up in these future tournaments.
Absolutely, buddy. We go through our first two matches in round 10. We'll be looking our eyes on round 11 pretty soon here, but we still have a lot of action to come, Ship. I mean, listen, both those matches going to be more different, not only in performance, but also a little bit of the hero play. What has stood out to you as just a rock-solid approach to, give yourself the best chance to win thus far?
Things that have stood out to me. 1, I think there's a lot more Gambit getting through the ban phase than I would have assumed. And 2 is the strength of these triple Vanguard compositions on the back of having the Vanpool. I think Vanpool is obviously incredibly strong. I knew that going into this tournament. I've had a lot of success with Vanpool myself and witnessed it in ladder. But, running that triple, or even running things like the Brawl brothers, the Pain brothers with Hulk and Thing has looked good. It just kind of, seeing at this level of play being so successful, has definitely surprised me. What about yourself?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I feel like the coordination of when you look at teams that are kind of newly put together, I always the question mark is how are they going to play when they're at their biggest spotlight that they've had as a collective group? And I think I've been impressed. Like, we've watched MRCs where it kind of looks like 6 great players put together and they're doing something well, but I'm actually seeing fantastic actual team play comms and ult tracking that has impressed me in showing, okay, these are going to make up a couple teams that can get their ticket into Ignite, where you're going to have to really bring all of that and more against the best of the best. But all together, buddy, I've been impressed with the play, and we've got a lot more coming at you here pretty soon. Ship, we got about 1 more match in round 10. Do we think we get more Gambit, man? Do we get more of the chaos?
Yeah, I mean, I think our next matchup is going to be, we lost in Team 6-7. So that, I'm not sure. I know, we lost sometimes can run some more off-meta stuff. So maybe we'll see something unique and different. Gambit is definitely on the table, no doubt, as he always will be. I don't know that we're ever going to see Loki Gambit again. I think that is just too much pressure for any backline ever. But hey, as this tournament goes on, we're going to find out together where the meta really lies in the super coordinated team play. And that's another thing to note, is that when you're at this level of play, it is a very different game than you will ever see in ladder, because these folks are on a dime. Everything they're doing is coordinated and together. Yeah,
no, without question. Continues to push on, y'all. Well, we're going to be going into our next match. We're going to take a quick moment we just saw is what we want to see, buddy. So we went from round 10 up to round 11. We'll update you guys on the bracket here shortly. And that's how we paint the story of what has been so far a pretty crazy day 2.
Yeah, I'm with you. I always want to try to keep it as close to live as possible. So that is the idea there. I'm sure there are going to be some fans that are bummed they didn't catch their team, but they will always cycle back in this tournament, especially if they keep moving forward. We're going to keep our eyes on the lower side of the bracket now. It's, are these teams going to get knocked out? I think that's the ultimate pressure at this current moment.
Yeah, for sure. We were talking about that before we went to, our break, that you just play different when your back's against the wall. And, when there's cash prize, it's great. But again, when you're so close at this point, right? You started with so many teams in this MRC. you can taste really what could be the rest of, life-changing impact of getting into Ignite, then getting into pro play and winning serious types of money, right? Millions of dollars at that point. So that is so much pressure to try to have and try to coordinate in a lower bracket. So we will be going up with what you guys have saw before. Girl Bye will be the match that we watch against Silly Hamster. What a name.
Yeah, I think that is the plan right now. Again, that's going to be round 11, so we're going to keep our eyes on what that could be. I mean, a lot of talent in this tournament across the board on all these teams. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of fans that are looking to watch all these various teams. And I'm personally excited to see what else we got up here this deep in the tournament. Obviously, next weekend is going to be our finals coming up on Sunday. So we're really getting down to the wire now. I mean, this has been, MRC's been going on for a few weeks before this even. And these in early stages, hundreds of teams duking it out. And now we're moving into round 11, just getting down soon enough into single digit numbers of teams. That is wild to think about. Nerves at an all-time high. We say butterflies to bees in your stomach. And like you're saying, man, chasing after millions of dollars in the pro scene and the idea of getting even a chance to go after it, I can't imagine.
Yeah, for sure. Listen, Silly Hamster, we saw a little bit of them in the past, but we know what Girl Bye can bring. Cryatic, man, that's Wolverine that I've seen in a minute. I mean, obviously, we have grades like Terra and, others that we've seen in at least American live pro play. Cryatic has played just fantastic. Wolfels has done a very good job. Going to be that anchor for the strategist. Alazi was doing big time work as Angela. So a lot that team has had cooking for them. I expect them to be pretty dominant, but hey, Silly Hamsters, man, they could be silly. They could cause chaos.
Yeah, I just want to see what kind of compositions they run, right? But we haven't had eyes on them yet. Obviously, we have with Girl Bye. We got to see what they like to run. Maybe they shake things up and they have something that's going to, mess with the flow of Girl Bye. I think they've looked great. They almost came on top of that victory. Did not end up doing so. Obviously, that's why they're here in the lower side bracket. We watched that in our first game of this tournament. So looking forward to seeing if they change any of their comp or if Silly Hamster has something unique that might throw them for a loop.
Imagine your dynasty, your end runs by a team called Silly Hamster. That would be enough to just crash out. That's what I love though here in the MRC season 6 as we go into the pick the bands between these two teams. And let's go ahead and introduce you. You guys know Girl Bye, but looking up at the top, we get a little bit of the early lock-ins for what this team might offer here. Sir Duckington as the Lord Daredevil. See what we go with. Mantis ban early and Wolf.
Yeah, Mantis Wolf, not the first two that we've seen, but definitely bannable across the board throughout this tournament, and they do shut down some compositions. I think Wolverine has been more of a mainstay for folks at this level of play just due to the fact that triple Vanguard is very much an option right now with Vanpool on the table. The lock-in of Gambit is something, I've seen far more in this tournament than I would have ever expected. Not always, the first man priority that we thought he was, and they're going to remove that Loki so it's not a double Raging Royal Flush.
Yeah, and with that, it's going to be the tank pool to follow. I thought maybe Star-Lord would be there. Maybe you go with the save if Girl Bye wants to go one after the other. And it's Wolfels and just how dominant they were on the Gambit and that coordinated play. And what was one thing that kind of gave them a little bit of trouble, like back at Araka, was the tank pool. So I think they're fine with that being out of there. Loki going to be that ban, Invis the save. So we'll see what their next... I'm actually very curious what Girl Bye wants to go with here for this second save.
Yeah, it's either going to be a Vanguard or a Duelist, I would imagine. I don't think there's any idea. I think they probably have a flexible strat line. I think they need to lock in one that they're flexing at the moment, which, could be Phoenix or could be Daredevil. And I lied. It is going to be a Vanguard. So looks like it's going to be Rogue. And that's a combination we talk about. Rogue elevated heavily with Gambit. So that makes sense to me.
Now, which we didn't see any Rogue play from this team when we, had the honor of watching them. So we'll have to see what they were able to put together. Tones obviously set the tone on how to play that X-Men. We'll see how they want to utilize the hero with that insane team up. Cloak and Dagger going to be banned as well. And so right now, going to be pretty few options here on some of the strategist front. The thing to follow. So very interesting ban lines. I kind of like what we have going on here, testing the waters with what they think each team's key piece is. Animated Jeff, it's a sight to behold. My goodness, haven't seen too many of those out there in the wild.
Yeah, especially in these new seasons. I mean, Jeff's best play style still is more of a flanky play style where you play aggro, try to get out quickly and make a big play. and just be annoying into the backline. So we are going to see a composition that's very self-focused, and that's what you see across the board here for Silly Hamster. Everyone on this team has a comp, or at least a character pick, that is going to be playing their own game. So we will see what they do. And we look over at Girl By, a composition we're used to seeing. At least Auditories is going to be over there playing a very strong Elsa. We saw that last time going against Tree, and almost, you know, keeping in pace with Tree on those finals, but not quite there, but still really strong in that hero.
Yeah, right now I'm going to give the slight favorite to Girl By just team composition because of Auditory's Elsa combined there with Cryatic. We did not, you know, obviously see on the Star-Lord over here on a Wolverine play in the past, but man, you put this whole thing together. And we know as soon as Gambit gets in, right, and there's no Star-Lord ban, you're going to get kind of the same three at least there. The Daredevil now is going to be off, and they're going to go into the Elsa. They had to do that. I think that was going to be a pretty big mismatch if they don't, just in terms of ult and the sustained pressure from afar. Joey on the mag, Thanos as well. So, folks, not a lot of differences between these two teams, looking like the mirror match.
Yeah, we're going to see what happens here as we start up this first fight. And I was going to say initially, it didn't look like the Elsa was being matched, and that would have been kind of a difficult thing to get through, but Sir Duckington making that switch over, and is going to be picking that hero as well early on. Tyrell is going to have 20% to ult, closest yet. Still fighting on the high side to own this position. A really good Loki position for the, this whole side of the map, but obviously Loki banned out currently. We see some aggressive play. The spin to win on the high side, just going to build ult quickly, gets tackled away, and uses those dashes, the iframes, to stay healthy, as Pex is able to find one here, and down goes Elazi.
Yeah, really, whenever you have a mirror match play, it all comes down to just that perfect neutral, and the aggression right now is in favor of Silly Hamster, who goes and gets one down early. Wolfles, though, does manage to equal the tide, and that's going to be huge in terms of if they can get these Gambit ults at the same time that we typically see, but Wolfles is miles ahead. I pop this just completely aggressively, kind of a bit harder to ult track on the first fight, so we'll see what he ends up doing. Gonna go ahead and hold on for a response instead. I think that's a wise decision there, Shib.
Out goes the Raging Royal Flush, and the team commits heavy, and looking directly on the back line. Huge play there onto Seth, and just deleting Invis through ultimate is wild. What a play there on the attack from Girl By. Sweep right through and only stop it after 30%.
Yeah, that was exactly textbook of what they wanted. Allowed 30% of the point, but got exactly what they needed from it. You do have the Raging Royal on the other side. Joey can follow. I mean, they've got exactly the keys to get this thing right back. So again, look for an early pick, early neutral. Cryatic is the eyes that I have on. Didn't need to use that legendary, or in this case, Happy Holidays. What month is it? March. We're going to continue to hear that all year long.
Okay, here we go once more. And we do have some aggressive play. Star-Lord is available here, and the Gambit combination could be a big threat. Now it goes one. Oh, but immediately deleted from Auditories once more, and that is a second ult cancel. Sir Duckington able to find one on the Wolfles, though, and that is another massive pick, although the flush was not happening in that moment. Sir Duckington going to sit on the high side and just dodge this Meteor M. Play and looking towards the back line as P is trying to find one of the strategists, and does just that at 100 HP in a dream. Still maintaining pressure, and cut down to 3 HP before finally getting taken out. Sir Duckington finds two, make that 3 as well, and they will recap this point.
Yeah, and that was a little bit messy too. I mean, you have the Magneto ult, which obviously wanted to have some value, but didn't even use to counter the Star-Lord there, and you still have the Apex Predator on side of Silly Hamster. So even though 58% was taken, you really set up for a ton of success here, unless Auditories can continue to do what we saw so much in that upper bracket run. Joe are going to go ahead and continue this sustain and get those strategies built up as he takes a little bit of that poke damage that you want to do. And there it is, Apex Predator coming out from Sir. Nothing with it, though, as it's just a complete domination of just complete stagger. Silly Hamster's looking good.
Joey going to find Thanos there, put Silly Hamster up, and they're still climbing. It's almost 70% now moving forward, but very close to Girl By. Ultimate advantage going to be slightly in their favor as well, as they do have that combo with the Galactic Legend. Could be a huge threat, but there is going to be some answers, as Wolfles has ult available, Borderline and Auditories could make big plays, and we know how stressful Glartrox can be. And that Apex Predator finds its prey. Out goes the Raging Royal Flush, finding one onto Cryatic, which is a huge start here. Tyrell now starting up with the Galactic Legend, not able to get anything just yet, and nobody goes down even through all those Qs.
Yeah, that was actually shocking. Typically, whenever you hear the Legendary with the flush. You're going to get some bodies, but nothing going to happen this time around. Honestly, just a very awkward ult game is happening right now. A lot of staggering, not of players, but these key abilities. And there was really, I mean, after what we saw in the upper bracket, I mean, buddy, there was zero fight there. I mean, that was just kind of one-sided after the first fight was determined. Ults going and flying, but not a lot of success.
Seemed like a regrouping issue. They lost the next alt fight too, which is difficult, but it was never really like we saw some full team commitment. There was a lot of let me set up off left, and then they get picked, and then it was a reset. Same thing happened once more. So, you know, I think they're probably just going to have that mental reset of a new round right now. Silly Hamster going to have slight alt advantage, but either way, this is very much one of those maps that can lend itself to be tricky with off-map potential too. We'll see if anyone lends itself to do that. I believe this is the correct map, but I have to see as the doors open. But either way, there's answers on both sides with the invisible boundary.
And it's tough, though, because this is where you can't always flex, right? Like, Alazi, I want to see that Angela, but you have to play Rogue because the Gambit, right? And then you need the Magneto because the Star-Lord. So, like, all of a sudden, where you think you have a lot of flexibility, you don't because you need the answers, right, as well. And so we'll see if they can continue to match this mirror. But if you're looking at just terms of ult, you know, you got that opening boundary. It's going to look pretty scary. And you got the Magneto to match what Girl Bye could pop up. Ariatic, though, did so much on the X-Spin. We'll see if the Guardian of the Galaxy and Star-Lord can match that same impression.
And we've got a direct mirror matchup now. We're going to find out who can make this work out. Thanos holding the low side, just trying to get this point presence early. 6 seconds and counting down now as everybody's held back into that corner. Galactic Legend gets launched. Matched right back by a boundary. And out of the sky, Joey is going to Meteor M, return to sender right back at him. Down goes one, but it's matched by a Lozzie who finds P, not Tyrell, able to find auditories. And the trading still begins as Borderline finds Sir Duckington. Are you joking? And it's red and blue back and forth here.
Yeah, huge push off there. That was incredible. But, man, I got to go back into the server and watch that Meteor in because that was a pure connection in the sky of the Legendary. Complete beauty there as Auditory's going to find now Star-Lord out of here. And now with 1 and 2, Girl Bye looking to get rooted back into place, get this first cap. We'll get them right into their comfort zone. If you guys remember, against Cafe Rose, they struggled in that game mode as well. Domination just wasn't their song and dance, Shib. So we kind of saw that bleed over to this one as well, but kind of getting back into form.
Yeah, I do agree with you there. Ult advantage going to be in their favor in this next fight, though, and this is what they're looking for. They need to try to bounce back heavy if you want Girl Bye to take this and push this to a map 3. We'll see what they're able to do. Thanos, Woofles, Auditories, all available with Q. Tyrell, and soon to be VPEX. To have something as a combination, but will it be enough? The Glartrox comes in. Can they burn it? It is going to find some value, but not enough for a pick, and that's enough of a win to be answered right back. They are going to start off with the Royal Flush. Meteor M goes up in the sky. That one whiffs out of the moon, but it was a good idea as P-Dug is able to find one, make that soon to be 2. No, gets pushed away and is still holding on.
Yeah, right now, one team's looking a bit more comfortable on Rogue. Again, we didn't see Girl Bye get to play much of them. Ooh, a bit of overextension there, but is going to live. Nope, going to get down by Cryatic. Gets a point back, 45%, but you're down 2. So if you're Girl Bye, try to rotate and take this thing right back. I mean, you get the point, but you are up on the numbers. Don't let them get that easy cap. There you go. They're going to go ahead and use that aggression, push them back. What Vanguard do best.
Start off once more. Similar ults across the board here, as we do have an answer from both teams in that invisible boundary. But the Glartrox does a great job. That Apex Predator there from Elsa does a great job in countering Invis if the team is stacking an ult, especially when there's off-map potential on point. So you just got to break those segments and get ready to counter the ult if available and if it kind of lines up. And out goes the Glartrox. And that one does not seem to land and get too much value as Cryatic able to find one on the side of Girl Bye. Silly Hamster going to be down a number, and alt still climbing up here. Point still climbing up here for Girl Bye at 84 and counting.
Yeah, great neutral pick there as well. Cryatic keeping that ult. They know the Magneto's just going to counter it. So we'll see now as Thanos is just doing his job perfectly. This is just a neutral fight and win from Girl Bye, 93% and up. And guess what that means too, Ship? They can carry this into this next part of the map. Here comes the touch, but there's okay. They're going to get a little bit of space here, and now going to feed him. We'll see if they can win this fight though. But everybody getting hit by the rope, siphoned down. There's the Strange getting one, followed by the second. Silly Hamster getting some space.
Yeah, that was a huge cancellation there and great focus. Out goes the Meteor M right back. Shield is out, a ton of damage, and Joey gets taken out in the middle of the Meteor M. Trying to hold on to point for as long as possible. The match comes in. Seth going to bring out the invisible boundary. Sir Duckington able to find one on a Thanos. Girl Bye is now dwindling, and they will not be able to maintain pressure on point, but it doesn't matter because now it's all about one big alt fight for them to take this home, as they are at 99% trying to take this map.
Yeah, but goes from, you know what, 0.5 seconds to the win with all of your ults going to the next map to now having to get ults back to even win this thing, right? So that is why we talked about it earlier. Strange portals, just so important, and why the ban sometimes makes sense. Just evens the odds a bit more. But here we go. They won the last fight in the neutral. We're going to do the same this time. Here comes Apex Predator from Sir Duckington. Nothing from it, though. They continue to get burnt. Those monsters don't have any time to breathe. And in pro play, you expect to see more of that as Woofles finds Vanguards. Both Vanguards down. Girl by. Sending them right to spawn.
Yeah, Girl by coming in hot. Woofle's going to get a 3-piece there. Auditories finds one. Borderline going to get a piece as well. And now 100% should be it. I don't believe Portal's available here for Silly Hamster. Had to commit it early on in the last fight. It's all about this touch. If that can come through here by potentially Tyrell, but no, it will not. We're going to map 3.
All right. Well, I mean, obviously much cleaner than map 1. We saw the same thing in the upper bracket. I think domination, you know, just takes a little bit of that flexibility altogether. They kept answering perfectly with their defensive plays between the Mags and the Star-Lord. But altogether, just clean play from Girl by that much more. You've got the Apex Predator around the corner, or Auditories. But what's the one to watch, man? It's the Raging Royal. So we'll see. I mean, what do you call here? Let's go and try to call it early. You've got the Raging Royal, probably from Silly Hamster. Might go aggro with that. But if he saves it for response, I think I give the fight to Girl by.
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky right now because the idea is you want to launch that ult. If you're tracking properly, you know, Woofles doesn't have the answer. You could try to make that play at the very beginning of this map, but if Lazi is somehow able to get ult, you know, early on, which will be very close depending on damage, and they don't focus Lazi properly, you know, can build that Heartbreaker and then land on top of, you know, Vipex, and then next thing you know, you don't have ult available and it gets tricky. But if I'm Silly Hamster, depending on ult tracking, I'm pressing Q as Vipex as soon as this fight starts, knowing that none of them have ult available besides Lazi, who could be a huge threat to you.
It's so much easier to be said when we could see it, right? Obviously, these guys are really tracking down to the number, like, okay, who has it and what. Typically, you want to favor aggression, but yeah, I think they know Woofles is a little bit far away, so they've got that going for them, and here we go, as they're going to go ahead and collapse right into the point now. Joe's looking forward, finds the connection on Cryatic, and that is going to be the pick that just opens up the rest of the door. Apex Predator is out, but won't be enough. Burn that down. Right now, on top, Silly Hamster's looking like they've got the favor. Ooh.
And then immediately, Lazi on the controller is going to say, not in my house. Woofles able to find one on Tyrell, too. Multiple falling down now, and they're all falling over as more commitment is there. Good off-angle positioning here. Going to drive back towards the team, using some of that movement cooldown. See, Invisible Boundary gets launched. Auditories is going to drop P, though, as soon as that ult was committed, and that's another downside for Silly Hamster's. Girl by is just finding value after value in these fights, and they are going to be taking this point first.
There's the Auditories that we were looking for. There's that Elsa Bloodstone we knew was hiding within the Monster Hunter. Now Sir Duckington does have the large trucks as well. And we did see the reaction timing. Both Gambits are literally to the percentage lined up here. Cryatic has not been able to get going and being that difference maker like, you know, he has obviously on the Wolf. He really chooses to use this legendary. Tyrell is pretty close themselves. I love the push up here. I love what Girl by is trying to do as far as time goes.
Wow, that is a huge pick by Auditories. Can't stress that enough onto the back line, who's only at 50% ult. That is just so much value because there's potentially another fight where that ult won't be of impact, and gonna just immediately delete the Glar trucks. A lot more commitment after that early pick is tough to see, as the team may need to regroup, and they're not doing that. And the drive back is a huge ultimate return from Auditories, who has said, hey, I may have struggled early on, but I am stepping up, and is finding 5 after the fact. A Quadra in that play alone, and 1 before the fight even started, and that is insane value. Shout out again to Girl by, who are clutching up right now.
Yeah, one of those Predators looking at least on their 3rd evolution, man. And the other dying pretty early, bud, as like a starter or something. But yeah, I was impressed with Auditories just coming back into the fold. There's that Wolf was going to go ahead and get everybody up and ready with the cards. And there's the Happy Holidays up in the air. Cryatic going down early once again. We'll see if they can continue to make the difference. Thanos has been so lethal in this neutral. Lazi as well, man. It's just kind of gone from... Wow. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Both these Vanguards now getting more locked in as this match continues.
Yeah, some really clean play there. Girl by looks like a refreshed team here in this domination. Just everything working in their favor, and sadly, all of it was on the back of that pick onto Seth, which there's really not much Seth could have done. Auditories with some really good shots, getting that early pick, and they committed ults after being down in a 5v6 where there was answers from Girl by, and to be honest, at that point, the map is lost, especially here at 99%. It's going to be very difficult to retake being down an alt charge, especially when Lazi's on the back line, stealing that alt charge from them. Cryatic finds one, a second from Woofles onto Tyrell, and at this point, it is going to be a tick down. They take home the W.
This is why I love Marvel Rivals, man. You just had Silly Hamster just completely run the table on map 1, and then it was nothing but net, I guess is the best way I could say it, for Girl Bye. Getting that clean win. I mean, if you would have done like a Twitch, predict or whatever on that map 1, I think every single channel point would have gone over to Silly Hamster. But Silly Hamster tricks are for kids. It's gonna be Girl Bye taking map 1.
Yeah, that was definitely bad. I mean, we saw the mistakes, right? We saw the issues. But it's tricky sometimes when you have alt advantage, even if you're down a number, you think you can make something happen, but the odds are just not in your favor. And when you do commit and you do not have success, then you immediately tank your map odds completely. And that's exactly what we saw there. We saw an opportunity where they're down in numbers, they commit 3 ultimates and they don't find any success. And then at that point, the answer back from Girl Bye, only using 1 or 2 and getting a ton of value, the map is almost lost guaranteed. So huge plays and patience by Girl Bye to take that home. Silly Hamster definitely has a talent, just a couple small mistakes there.
Yeah, and I think, honestly, shout out to the Vanguards as well. I thought Thanos and Alazi did just incredible job in their presence, doing everything you want from that tank with their peeling and pressure, but mainly their huge hits in the neutral. Joey was doing work there on map 1, but, Thanos showed why he is on top there at the inside. But either way, man, I think that this is going to be a tight matchup between these two teams. We saw it there a bit in domination. We can expect to see it more. But if we know anything from Girl Bye, it's that they only heat up more as the maps move on.
That is true. We are going to be getting out of their least successful mode 2 with that Dom, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see a lot of Rogue from them last time. I think they adjusted to it really well. I think Alazi has proven that they can play just about anything at this point in that position. And I mean, it, man. Obviously, there's if you're a Vanguard player, you can play a lot, but there's definitely styles of Vanguard play that you lean. For example, you love Groot, right? But you're not always, I believe you've said you're not crazy about Angela, right? So it definitely, you don't always see that flexibility.
Yeah, typically you find yourself a playstyle that you enjoy, but I think the truth about Marvel Rivals is if you want to have success, you got to try to fill gaps in your playstyle. I like playing a lot of front to back stuff. For example, with the Groot, with the Strange Mag's style of play, more primary Vanguard, but you also want to have something like that Venom. You want to have that Angela, something that can be annoying the back line and kind of playing your own game in case things aren't working up for more of a front to back, right? You need to have a different playstyle available. That's why people like playing Thor, but maybe they struggle climbing ladder after a certain point because you can't really play Thor into something like you're going to see Elsa Bloodstone Punisher shotgun. You're just going to get deleted. So you got to have another option. So yeah, although these teams definitely have the ability to flex, they may not have the time on those specific heroes to pull out the W.
And at least the meta picks, right? I mean, because obviously I was just pointing out there earlier as when you get that mirror match, you have to play it. There's times where you have to really line up with the Star-Lord and the Magneto and the Rogue and the Gambit. It kind of makes itself, right? It's not that they're, always just picking the best of the best, but you really want to just use all the complements that these heroes have when utilized and synergized together. And that's what makes them so great. It's not their individual play, but also what they can do to other heroes. Obviously, why Mag has been good for so long, having that offense-defense approach. Looking at it, though, pick bans. Here we go, right into this next map of domination. I think the Wolf ban is huge, essential. That really slowed down what Cryatic has been able to do. Rogue, though, is going to be banned. That's a little bit of difference, and Gambit makes it through, Shib.
Yeah, I'm with you. I think they used the Wolverine ban last time, and although they didn't have success, it definitely, put them in a little more of a tough spot, on the side of Cryatic. Didn't get as much value. Auditories definitely did a ton of the work with 17 finals in that last match. Something we didn't even really highlight. 21k damage, 17 finals. Next closest damage across the board in the 15. So, we talk about Elsa being super good, and if you can't match Elsa at this level, it's probably worth the ban. I'm wondering if that is going to take effect, but it looks like it's not.
I'm going to go ahead and just say, all right, they got rid of a bit more Glartroxes than we did, I guess, right? I mean, that was one of the big difference. They matched each other on damage, but it was just those elims and those final hits that mattered. The inv is going to be saved on the side of Silly Hamster. And there's a lot of stretches banned last time, so it's actually looking pretty similar, same song and dance. But with that tank pull, definitely going to create a lot more pressure. Last ban available for Girl Bye. What they want to decide to do for their final bit here. It's going to be Cloak and Dagger, who I thought was probably a good pick, although with the tank pull, I may have kept him.
Hero or villain.
Yeah, I think Tank Pool and Elsa are decent answers for Gambit, which is why I think Gambit hasn't been as much of a raid boss this season as they were in 6.0, because Tank Pool, you know, he can use that ultimate on Gambit. Anytime he uses those abilities or tries to throw cards that don't all land on an enemy, they will suffer damage. If he uses those dash attempts away without landing on allies or teammates, takes damage, puts him in a tough spot. So, you know, allowing Tank Pool through might be a decent answer here to the Gambit if they want to, but we'll see what the comps come out to be and, you know, where they're landing those ultimates and where they're putting those ultimates at, but we will find out shortly.
Yeah, it's a good shout out. And even if it's not just the Gambit, you know, they're associated strategists. If you get Invis with the ult and you watch the cooldowns and he doesn't have dashes, then Gambit can't, you know, that heal's not going to be there. So be able to get that cleanup. I do expect we're probably going to get a pretty similar mirror match here. Yet again, even though you are seeing a little bit of the tan, shark, the summer skins. I know everybody's ready for another set of summer costumes. Shib as we find ourselves in March. I mean, hey, we're gonna have Christmas. I love that the Star-Lord Christmas. I was actually talking to the voice actor. He's like, man, you're gonna be hearing happy holidays a whole summer long.
That is true, man. Some of those skins, especially the legendary skins, are the best, man. Changing the voice lines up, but yeah, man. Especially as a New York folk myself, I'm ready for summertime. Let's get the snow out of here a little bit. I love me some snow, but these skins reminded me of what's available in terms of heat. I don't mind it too much, and we're gonna see the fight start now here in this next domination. Something Silly Hamster is probably not too scared about, knowing how strong Girl Bye can be in Convoy and Convergence.
Yeah, the Shark is going to come out to play, and there's just so many more things that can kind of handle Jeff. Daredevil being one of them, the Mag Ball, you know, like that Jeff ult used to be so scary in Season 0, and then it's kind of gone down a bit because of the answers to it, right, Chib? But we are nonetheless going to see that animated Lord icon at play, and just like that, wow, what an opening. Be a good hit there from the Gambit as Lozzy's going to go down early, and that's going to give them plenty of the opening space. Silly Hamster looking strong up front.
Yeah, they have to commit off that, and they are, as P is able to find one on the auditories. The second goes down, make that 3. P Dougie popping off right now, taking a picture to get that experience bar moving up a little bit, and he's going to start building, likely using that ultimate first. The ranged ultimate for Deadpool, is incredibly strong. We talked about it multiple times, but make sure if you're playing Deadpool at a high level, you are, you know, using that ult early on, or selecting that ult early on, because it just is such a threat to the back line.
Yeah, typically get that ult upgraded, and then those golden guns, right? Always so good to get that early quick pick advantage depending on your skill level. But there is the ult popping away, and Wolfos is going to match. So just like that, you've got both the regions going crazy. Which card's going to go on top? Who will fold? It's going to be a quick hit off, and that is going to be the trade you're looking for, and that is going to be a Silly Hamster hold.
Yeah, Silly Hamster's doing a great job of not overcommitting. They are going to be using that Gambit, which was matched back by Wolfos, but they still hold on to the point here. 40% in climbing. Silly Hamster now stepping up in this moment. Sir Duckington is holding on here to Matt Murdock, just one of our favorite lawyers in the, you know, Marvel Universe as a whole. Going to be a huge problem to the backline and constantly just tracking everyone. It's really difficult to set up plays when everyone knows where you are at all times.
Yeah, once again, there goes both of the Apex Predators. Usually some Girl Bye getting the best of those. This time around, it's going to be getting down the other at least. Got a strategist down on one side, which always gives a bit more of the advantage. Wolfos pushing forward, and just like that, finds the Shark. Goodbye. The end of that Jaws theme song. And it looks like Girl Bye can be able to bounce right back into this.
Yeah, I mean, the idea right now for Silly Hamster is try to fall on point, but it looks like they elected to drive backwards. Not sure I fully agree with that. It's sometimes worth, you know, squeezing out as much percentage as you can before you go down, which they ended up electing to go down on the point after. I just don't agree with a lot of that decision in that moment, but it's tricky in the fight. Still getting to 77% is massive here for Silly Hamster, and they will try to jump back and take this home and just look for one big ult fight. But Girl Bye did not overcommit in those fights, and they're still holding on to 3.
Exactly, just a little bit spread out there in general, and kind of the rotations. Where were you looking for? And there's the little things you want to try to perfect here at the top level play. So Duckington, the call-outs to the team, but also looking where to go next. And here it is. Wolfos popping and a follow. The Gambit fight. You guys know it gets crazy. Holy graphics cards dying across the board. Duckington going to get Borderline out of here, and just like that, strategist down. It's going to open up the doors for Girl Bye to go down. But no, they do get the trade back.
And Lozzy holding on the point again. Shout out to Lozzy, who's still maintaining pressure here. Looks like switching over to MKB too, which is something different, maybe just for this hero specifically. Very, very different than something I'd expect, but totally up to the discretion. Out goes the Glartrox. That's going to find no one, but a good idea. Still maintaining pressure on point, already at 60 and climbing. This team is going to try to take this right back to him. I don't know how they do it. Seth does have ult available. There's no answer. It's all about the big Jeff right now, but Auditories finds one. Tyrell getting another pick, both of which going to keep the numbers even. Still holding on to that ultimate. Seth needs to try to get some big value before some answers come through, but might actually just wait until Invisible Boundary goes up because that's almost a guaranteed eat.
Yeah, just like that, they were able to hold on the point. Wolfos is about to be able to get Cryotic supercharged with the Legendary, which they won't be able to match on Silly Hamster's side. So I do fear for them trying to get this point back, Chip. Going to be really tough. You know that control delete's about to happen. Pushing in, they have Mag at 87, so we'll see if they're able to get that just there. Joey is going to have to be right on the button. Going to go ahead and hold and look at their pressing it, 96%. Watch Joey here.
Craddock's up in the sky right now with a combination ultimate, and it looks like Lazi's able to find Sir Duckington through the mix right there. Cryatic's not able to make too much happen as one is down here from the side of Silly Hamster. Out goes Thanos now, committing all towards the back line. The Chef's there, but it's matched by the Meteor End now, so it's just a little too late. Now they have answers for it, and they do make it work. Thanos able to find another pick, and Auditories onto Tyrell in the reverse sweep is wild here for Girl Bye as they take home this map.
I think you said best, just a little too late, because I like the approach. They actually handled Kratik's ult pretty well. And then the Jeff response, the bubble being used, go and try to get, some value there. And then at that point, the Mag barely needed the ult. He was just looking at a Jeff that was almost already gone, but decided to finish the exclamation point. And just like that, I mean, Silly Hamster looking so really on top there for the first half of that map and unable to close ship.
Yeah, we're going to see a change in comp there. Steph's making the switch over to Invis, which I think is a good decision. I like the Jeff. It looked really good, like you're saying early on in those fights. But, whether it's just a conversation with the team that the ult wouldn't work in certain fights or they needed the healing up, so the commitment would have been too much. It's stuff that we're not going to be able to, get our ears on at the current state of this tournament. But, electing to switch out there because just not able to get much value with the Jeff.
Yeah, now you got the Star-Lord to match, and this is looking like a much better comp. I get what they were trying to do. Absolutely, but sometimes it had them playing a little bit more apart as well. But with these switches also means to be down a little bit on some ult values. Auditory is going to have the Apex Predator to open things up. That's the only thing you're going to see for a while. So big time neutral fight coming up, folks. Look to see how they take their ground. That's going to go up on the top alongside the Monster Hunter ship, rotating over. Interesting approach right now. So Hampshire going as one.
And the big ult available here with the Glartrox, the Apex Predator could be massive drawing a line like this, especially with the strategist playing pretty deep. And, you can try to find that early pick. Not able to make that happen just yet as the teams are separating now, knowing that that is available. Playing on multiple sides, Cryatic able to find P. Dougie, and that is a huge start to this fight in the neutral with no commitment. Ult was available there in that moment, and which potentially could have kept them healthy. Thanos, Woofles going to get their own piece, make it another as Woofles gets two, and Thanos gets a second. And they drive him right back to the door and get point early on.
Yeah, use the ult, get the other ults, and now not only get the point take, but now you got Wolfos, Cryatic's going to get their ult. Joey's a mile away from theirs, and so, I guess Stephanie Invisible Boundaries, I can keep that in check, but it'll be tough. Usually Hamster has to know this, though. They're well aware. See what they choose to do. Wolfos usually waits for this on the defense. Here it is, and there is the Legendary with the Mag Bubble. Good night. Finds one. Let's get another. Two. It's going to be close. Will he get the best of it? Craig goes down, Chip. Oh, no, he does. I'm sorry. The trade.
Yeah, early pick from Cryatic to find a two-piece, driving them forward as Woofles is able to find P. Dougie. Sir Duckington onto Cryatic to get that back. You just called it a little bit too early, but you nailed it, brother. As they are taking this point, still moving forward. Silly Hamster being driven back to the spawn door. Does have Duckington and Seth's ult available, but not going to commit it just yet as Borderline does have that answer.
Yeah, so now at 47%, and they've got both offensive and defensively what they're looking for. We'll see how they choose to approach. I think Sir Duck has just got to nail these ults. The ulti play's been really good from Duck. Just has not seen the Apex Predator land where they've wanted it here. And that's really with Girl Bye being locked in to get rid of this Predator. As soon as it comes out, they do get a little bit of something there. Thanos going down early. This is the time to push in.
Oh, that is huge. That is so huge. Are you kidding me? And that's what I was talking about. Right when you see that invisible boundary, if you know that they're going to be stacking in there, launch that Glartrox and just run away, and they're all pulled out. And that is just one of those answers into triple comps in the back line, but not only just a triple comps, but it is Invis as a whole, who has been in an incredibly strong state. Just a very good answer to that hero.
One of the more important ults just to really nail down, man. I mean, you can have the whole kit of Elsa figured out, especially mechanically, if you just created these games, you'll be able to pick up Elsa with ease, but this ult and the value from it and being just on top of it is the big difference that we're seeing between Auditory right now and Duck, and there is the winning hand. up and ready to go for both teams. Thanos going to find the best from the Gambit, and that's going to shut down early both strategists. That will be Girl by getting this point, and game, set, match, my friend.
Yeah, Girl by just looks, lights out here. Just taking this thing home, getting another win here into Silly Hamster, and just clutching up. The portal, I don't believe it's going to be able to touch, so that should do it. Girl by absolutely lights out. Huge ultimates, a massive Glartrox to clutch up a team fight that was needed to be won by Silly Hamster, and they take home Celestial Husk.
Man, who would have thought? They go down twice to domination in the upper bracket. It was kind of what kind of ended them and pushed them down here. Then they go with 2 dominations in a row, 2-0. They're feeling confident yet again. I mean, there's been a lot of Elsa MVPs on our screen today. This is a hero that is just absolutely cracked the moment they came out. And this is going to be some uphill sledding for Silly Hamsters. We'll see what kind of map they choose to try to change the tide of what has been the outcome so far.
Yeah, the question is, I think at this point you try a different mode out, shake things up a little bit, because it looks like at the moment Girl by has kind of locked in on what comp they need to get these wins on domination. They've looked clean on it. They were lights out, auditories again. You just can't, at this point, I think Elsa has to go, because you've consistently seen more finals from auditories, who's been playing really, really good on that hero this entire day.
So it's like, do you get Elsa early? They're not going to use the save early on Elsa, so I think you stick with the Wolf ban, and then maybe try to come back around and get the Elsa at that point is what I would maybe try
after
to
the first
with.
set of saves. Yeah, I can see that.
You can't let the Wolf through. I think that's going to be that'll be an early ending if Wolf ends up, because then you have Cryatic on hero they're comfortable with, and it goes from there. But you know what? We haven't seen too much reverse sweeps yet or anything of that nature. But there's always the opportunity, always the time. If the Hamsters can log in.
They definitely have the talent. Again, I mean, we're seeing these teams perform well. It's just a matter of the successful ultimates that we've seen from Girl by, at least in this matchup in Dom. I mean, multiple times, even down in ultimate charge, they're never overcommitting ults. If they are down in ults, they somehow make a huge play that cleans it up, especially there on map 3. They didn't lose any charge on point at all. They just constantly had them backed into a corner. You saw the huge Glartrox there to shut down Invis, which was a necessary ult for them to get their own point. It just was consistent. So we likely got to see things changed up, as we now will be heading over to Central Park.
Yeah, for sure. So we knew this would make its way. And actually, last time we had Central Park for Girl by, it was a absolutely great game either way. But yeah, as I pointed out before, I was saying how these teams locking in as one unit is something I've been impressed with. And right now, I think Girl by is going to get the edge of that a little bit. But guys, we're going to go into match number 3. What's going on, guys, and welcome back to our match 3 between Girl by and Silly Hamsters. I just walked in and my spouse was like, what are you yelling about hamsters so much? I was like, don't worry about it. It's getting close though. It's no, it's 2-0 if you're just now coming in, and they're looking all the part right now, buddy. But we are going to Central Park, changing up from domination. What would you like to see from the Hamsters?
And then you told her Girl by. No, I'm just kidding. But I want to see, I don't know, man. I mean, we're finally going to Convergence, right? We're due a map outside of domination. I haven't really seen how this team's performed here. I think we need to see the Elsa potential ban out, maybe at some point. It doesn't need to be an early target. They keep losing the Gambit matchup too, and it's not really a fault to the Gambits. It's more so as a team. So maybe we see that change up. Something different needs to happen, because we haven't really even been able to see what else they got in the belt. It's like just a consistent back and forth here of similar comps.
Selfishly, I want to see the Wolf making their way through. I mean, if you did not see Cryatic and the Wolf on this map, it was some of the most disgusting kidnaps that we've gotten the pleasure of watching. But we'll see if that's going to be that first ban or not. Manta's Gambit out, so there's the Gambit change at least. Wolfos has proven to be a very formidable foe, even against Cafe Rose. They tried it one time, did not work out, and kind of swapped from there moving forward. Gonna be the Wolf save. Cryatic is more than happy, especially with Gambit gone, dude, and he doesn't have to play Star-Lord. He is in his comfort zone.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that as well. Some crazy plays with ultimate there after using the dash to kind of set up the ult, which is something that I think Wolverine mains at the very top level know how to do. But it was definitely new to me as somebody who doesn't play the hero a lot and instead just cries about the hero a lot when he messes me up on Vanguard. But we are going to see the lock-in here of Daredevil as well. So things are definitely different at the start. And the removal of Gambit, like we talked about, I think that is a nice change of pace here for Silly Hamster. This is the ban phase I was hoping to see.
This is where you get the Elsa band. That's what I would want to do. There it is. Okay, so at least on the, pen and paper, what we needed or wanted to be done was done. However, Cryadic getting the Wolverine is almost inevitable. They went with the Gambit instead, which I don't know if they would have saved it on the other side, but obviously Wolfos wants to play that hero. So either way, I think when you're down 2, we continue to talk about this. Got to switch it up, and I like their changes thus far. We go into their next save, Shiv, and last time with this save in their option, yeah, they did go Vanguard. We'll see if they go with Deadpool again.
Yeah, I'm curious too. Definitely on the table, I think it was successful for them, and it worked really well. And yeah, it is going to be the Deadpool. I think that makes sense. And the lock in the opposition, again, I Silly Hamster, I'm happy they're changing things up. They're getting rid of the Elsa, the Gambit, like we talked about, and doing exactly what we thought they needed to do to at least try to find a different angle of attack, especially when you're backed up against a wall like this. You just need to get crazy with it. So I'm curious what the lock might be here. Maybe, some sort of pocket pick that could be banned out, and it's going to be the Thing. And I think that is not a bad idea, and that is definitely a hero that is incredibly strong right now. Although, as you're climbing ladder, he suffers heavily into getting poked and raw damage. You just got to play around those cooldowns and know where your backline is at all times to jump to.
Yeah, well, Elsa's gone. You've got, Phoenix gone as well. So that poke is kind of off the table a little bit, right? For some of the more primary suspects. Funny, we haven't seen Hell Up much at all, if any, today. Last band available for them. And again, they've continued to go with that Cloak and Dagger, the Rocket. Okay, so that's what we're going to get on this side of things. And the Daredevil makes its way through. So Girl Bye's going to be on the defense first. See how they choose to set up their lineup, defense or offense. The X-Men Logan will be making their appearance. Wolfos floating the Ultron, which I don't think we saw Wolfos on the robot earlier. Nope, it's going to be... Okay, so I do like this play as far as Loki. Typically, whenever that Gambit's gone and Loki's available, you got to go with Cloak and Loki.
Yeah, I think Cloak gets ult really quickly. Loki does the same, and you can just farm ults. It's one of those ults you can be aggressive with and actually use to initiate fights, which you don't always want to do as a strategist. But Cloak can obviously lead that path forward, which is super impactful. And it actually plays well with things like Groot, which sounds strange, but if you actually put a wall behind enemies that are inside that ult, they're going to constantly take thrash damage from the walls, stuff like that. Because just due to how fast it takes damage, it actually kind of pummels people. But it's just the small little nuanced things. Obviously, the Cloak, the Terror Cape, adding extra damage like 40% to whoever you're targeting. I think it's 20 or 40. I got to remember off the top of my head. But either way, just a huge cooldown, a great hero, and has definitely been stepping up in this season.
Got to get this tree over to the defensive point. Nothing worse than whenever you start off, you look at your teammate in spawn still, and you're like, we got 20 seconds. We got to get to the wall here. But yeah, we're going to see the Wolf here get a kidnap early on hunting season. No jetpack, though, for the Rocket or anything. But we'll see if they can continue to pull off the success that we saw moments ago. And then it's going to go build up early on the Deadpool. Obviously, a little bit under leveled early, but just really snowballs in the definition of that. Okay, we're going to take the high ground here as Auditory's going to go up to this right pillar.
Yeah, just double check my notes. 28% there for the Terror Cloak too, just to give you guys an understanding. That is right down the middle of what I said. It's almost 30% damage increase on whoever you're targeting. That is a big cooldown to call out. Missed the tackle there. Cryadic tried. Going to be matched right back by Sir Duckington. Both going to be on Logan right now, and that's where Thing gets even more pressure. If you're going to let Wolverine through, you might as well have a counter that you can play in the front line, something that's not going to struggle too much, and also be able to, fastball special your own Wolverine. And bang, that is going to start. Can we see Duck find one? Not quite yet, but the off-map potential's there. They got to burn that Ironwood, and now Groot's in a dangerous spot.
Yeah, you've got that rubble that you can jump up. We saw last time they tried to watch Cafe Rose try to match the Wolf play, and it was not there for success. But Duck is going to get that first pick here with the Loki going into the internal bond. Goodbye. Oh, Groot hangs on by the edge of his wood, but it ultimately is going to go down to the biggest weakness of him. Borderline does get the trade-off, though, to keep them in this, and the Whale is already... They're able to kind of keep this thing sustained and interesting.
Yeah, still not able to quite take the presence on point. Still playing kind of slow, but that's a huge pick right there. Auditory tries to peek for a moment and just takes a cannonball to the forehead as we see more damage pop out. They're driving him right back into the back corner. Cryadic goes down, and Silly Hamster, we said they needed to change things up, and they're doing just that. It's working for him right now, as Duckington should be able to find another here on a Lazi, and Silly Hamster are looking clean, and another huge pick by Tyrell.
Wow. Yeah, all that talk of Cryadic and just found the spawn room twice. I do like the Bucky pick here, too, to kind of have as that anchor duelist. I feel like Bucky is the hero every duelist player has to have in their arsenal at some point in time. whenever you're trying to get competitive here in Rivals. And there's the quick pick and the finish, forcing the blessings of the deep. Either way, the cooldown's gone, but Namor's going to follow.
Yeah, that was really clean. I agree with you. I think Bucky's great for just backline peel in general, but also, you know, just a huge threat and a ton of self-survivability if you're struggling with whatever hero you're taking. It does have self-heal potential, at least with that overheal health, as P. Dougie finds one. Looking for more here with Thing. Thing pick has been massive. It's tricky into Groot. It can be, as Groot can wall off Thing and get that pick if your team has enough damage, but you know, the best things are not afraid to just kind of just power through some of these walls, deal a lot of damage to them, and then dash back the last moment.
But as you said, Poke is one of the biggest weaknesses for the Thing. He's so aggressive, but that kind of mid-lane fight is where he kind of suffers at times, right? But there's not a lot of Poke heroes available with the pick and ban, so and give the favor over there to the Hamsters, but you're going to match bond for bond here. Got both the Kraken Impact and Last Stand Berserker Rays available. Powers are all looking rough and gone here quickly. When they used to throw that out, and there's the Groot ult, there's combo, and there goes 1-2-5.
Auditories with a 3. Do I see 4? I do. Come on now with a combination of the Strangling Prison is going to walk them back to the spawn door. That was a huge combo. It is going to just use that to probably escape now. Don't need to commit too much. And there's that Ironwood wall out. The idea now is to hide wall. He looked at the team comp, said, oh, they've got Bucky pull and they've got Wolverine. I do not want to get yoinked. Just go ahead and hide that wall early on. And that's that discussion we were talking about early on in the broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. So huge. The biggest resource for that Groot. And hey, man, without Gambit and that cleanse, just able to get so much more success out of Bucky, which is why we saw that ult. You know, it used to be again from past season. Not as much this time, but there's the pop in the neutral. There's a little bit of Poke, as we were calling out earlier. Joey going down duck as well, so that huge offensive effort getting slowed down for the time being. 2 minutes 30 seconds is about the time on the clock that you get. You're getting the cap pointed out on point 1 when time's all the way down. There's still plenty of time share, but good defensive effort here.
Yeah, good call outs there, bud, as you're going to see ult advantage slightly in the favor of Girl Bye, but it's going to be close enough to it's all about who gets this first neutral pick. Some walls getting launched. Out goes a bunch of cooldowns, and they're just, you know, a little bit hesitant to get out the door here. It's tricky when Groot's there, as Joey is able to find Cryatic, and that's a huge start for the Vanguard, who now can take space with no worry as they still keep going, and Kraken Impact's available.
Oh, and look at the Moon Knight ult, just about. The Hand of Khonshu coming down shortly here as it paints the path with Eternal Bond. And be very close neck and neck. Here's the Groot, and here's the combo. They've got it set up. They found some success here. Instead, raining it down, they're going to get nothing from it, it looks like, early on. Even with the impact, the fall, and there it is, 1-2. And here goes the hunting season for the Loki. I mean, this is the Loki's worst nightmare. You've got the Kraken Impact, the Moon Knight Crescent Darts to run for your life.
Yeah, this is exactly the idea here from Silly Hamster. They just said, all right, let's just take advantage of the fact that they do have a Loki, and let's make them pay for it. A huge tackle there is going to find one as Cryatic takes out Sir Duckington. Duckington finding a 3-piece. I don't know if they can even touch. They cannot, and they committed ultimate. Wow. That is a tough look there. This side of Girl Bye. Silly Hamster is stepping up now, potentially taking this to point 3 on this map would be massive for them as Borderline finds another on a Tyrell. Girl Bye trying to bounce back and hold them early on in this point, but the cart will scooch forward through these doors in a moment.
The Hamster fans are cheering, man. I mean, that is exactly what you want, especially when you look at the ults that are left, but they are pushed in regardless. Even without those ults, Wolfels going to be close behind at least, but once again, Sir Ducking's going to lap. Usually on this second Moon Knight ult, you want to use it aggressively for space like this. Yeah, exactly. Before that next Groot turnaround, unless your Groot's cracked and getting the ult to follow with you, and there's going to be a little bit of a Bucky hit. Rotate over shift. I like what they're doing right now, aggressive play.
Yeah, some good walls there. Tyrell with a huge pull is going to find one, and sometimes it's worth being aggro like that. Going to land on the Loki in the back. They get a guaranteed reset. Tyrell popping off of the 2-piece, looking for more as the Meteor M goes up. That could land heavy. Bang! It does. Now Woofles goes down. Auditory is going to find VPEX and Seth now on a Cryatic. The trades are there, but Tyrell is still holding on and making value.
I mean, Borderlines just disappeared right there with the Kraken Impact. And it, obviously, again, without that Gambit, just so much less to worry about, right? Than trying to play the hero. And with Alazzi back on Angela, this is what we did see last time they played. A lot of value to be had here with just both the pull-offs, but also what they can do on the point. Cryatic as well is going to be ready to have that quick combo that we continue to see. The swipe, the dash, kind of use that ult on the top of their heads. Such a hard hitbox to get.
And Silly Hamster going to copy up early here with by. Ooh, off map goes one as Cryadic's able to find Joey. That's a front line before they all can even come through. It's going to be tricky for the team now, especially as Seth is going to find two. Oh, just one there with a good jump out, but still no Vanguard on the front line is going to put Silly Hamster at a tough spot. Cryatic going to find another. Some huge plays with the off-map potential at this location. Such a defensible position with things like EMEA, Angie, and Wolverine. There's just so much potential to get off-map right here.
Cryatic slowly keeping his rage up, doing like small slashes on the clones to the next, and that's the way to see elite play. But yeah, I mean, it's one thing getting the kidnap eliminations, it's another staying alive through it, and they got both Vanguards out with such success. We continue to see that here when they were going against Cafe Rose. Now up the top, George trying to find that Namor, going to find success there with the 1-2 alt combo. Does find it. Auditori's going to go out and turn a bomb though. Both sides, it's going to be a mess in here. Oh my gosh.
Cryatic has ultimate available too. That is a huge pick. Ult's going to be happening right now, I believe, in a moment here. As soon as that ult ends, just trying to find a few, maybe not even thinking needs it, as Elazi's able to get two. Borderline finds one more, and at this point, 5 seconds for the touch. Instead, is just going to hold on until it's absolutely necessary to guarantee a win. May not even need to commit it at all. Overtime ticking down. Portal coming in through here from Joey. It may touch, but I'm not sure it even does. And it does not. Wow. Holds him before point 3.
Listen, all about the meta mirror matchups, but dude, this is what I wanted to see is Elazi on the Angela with the Wolf. I mean, that was disgusting. They single-handedly just continued to pick off the one big play of the Vanguards. I mean, and I would say out of all the Vanguards, you would know when you're mag and you get thrown off the map and you just have to float slowly down, like there's nothing you can do outside the ult. It's a tough look, man.
Yeah. Just awaiting your own demise. I'm with you 100%. Or you force them to use Meteor M to get out of there, and you're like, all right, you catch that to the forehead. You're like, all right, good trade. Yeah. No, dude, one thing I want to check, actually, I didn't even see, is Elazi back on controller on this hero? Is it specific to heroes that they switch around? Because on Mag was running the MKB, and I believe we saw prior to that was on the sticks for Angela. So I'd have to keep my eyes on that.
There's a few players I've talked about that do that. They'll play certain heroes on mouse and keyboard, others on controller. It's such an interesting hit, but definitely some just feel obviously better. I'm telling you, way back when I picked up hero shooters, I remember going from controller to mouse and keyboard because I'm like, you can't play a controller at a high level. Well, this game has showed all the opposite, man, as we continue to see the pros in the game. It's been a cool thing to see, honestly, witness there in year one. But here we go on the aggression. Going to stick with the Moon Knight on the defense side of things, and Auditory going to be matching with the Bucky there. Kind of interesting plays. Anything jump out? Obviously, we got the Atom as well.
Yeah, I think the idea was just a group night composition it on defense. Not a bad idea. You're going to have, Atom for the res. They're running essentially running triple back. You're going to have Moon Knight for raw damage potential. And then you've got Magneto to just keep your Groot healthy and ensure he doesn't constantly get pulled around and tackled if that Ironwood wall goes down. So it's a really strong comp. We'll see if Silly Hamsters can hold it. And it looks like they started off well, knocking not only Cryatic out, but getting rid of that passive just that early is pretty savage. It's exactly what they were looking for, as they knew that potential throw play could come in here from Wolverine. Elazi going to be on that Groot as well, matching it that right back. But it's all about the next set of fights now. Good patience here from Girl Bye to wait until they're sixed up before they fight again.
And remember, this is it, man, for the Hamsters. This is your dream of Ignite coming to a close, potentially right here, right now, right as your last defensive, effort. So locked in fully here as they're down 2-0 thus far. Joey pushing forward now. And you're right. I mean,
it does you a
good
favor.
patience so far.
Yeah, no, I was just sometimes it does you a favor, right? Where like your back's against the wall, you have nothing to lose. If you're a team that's maybe making it and you're not sure you could have made it this far, although this team looks incredibly strong, they probably had confidence. Oh, Sir Duckington, as we're having this conversation, able to find one early on, does have ult available. You've seen Moon Knight get ultimate in 30 seconds and less, even in the pro scene. And curious if it was on a similar number here. Ult available should be used very shortly. There it is. Everybody's in the mix there with a combination. Looks like two. Do I see more? Yes, we do. Still, Sir Duckington, but the res comes through after the fact. It's going to bring him right back in. Sir Duckington back in the fight. P. Dougie. Vi is back in. They have a double res composition if they want to, and it looks like they might just do that.
Yeah, dude, this is absolute madness here. As you thought, man, that was just going to be the wipe to win, but they're going to go ahead and flip that script right back on. Girl Bye now, not even able to get that first point. Silly Hamster's fully logged in, going over. There's going to be the strange portal, though, open. You heard it in the background. Joey now moving towards that to try to get it. This is pure, absolute chaos, man, as Loki's are going to be the king of it. At the top there, Borderline going to go and throw back. Duckington's out of here with the Berserker Rage. Finds another success. Going to get that group kidnapped all the way from the back. And now Girl Bye finds the success. But there's the res, Tim.
Yeah, that is a massive res once more And Vi is already 50% to ult again. Potentially, we might just see the res for days, bringing us back to the Guardians comp of Season 0. Auditory is able to find one. Dougie's able to trade that back onto Cryatic, excuse me. And now watch walking in again. Joey is going to get that pick onto a Lazi and look towards borderline. It might be enough for them to still hold on to this point with no issues. And wow, they will have another res available for next fight if Vipixel can get out.
Wolfles can get one too if he wants. I mean, we're about to see a whole lot of Marvel zombies here, man. Yeah, just looking back to like season 0 through 3. Now pushing forward here, man. Like this Groodle. Let's see if they go aggressive. Once again, the duck is ready for the hand to come down now. Pushing forward back, and there's the power copied. It's going to go into the internal bond instead, and there's the Atom flying out. The mobility is going to show the difference there, and everyone's going to go and get hit by quick hand. But wow, not the trades they're looking for exactly.
Yeah, Silly Hamster is down but not out. I mean, Wolf was able to find one there, but the res comes through, and all of that is for naught. And I mean, now is the time that Girlbye needs to clutch up, because they will have a brief moment of no res potential if they can drop Tyrell. Vipixel just used that ult, so everybody on that side will only have one chance of a res. Seth is going to have an answer here with the Eternal Bond, which could be a massive ultimate to hold them on, especially if the res needs to be used on point. We'll find out in a moment how it looks, but we're in almost final fight territory now. The stagger can come through here with Portal, but at this moment, we're going to see who gets the next big play.
Oh, here's the Augmento going out. 3 is going to get hit all at once. Do they find a connection with it? Turtle Bong going to keep them up and healthy. Nice from Seth there. Duckington gets the batons out, finds the best of the Vanguard through it all. And just like that, even with the Groodle surviving through it, it is Silly Hamster backs against the wall. This is it for their team, showing all that effort.
Yeah, we talked about them needing to use a weird comp to shake it up and try to get in the head of Girlbye, and they're doing just that as overtime is now ticking down with the double res hold. Silly Hamster says we're down but not out, and take home this map.
Man, that was impressive, buddy. That was shocking, if you will. After what you just saw on the stairwell of doom, I mean, the constant Vanguards falling down, how many bodies were at the end of that on the defensive side, but just to completely hold a 0.1, which it's been a long minute since I've seen a 0.1 hold on Central Park.
Yeah, I mean, that is a very, I mean, you know, it's a defensible position for sure. I think it lends itself into a comp like that double res. Maybe we see Girlbye get rid of that now, although I do think it's stronger on like Convergence, where, you know, you can guarantee you fight at around the same point all the time instead of something like Convoy, because, you know, they're constantly moving and they're inherently heading into the Atom even when he's trying to run away to ult. But either way, it looked disgusting there by Silly Hamster. A great attack, getting almost a 0.3, but an even better defense, playing lights out. Sir Duckington, 18 finals there on the moon.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I thought Duck played a near perfect game there on defense. A big shout out to them. Obviously, the Elsa wasn't going exactly their way on the ultimate department, and they're anything but. So great job just to lock in. That's why we love the lower brackets when everything's on the line, right? If you looked at that matchup and you saw them, they just kind of lost a little bit of that offensive push. They're down 2-0. It's just looking so much against them, right? That's what we saw the difference of the last map we watched, where we saw the mental go away. Buddy, that was anything but. Their mental was completely strong, their coordination, and really just the vibes were high, as they like to say, right?
For sure.
For Silly Hamster.
Yeah, I mean, the switch there from Tyrell too to go over and play that Atom successfully, get some huge reses, always taking off, right? The thing about Atom with that movement now is you see a fight not going your direction, you immediately take off with flight, find a location and get that started and come back as a unit. The team did a great job stalling the point until everyone was back again. The Vanguards could own the point, but yeah, man, I mean, just well played. They did exactly what we said they needed to, man. Switched up the comp and found a ton of success. Congrats to Silly Hamster getting one map.
Hey, dude, I mean, imagine taking like a season off Rivals. You come back, you pop on MRC, and Adam is flying. I mean, just a complete way that changes the character through and through. And Adam was already getting a lot of play at pro play, right? Especially in domination. And we saw that especially in the America scene, right? Like back with 100 Thieves and Delena and that hiding and getting those reses that are clutch. Well, now that flight and that extra mobility makes that success rate way higher. You can play with your team and then jump out, right? It's just such a different look instead of being 5v6, which I think is way more interesting, and it gives Adam a much better shot to kind of hang in this meta.
Yeah, I think Adam is, like you said, he's seen a lot of the top side of the game, especially the pro scene when communication is important, because I think Adam plays the best when you have comms. It's all about using that bond efficiently and making sure you take off in a fight instead of trying to, fight yourself and then ult in the midst of the chaos. you just essentially take off, and everyone plays for the fact that they're going to get KO'd. I think that's one thing that Ladder struggles to understand is when you have an Adam and he takes off, just purposely go try to get KOs while getting KO'd and just restart as a unit and come back in and force them to try to use as many ults as possible. And that's what you really only see at the top level.
It really force like proactive into reactive, and that's exactly what I want to see. You want most, if all, picks to be viable, right? At each role. I mean, as a Vanguard player, you know that strategist. It's cool to see now kind of the biggest missing link kind of come to fruition for Adam Warlock. But either way, I think that was a map that really favored a lot of the playstyle that they brought together, and keep that up. You want to change things up. You want to make sure they feel off of what they were feeling comfortable on if you are girl by. And man, listen, we have had a great match one. Match two was pretty quick, but this is shaping up to be a good one, bud.
Yeah, I mean, the reverse sweeps have happened. Never count them out. It could be on the table. Again, Silly Hamster's back against the wall. This is the lower side of the bracket for maybe those who are just tuning in. The loser of this game goes home, right? Or not necessarily of the specific game, because if Silly Hamster wins, it would go to game 5. But the potential to be knocked out starts right now. Girl by up 2-1, first to 3, best of 5. Both these teams looking good. We saw the change up from the side of Silly Hamster. We said they needed to change it. They needed to do something unique, and they did just that. We will see shortly if it's enough to happen one more time.
Yeah, and Domination Krakoa being that next map to decide is interesting, because even though you had the first 2 wins going to Dom, going to girl by, Silly Hamster looked all the part a couple times. In fact, the first map they cleaned, and then the other maps they looked like they were almost there, and the ults quite weren't, and that was because of the Elsa comparison, right? So if that's off the table, potentially I think we see a lot more competitive map here in Domination, which will be Krakoa. So I'm going to be looking forward to jumping into that. Man, if we get a reverse sweep, it's going to get me even more excited somehow for year 2 of this thing.
Imagine, dude, if we just happen to get 2 game 5s out of our first 3 games, would be pretty nutty. But yeah, Krakoa, another domination map. I think funny thing to note is Girlboy kind of struggled with domination in their first matchup, and now they're electing to want to play that mode more frequently, which is just very funny. They did find success in the mode, so it makes sense.
Yeah, for sure. And listen, we're just about 2 weeks away from what I would assume is going to be some pretty radical cool shifts. And so we'll see how this kind of adjusts. This is our last look per se of what has been the meta before the pro season, and as we go into what is going to be the MRI for season 2 or year 2, I guess, of it. Listen, Ship, I mean, when you look at the amount of heroes that continue to come out, I do want to ask you with the pick ban phase, because this is obviously very different than what we see with the Ignite pick and bans. Do you want to see more bans as we get into this thing to kind of allow there to be, to cover all the, more and more heroes that come out?
Yeah, see, one of the things I really like about Ignite is that it's not universal. So teams can really start to hard target, their opposition, understand and study their opposition, and then try to find a way to craft some things that can be successful for them that the enemy cannot have. So I personally love that style of bans. It is, with that style, it is more bans. I personally want to see more. I think there's a lot of strong heroes in the game. I think there's a lot of playable heroes in the game. And I think even when we do tier lists, it's tricky to say this person's, virtually unplayable, because there is a composition that'll make almost everyone work. So I do think that more bans in the future is not a bad idea, but I will say the style of bans from Ignite is my personal favorite. How about
For sure,
yourself?
and it makes that pick way more important too. It makes that pick just matter, because now you're like, are you getting rid of your team? Or are you saving it for the other? And yeah, you can also bait a lot more. You can do something like save a, Gambit, and then they're going to be spending all their bans on trying to get rid of the Star Lords and all that, and then you weren't even going to play it. Obviously, probably going to play Gambit this season, but for example, love that kind of mental and mind games that come to play. Now, looking at what we do have in the pick and bans, where we've kind of left off, we said that Elsa should be banned. That's not going to be here. That's going to change domination completely. Gambit's not here either. Loki off the table. Cryatic is going to have Wolverine. So very similar to what we just saw, but obviously the big difference is head-to-head domination. Hellfire Gala, buddy. This is going to be a good one.
Yeah, and you can see here that Silly Hamster, they're saving that Groot. They found success with it on defense. It looked really clean with the Groot Knight. I don't doubt that we might see that exact comp being run again, with Duckington going to be on that Moon Knight. I think Moon Knight's biggest weakness is his frame. He's got a big body, so hit scan does well into it. So we see the Phoenix locked in from Girl By. That's going to be their answer to try to shut some of that down, get rid of those Groot walls. I think that is going to be their counterplay. Will it be enough for Girl By to clutch up? We'll find out in a moment. 19 seconds till go time, showcasing a little bit of what they might pick. I do not believe we're going to see Tyrell on the Iron Man, but yeah, there's that switch over to the Atom. But yeah, I mean, this comp, it's what they ran last time. They're going to try to do it again.
was gonna say, you're saying every hero's pretty much viable in some team comp. I'm like, there's a couple that, you know, I don't know,
For
maybe
sure.
Iron Man, maybe we'll see. But no, for sure, man.
Wanda.
It's fun. I knew you were gonna say Scarlet too. No, definitely fun to see the differences here as they're locked in and ready, buddy. For what is, we do see the Jeff, and I'm telling you, both teams are rocking it. Symbiotic shenanigans might be at play here. You also have Duck on the Ultron. Very different looks. These are both, man, as far as girl buys comp, if they get the point first, it'd be a very hard team to get off. That sustain factor for both these teams is sky high.
I think that's the idea here. It's just, let's just get point early and hold it. Girl Bye struggled with that early on in their first matchup, but looked really good doing it in the matchup here against Silly Hamster. So I think their same idea is exactly what Silly Hamster's thinking about running here. Starting off once more, a ton of movement on these comps, a ton of self-play. Joey in the sky, being shaded by the trees. There's actually an off map in the back right corner there. I don't think that's going to work out, but the idea of finding this Phoenix and hovering above, just playing like a hawk, is something I'm sure Angela mains love. As their Duckington starts up now, right into the back line, brought in a two-piece. Bang, bang, do I see three Duckington? Come on now, he's going to clean them up, and they will likely take this point early.
Quite literally serving, man, throwing court orders and getting just three-piece before you could even blink. That was perfection, man. I was wondering why that Daredevil was banned all the way back in map number 1. And Duck, all right, buddy, I see it now. And that really helps out, especially with just limiting Girl Bye to get that point first. Again, to really favor their comp. We'll see if Cryatic they end up responding.
Duckington again on the high side, waiting for the commitment, and does just that once more, and is going to find that pick, and that is the second time. This is a huge start here for Silly Hamster, who just have done the same thing, rinse and repeat over and over. Duckington going to take out the back line, and Cryatic, though, doing the same for the other side. We'll see if that was enough for them to try to retake this point. 33% in climbing, but I don't believe it will be.
All Daredevils have to ore farm a little bit with the slow walk. I don't know if you saw that for a quick moment there. That was quick. The Simi going to go ahead and throw up. Let's see if Thanos can find the back card. Going to find that Jeff. We'll see if Seth gets out of it. Sure, they're going to be just fine there. As Duck is going to go down. Cryatic is showing, okay, I'm the wolf, but watch me on the devil. Now we can see just find 1, 2, and as the snowball does, wow, the Fury reset. We talked about it earlier. They did kind of adjust him, right? Where you can't just spam buttons. That Fury, you've got to be perfect, right? To continue to get that reset going. That grapple going only with 1 now is really making things harder. And that was as good as play gets.
Yeah, a lot of the time grapples now like more of a, you got to be fully committed move or more of a defensive escape tool. But yeah, I mean, that was lights out play. We saw it twice now from both sides. Cryatic and Sir Duckington have ults available, ready to let the devil out. We'll see if either of which gets, you know, some success. But into the, you know, backline, the Animal Crossing backline could be a little stressful as they have a ton of movement. Seth is going to go under. Actually, Woofles, excuse me, goes under here with the It's Jeff. Will that find value as the Sia gets launched too? But it's not enough as Auditory finds one. Thanos going to find a second. And that is some huge commitment by Girl Bye trying to get this percentage back.
And Auditory's barely surviving. I thought that was going to be the end of it as Seth was trying to hunt for it. Was unable to connect from it. And there is the It's Jeff. Going to get something from it. Everybody chasing. Can he get the Daredevil out? Yes. Devil's being let out one way or another. And this is why we see that animated icon. We know exactly what this guy can do. But now with the Namor, going up the sprints early. Cap trying to get the sustain going. But time right now is ticking. Girl Bye. He's got that point.
They'll hold him back. Bang, down comes the Venom. Trying to get more commitment. Joey going to drive this rocket into a corner, who's still able to escape. Good movement there. So Duckington, though, finds that It's Jeff. Goodbye to Woofles. Not much you can do in that moment as Thanos takes out Vi, and P-Doug is able to find Borderline. Again, the trades are consistent, but it's all about the stall, and they are still maintaining that stall. Girl Bye already at 80% now after the retake.
Yeah, with the res, man, Borderline's going to make it back. This is just going to be such a tough team. This is one of those, if you cap it once, you cap it forever. With Cap, quite literally, the res. I mean, there's so much working for him here. The symbiotic shenanigans, keeping everybody close. And then, of course, Captain America, who quite literally do it all day, Shib. So that's just the approach. What a spot. I'm coping that later for more. I'm looking at that for ladder later.
Yeah, that is a great position. I'm not gonna lie, even could be a really good like Hello Spot or a good Phoenix up there, but
know.
either yeah, well, that's some of the reasons you watch some of these folks play here. As Cryadic's able to find Seth once more. This is gonna put Girl by again up a number in these fights. We talked about the stall being effective, but so is just the threat of this dive and movement as Lazi finds another playing Cap on controller. So Cap is one of those controller folks. It seems like melee is the route for controller for Lazi.
Bro, I don't know about you, but I've missed this Cap play. You know, I haven't gotten to watch it in a little bit. It's just always fun to see pro play the Cap with the cancel. But either way, yeah, absolute beauty. As now Auditories is going to find 1 to 2, and there's the rest of them with the damage up. So Girl By going to get that first map and looking like maybe the reverse sweep won't happen. Silly Hamsters, what do you got in response? What a great kind of... I mean, did we watch how many matches now of Girl By? How many comps have we watched? That was new. That was fresh.
That was new. I like Silly Hamster's initial idea of what they wanted to run. It's going to be more tricky with this whole team, but there's not a lot of answers to Groot Ultimate. There's a lot of movement, which makes it tricky, but they looked comfortable on that more front to back style comp with some big pairing ultimates. I don't think Domination is a bad place to pull that kind of stuff out. Them trying to match Girl By on this separation dive stall tactic of play, I don't know that they played at the same level. I will say it looked like they did in the beginning of the first fight, but ever since then, it was just one stagger issue that Girl By had, and then they just owned it from then on out.
Yeah, that's a good point, right? Especially with like, as we used to call the Animal Crossing backline, right? I mean, for me, I feel like the Angela, I expect why Joey's on it, but that's where you're obviously not getting the match. The Cap is just working for them right now, but either way, they're going right into it, and yeah, couldn't goal it, man. If Girl By could get this first point early, that might be all that was of the Hamsters. We'll see here, buddy, as we got this pixel skin. So cool to look at. Love it.
Yeah, it's definitely a cool one as Auditory starts up here with the Galactic Legend, looking at the animals, and down goes Seth. Do we see a second? Yes. Everyone falls as Auditory starts this fight and sets the tone, driving them right to the point. Sir Duckington trying to find one, and they are very low. Great escape there by Borderline, who just hits the sky on the wall with the rocket and makes Duckington pay for it, just getting way out of position due to the chase, and that's why Rocket is so difficult to take on. When you are struggling with dive, folks, don't be afraid to pull out the Animal Crossing backline. It does a great job. It does a really good job in holding on to those dive comps, even though you can still struggle sometimes. Should buy you more time. We're gonna see some ultimates popped here. Is virtually all ults available on both sides.
Oh man, 80% is all that remains for them in their elimination. They're getting picks early too. That's a big one on Duck now, just trying to rotate over. Auditories is just hunting right now. You gotta pay the respect back to him, and there's to let the devil out. They go ahead and try to get the Legendary to get this thing rolling for something. Get the response from the Rocket. They do find at least one, but brought right back, and that's why, man, this is just, look at this. This is such a hard comp to fight against. So much survivability, and then even if you get one, drop back to life from the Rocket.
Positioning here from the Rocket, just bouncing some of those heals to the backline. The res comes through for Tyrell, and is gonna find one, and that is some full service Rocket play here. These 5 pixels retaking the point, but at this point, 53% for Girl By. They're just trying to make that to that 70% number. Ensure that they have one fight on the retake. Joey Danson is able to find Woofles now, so they hamster up in numbers, but they've got to get this point. That's all that matters here. Get them off the point as Cap still has full HP, and so does Venom, still stalling, and that's the idea. Just stall for days. Can they drop him? Are you kidding? They're still on this point. 72, and oh no, the freedom charge is still gonna keep him on the point.
Look at Thanos, man, going back from 0 to 100 again. That's with the health boost up and that ult charge as well. I mean, there's so much health to deal with between the both of them, and they're all mobile, and the strategists can keep themselves alive because they are the Rocket and the Jeff together. Buddy, this is a nightmare to go up against. 10% remains. Hamster, stay in this thing. This is it for your chance to make it to Ignite. Trying to get the best up, and Venom's going to find one to open the door. 98, 99, Chip.
Girl By doing exactly what they set out to do. Stall for days, and they did just that. The entire team is back on the point now. Everyone healthy, ult advantage up. There is no way they lose this unless Sir Duckington gets a clean 5-piece, which, you know, is on the table, but not for long. Duckington goes down. The portal coming through. Will it be there in time? It is, and they're back on the point. Girl By's not done just yet. Commitment comes through for the It's Jet. They've got to stay on the point, and Strange gets down low. Out goes, oh, the Legend could be huge. And the Jeff is now out. Does it find any value? Auditory's on an off angle, going to reset. And the team looks like Silly Hamster might actually maintain presence and get this done. Wuffles has the It's Jeff available. Sir Duckington finds Cryatic, but Cryatic goes back from the res. Another pick coming through on a Sir Duckington. Out goes let the devil out. They're still maintaining this point, dude.
Insanity. The team can sustain that portal push to get him into heavens, falling down, slamming down. So if you're trying to find it, there's Agamotto out. He finds 3 Stem. They get nothing from it though, and it's gonna be the Cap instead that finds the Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme is out of here, and girl, bye.
Girl, bye. They did it, folks. The dream is still alive for them to move forward. Silly Hamster, a team that was not afraid to pull out more unique compositions, looked really good on Convergence, but really struggled in a similar composition front against Girl Bye. Shout out to Silly Hamster, trying out some different compositions and making things work for them, as their dreams will end, but very deep, very, stage 11 of this tournament. Shout out to them. Nothing to joke about, nothing to scoff at. But Girl Bye coming out on top and just maintaining presence on that point the entire time.
Yeah, that was just perfect play, honestly. And you had both, obviously, the hands of the duelists just getting the job done. But wow, just love the team comp and honestly the strategy going towards that last map, completely flipping from what they did on the first two. And just honestly having it be a fun time to watch. Getting the point early too both times really just spelled doom. And I think, honestly, I think that was kind of deeper in the playbook, and Silly Hamster had to adjust. And by the time they could even find something, it was just little too late. Hold yourself up high, Silly Hamster. You made it far. You were close. There's a lot of these teams that have been in your shoes before, and there's going to be more opportunities ahead. But it will be Girl Bye advancing and going on and keeping their journey alive. And we said it against Cafe Rose. This team was elite. They were very good, came down in the last seconds, right? So we'll definitely expect a lower bracket run from them.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they look great, and we haven't seen this composition from them. The self-survivable comp, we talked about that in Ignite Stage 1, where you run that double animal backline, let them just try to survive as long as they can, and then you pick these heroes that have self-sustain, and if you get that point early, you just stall for days and try to ensure you have a one-fight game. And I will say they did that to perfection. They got the point, and they never lost it. Shout out Girl Bye, showing the power of that stall comp in Dom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when you look at what they did, pick ban phase, they kind of had a pretty master hand on that. And when you look at Elsa and the impact they had early on, they were just able to adjust. And that's why I expect this team to go far. Really strong players across the board as we continue to see that. And they're a fun one to watch too, man. I'm excited. I'm hoping next week and we get them as well. Is all I've got to say. Round 11 is proven to be a heater already, Ship.
Yeah, been a ton of fun to watch. Again, round 11, folks, is those elimination stages. So, these teams that aren't quite able to pull it off are going to be sent home, and dreams are, for now, going to be put to the side of making it into that Ignite scene. Again, these top two teams will be pushing forward, and it's got to make these games intense. I can't imagine why not, right? You know what? If you can make your team name whatever you want, if you're not sponsored yet, if you're not in the pro scene, and you don't got a team behind you, just have some fun with it. Team 6-7 and Jetpack Cats, but we've seen these names actually before. A lot of these players. Again, this is round 11. This is the bottom side of the bracket. One of these teams is going home. It's between Jetpack and Team 6-7. We've seen a lot of folks on Jetpack: 762, Z-Cube, Hogs, Ares. Yeah. There's a lot of big names here. Looking forward to seeing how they play and what comps they want to run. The first ban phase is always fun, man, because we start to figure out what they want to play.
For sure. I think it's Jetpack Cats. This team is super interesting because it's a team full of players that have almost made it, right? Or almost have been at that moment of MRI or advancing, or a lot of the times playing, for it all at times, right? And that's what we're going to find out right now as they go against Team 6-7, 67. I can't even say 6-7. I'm going to just say Team 67. I can't do it for the next who knows how long we'll cast this. But looking at it, buddy, pick bands. What we're about to get there, we'll be finding ourselves on Hell's Heaven first between these two teams. And yeah, man, I think, Hogs, bro. This is the name take me all the way back to Alpha. This guy used to be the dominant Vanguard player. Fun to see him back in the scene.
Yeah, I think he was playing, I think it was Hulk way back in the day. A lot of Hulk play early on in season 0. More of that brawl focus, but has switched around to be more diverse in terms of hero pool. You can look at the ban outs now. Goodbye to Loki. No surprise there. Goodbye to Gambit. The Jeff first ban is a little bit of a shock to me. I'm not going to lie, but the Mantis removal, getting rid of Triple and keeping that cloak is something I would expect.
Yeah, I guess with the hover on Jeff on Koopa over there, they know to get rid of it. But Either way, yeah, that's going to be an interesting first ban. You know, I have not seen a first Jeff ban. I don't think ever. Maybe the finals of midseason, but either way, man, here comes the save. And Elsa going to make an appearance. Gambit out, Loki out. So that'll at least give us some fun. And the Captain America. Really interesting pick. Obviously, we did see Ben. We've seen Ben before as well on a couple teams here.
Yeah, exactly. We definitely have, and definitely a strong Cap player. I think Cap's taking a seat back in the meta, but I think Stall's always going to be incredible on domination, like we just saw in this last matchup. So it makes sense to me there, moving Angela, who is another very strong pick. But if you're not willing to try to match that back or don't find success with it, just get rid of it. Vanguard pool going to be seen here too. We see Vortek who's showing the Wanda. I don't know if that will actually come through. We see the Penny, who saw a couple games in this tournament, taking a little bit of a seat back as well, you know, losing that second spawner. But we're gonna see what they end up landing on here, and it looks like they're switching over to Venom after locking in that Cap.
Yeah, this is listen, the Angela ban, I'm all here for it on Hell's Heaven. I mean, we just saw the amount of the amount of knockoffs alone there on Central Park. And take a break from that here for a moment. Yeah, locking in as far as the team goes, I always love this first initial lock in. You know, Hogs as a player, I'm going to be interested to see kind of how he's learned to be flexible, you know, as a player, going from Massive Hulk to now going what looks to be a group play. Was over there, I believe, playing on the Australian side for a bit, yeah, on the Pacific, and now back over here in the States. So kind of all over. Fun to see that back once again. Things can be the one. 7.62 has won MRCs before. Was a nasty Torch when Torch was going off. Now in the hands of the fastball special Wolverine.
Yeah, I think Wolverine, again, boosted up in the meta heavily. The alt charge, the alt being able to land on a vertical wall, and just, you know, fastball special is one of those team ups that has been slept on. I think we might see Hogs switch immediately after throwing Wolverine off the rip. And going back to that group, yes, we will. I think group play is great on this map, especially right here. There's no off-map potential. You can set up heavily. You can isolate if any Vanguards overextend, especially if they do have that cap, but it looks like Ben is going back to that cap. But if Team 6-7 gets this point early, they have the comp to be able to sustain for a while. Jetpack Cats, however, if they get this point early, they are just going to be able to set up and make it a very difficult fight for them on the retake.
Yeah, a lot of great players here. They all, you know, they do find themselves where they're at now against Team 6-7, the team that we're a bit more unknown with. So interested to see what they can put together. ZQ, though, right away is going to get that value and shutting down a lot of the core damage. Koopa going to bring them back. Remember that Jeff was banned, so Koopa could be on a hero they don't completely love compared to the Shark. And there's a quick hit. That 7.625, the best of it. And just like that, Deadpool not going to be farming any XP outside the spawners.
Yeah, it's tricky to, you know, last through some of those plays, especially if you don't have your E available as Vanguard pool. 762 doing a great job of showing the success here of Wolverine as a whole. That's a huge Galartrox finding two in Despair, able to take out Hogs and Etsu. That's a huge pick here. Yeah. And the return here for Team 6-7, and they don't even have the point yet. So this is a massive retake, clutching up here on the Elsa and showing the power of what you can do on this hero. Already almost 30 compared to Etsu, who's only at 81 on the first all play. So Team 6-7 with a huge rebalance is going to take point. 2% in climbing.
Yeah, 7.62 we know is kind of their anchor and has been for a lot of teams he's been a part of. We'll continue to see that, but okay. Despair showing what they can do, and I love that the point wasn't even capped. He ignores it, continues to push in. That's the definition of team play. What you want to see from this lesser-known team, but Z-Cube gonna get Despair out of here. That's a big opening pick. Drop back right to life, and there is the quick ult to it. Z-Cube, man, is definitely interesting on how they want to try to approach getting this point back. Jetpack Cats just trying to get their first tap here now with the Shuttle Bond coming out.
And there's that stall that we're talking about. They are going to hold on here for Zorpa for the moment and just maintain presence on point. They're trying to get Cap now to get that ult and farm the backline. But ZQ finds two, and that might shut down that path just a little bit as 762 finds some value. And they're not even going to be able to use that freedom charge to rebuild the backline's ultimate. And that's just foiling the idea of the plan for Team 6-7. Jetpack Cat clutching up right there. And they're going to find the final pick and just try to stall for as long as possible before making that happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Here now is taking back up. They've got, what, 3 ults in the arsenal. And right now, again, this is kind of more of a, once you get the point first, Team 6-7, I like their composition a little bit better. But hey, you still got the Devils out combined with Sia, and the Sia's going to open it up, and they're doing just that exactly as it left my lips. I mean, look good now. It's going to go dive in. Oh, 7.62 catches the lip of the top there. I want that one back, Jim.
Yeah, that's a tough look, being, just very unfortunate. The idea was there. Despair able to find 2 after the fact now. 762 is going to be able to get 1 pick, get a little bit of vengeance, but again, they're still holding on a point. Can they hold for a while? It seems like Vortex back in the fight even after that all commitment. Zorfa's here too. Ares goes down, and so does Z-Cube. Vortex and Ben cleaning up as 762 finds another pick, but it doesn't matter because the point is taken.
Have you noticed Z-Cube has done a couple big tests on Deadpool rather than the pop quiz? It's been interesting, right? Usually you see the pop quiz and I'm like, yeah, okay, I guess, for the time called, if you're pushing in.
Yeah, it's a really good stall ultimate, very similar to Cap. And once it's upgraded, you can just, heal your team too. It kind of plays kind of like a strategy assault, but it just doesn't have the same impact. I think it does a great job of stalling points. So if you do have point, it makes sense. And that's why I think we're seeing it more frequently there. Kinetic Flower able to find Trapsy, Z-Cube onto Zorfa. And now more follow up here as Ares takes out Ben. And that's just an immediate retake, but still 70% there for Team 6-7 is not bad.
Yeah, we're just seeing those 2, now that you get 2, terror capes essentially immediately, or getting those 2 damage amplifying times with Cloak. We haven't gotten to see pro play with that. Bro, it has been such a big difference. You're able to just completely lock in, and we just saw an instant deletion there beside of Team 667. Despair, though, does get the 1-2. He continues to do what we said, as this is going to be their big difference maker. Tree did it by himself with Cap. Cafe Rose, and now it's going to be the opposition of Despair. And this is close, buddy.
Yeah, this is a bit of a battle. I don't think we've seen Despair not have at least a 2-piece ultimate yet. So again, getting a lot of success there with the Elsa. They do retake point here. Jetpack Cat going to be down in percentage. This next fight is crucial for them. Find out in a moment if it works. And yeah, I was thinking about calling them Team 67 too, but I was afraid we were just going to get roasted. So that's probably going with their meant for it. As they drop back now, the bubble goes out and bang. Clobbering time is massive, but does it get value? It doesn't look like it does.
Yeah, just like that, able to get all the way back up as well with 98% Despair. About to have the Glartrox once again. Apex Predator any minute away, and just like the Z-Cube finds one strategist that's going to give all the advantage. The Rocket brings it back to try to get the trade in time. It didn't happen, and there is the thing. Trapsy going down as well. Z-Cube doing what is called, it gets 1 as well. They give them that point right back. They do have that room to give, Shib. So do you think you go... you don't even need to go TP here. You just go straight up front.
Yeah, you should have time for... Yeah, they are going to TP just to guarantee it, but they should have time for the touch. It's sometimes tricky when you try to go for the touch because you play a little sloppy to ensure you're there. So the portal's not a horrendous idea, especially if they can, sweep them as a team. There'd be no chance for them to portal back at 99, but the OT would start. We'll see what happens here as they start. The portal comes through. Some serious good positioning. The Glartrox not able to land this time. I might have cast or cursed a little bit there. Psych Light at least he got 1 on the Etsu, and that is a good trade though because it was on the Elsa. But Elsa not close to ultimate there. Huge tackle, but a huge whale that lands. The passive was up for Wolverine, keeping him healthy in that moment. Z-Cube gonna launch up shield and the Guardian shield to help protect. And there goes Z-Cube's initiation.
Oh, it's a big invisible boundary, though, to keep at least him healthy for now. And that's going to allow 7.62 just to absolutely slice and dice. Time is ticking down, 99 and up. And there's the big pop. And the finish, the portal out to help out. 2's going down on the Augo, though, as Deathbind connection trap. He gets 2. No follow-up is not going to allow there to be anything from it. He is there. Glartrox has got so much value before, but no, the slam, the dunk. 7.62 is going to put an into that while the trading ship is back and forth. Hog Z-Cube, it's going to go to Jetpack Cats here in map 1.
Yeah, it definitely is, as the numbers are dwindling. Good call there. Now it's just about stalling and holding on those alts, and they did just that. Jetpack Cat going to come out on top of the point and an alt advantage in the next fight. Huge for them.
Yeah, honestly, it seems Team 6-7 had a lot going for them there. Obviously, you had that one Glartrox, the Apex Predator ult that didn't get much from it, but still looked like they managed to kind of get the value they wanted. But man, it just tipped the scales to Jetpack Cat. Give the credit to 7.62 too, who really shut down what Despair was able to pull off. But either way, I think this is gonna be close. Jetpack Cats, Team 6-7. I think they're gonna go the distance, man. What is it, best of 5? Imagine we go all the way to that, and as they beat up the spawner and we get ready.
That's okay.
Yeah, we could see it. I think Jetpack Cat, as a team right now, it was very much back and forth, like you're saying. I think a lot of it was on the back of some of the huge ults from Despair. We're going to see a comp change here from 6-7. They are going to be pulling out the Namor, which I haven't seen as much today as maybe I would have thought. His neutral balance changes, making him more of a stronger hero in the in the neutral, but also alone without the team up there from Hela has been a huge positive change for him. But you see a lot of the value from him on very movement heavy heroes, and a lot of these comps aren't necessarily running that. You can also use it to counter cloak ultimate if you land the whale properly, but that is some serious level of like dedication and skill to learn how to do that properly. But either way, we will see if that comes out, and the team fight begins. Jetpack Cat up in Alton Bandit.
Yeah, the Cat's going to be able to use some of their 9 lives here with both strategies. Having that ult invisible boundary going to go up first, and that just really helps out this comp that they have behind it. 7.62 going to jump right into it. It's just close there on the ult to follow. They're going to just get the Eternal Bond right with Clobber in time. And wow, even with all that, Team 6-7 still finds their picks, and that's going to open everything up with the whale crashing down. ZQ finds the whale right back into it, and this is back and forth shift.
Some commitment here from Z-Cube, trying to find the backline. Great movement there to get back towards the heels. He's still going to try to off angle using that shield to cut LOS onto the front line, and that's the kind of nuance that you can have with Deadpool. But here comes a huge ultimate from 762. It's going to find one. Can't believe it didn't find more in that moment. They're able to sweep up a second, and now Etsu going to find Trapsy off map. Despair on a 762, and Z-Cube finds one, but it's all in the back of that massive last stand from Wolverine.
I mean, absolute, just perfect rotations from each Jetpack Cat. Yet again, just like the last part of that map just happened, kind of just survived through the chaos. 7.62, again, opening the door for that. But Z-Cube's neutral has been disgusting. It's been fun watching how he's getting it done on Deadpool, the Merc with the mouth. We're going to go into hunting season here. Looking towards what they've got. It's going to be a pretty heavy neutral fight here. Once again, Hogs will be the first to try to get things rolling for the team. No strategies in sight.
Yeah, that was all for first point Cap, by the way. It's crazy to say that right now, but that was a heated battle. Gonna find one as Etsu takes out Trapsy, ton of damage on the front line of Thing, and that's where he struggles. A huge tackle comes in as Ben goes down. Despair able to find Etsu, trading for one, but still up in numbers at the side of Jetpack Cats, who still have ult advantage too. Ben goes down with that ult available, but Zorf are gonna be close with the Eternal Bond, trying to take this present on point. About a third of the way there, but loses it immediately here to ZQ, who takes the space right back and launches ult to the front line. And ensure Despair cannot miss in this moment, or you'll take some extra damage.
I was gonna say that's a confident player right there, still shooting through it. Doesn't think they'll miss either way. And that's gonna be that's a huge thing aggression right there. Despair going down even with that ult ready to go. They are gonna paint the path for them. Clobbering Time going out with it, and there is the absolute color rave as you've got the whale up and Visible Boundary down, and all that's gonna equal no trading, full sustain. And this is absolute madness out there, bud.
Yeah, Etsu's able to find Trapsy there. It is back and forth like you're saying, but still maintaining presence on point. ZQ's going to be on the back line here. It's going to be dicey, and that's a lot of damage, and down goes one onto Zorfa. Ben able to find that trade onto 762, though, trying to even the odds a bit. Some strong commitment by Hogs, playing a hero that I definitely can see translate well from the Hulk, and that's the Thing, who is definitely a lot stronger after the recent changes, with some more mobility and just in general, what you can do with that damage increase onto whoever you're targeting.
Yeah, for how close this, some of these battles have been, it's going to be just an absolute 99 so far. ZQ getting so much done with his neutral play. It's fun to watch this guy on the Merc now with Hogs getting that big hit. Time is ticking down. Jetpack Cats looking all the part here early, and they're going to get this first map of domination pretty firmly.
Yeah, good take there by Jetpack Cats, who take home the first map completely as a unit, especially there on map 2. Looked lights out and just played calm, cool, and collected. Losing numbers, but bouncing back as a unit and holding on. And that will set the tone, at least, for this series so far. Z-Cube coming out with the MVP.
I was going to say, ZQ would be my MVP in that whole matchup. I mean, anything else that stuck out? We're going to look at the stats will help tell a little bit, part of the story. But I just felt like through the madness, they were the team that was a bit more calm, cool, and collected. You have to be, right, when there's a million things on screen at once. And taking a look at those stats, man, I mean, it was pretty close if you look at most things. Obviously, the edge going a bit more to the strategist of Jetpack Cats. But wow, that was fun.
Yeah, 17 finals there for Z-Cube on, and you just know that's going to be backline exclusive for the most part. When you are playing Deadpool Vanpool, he's just so good at being such a nuisance to the backline and just, forcing them to just get KO'd after KO'd. And after that happens, you just walk down the front line. They have no answer but to fall. The entirety of the stat line for the side of Jetpack Cats looks clean. 17, 12, 10 for the Duelists. and for Vanpool, and then Hogs obviously just applying a lot of that pressure with those haymakers, only getting 4 finals, but still 17k damage. So yeah, the entirety of that team looks strong, and both of the strategists on Kinetic Flower and Ares are topping healing charts in the game. So whole team looked good.
And it just felt like they played, I feel like ZQ just played Deadpool a little bit differently than we've seen. We've seen a lot of focus on the early ult to the strategist backline, man. It was the Deagle show over there. I don't even think he upgraded the ult first. And then he started, like I was trying to call out earlier, instead of using Banhammer, he was, kind of relying a bit more on Pop Quiz, at least early on. And then as they upgraded, kind of, knew his target. And then as the match shakes out, you kind of can identify your biggest threat, and Despair was taking a lot of those hits. If you notice, they kind of locked on pretty heavy there on Despair to shut down what was their biggest weapon.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Despair still getting 12 finals, but being targeted is a testament to still being able to perform under pressure and under just a lot of duress, like a lot of just damage consistently being launched your way. So good play there. But yeah, like you're saying, ZQ just was too much to handle. I think we might see the ban out of Vanpool, as it wasn't matched the same ability there by Ben, who ended up switching over to Vanpool later on. But if you don't start with Vanpool, you don't get those upgrades, you are automatically going to be down heavily in these fights, because putting the time investment into his skills is really beneficial at this level of play.
Yeah, I mean, listen, from top to bottom, it's been a fun day between how these pros are utilizing, or top players utilizing these heroes more and more. And man, listen, this is setting up to be a good Marvel Rivals Championship, and unfortunately is the time that we have today at looking at all these matches, man. I mean, obviously you want to say Jetpack Cats and Team 6-7 a lot more, but these two teams, you're going to have to go ahead and you can go into both the client server to see how they're doing and jump in live, which is one of the great things built right into the game, Shib. Man, I might do it right after casting this 6 hours just to see how they finish.
Yeah, I'm excited too. And I'm assuming we're going to get a look at results here in a moment. We can show you guys how it all kind of shook out, at least for today. But plenty more to come here over next weekend as we head into our final stages in the grand finals on Sunday. I know you're going to be there with Vicky. That should be a ton of fun to watch. Dog and I are going to be there Saturday to hype up some of those pre-matches, man, and get a look at how these teams are going to perform against each other. There's a lot at stake here. We talk about the cash is one thing, but that pro scene, getting into there is what they're really looking forward to.
Always a pleasure being here with you, buddy. If you had one takeaway today, what's the thing that stuck out to you the most? Whether it be a player, a moment, a team, anything that you want to call out here?
Elsa and Wolverine, duelists running things. Vanpool doing exactly what we thought Vanpool would do. And to be honest, less bans on the Gambit than I thought I would see. What about yourself?
Yeah, I would say Apex Predator and how it was used and how pros responded to it. I think, that was the big difference for me. I've seen it in ladder, and I think that's one thing, but really, same as Insog Inferno, it's like, how does that land out, right? You guys take a look at today's results, and again, we can't get to every game. We did get to see Cafe Rose against Girl by 3-2. Tricky versus Nova, that is going to be the Loon Sports. I mean, listen, man, there's a lot of games we didn't get to see, but look at just the 3-0s across the board.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see that. It looks like, we lost, ended up taking out teams. This is all round 10 as we're heading over to round 11 in a moment. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of the matchups we got to witness today. You and I got to watch Cafe Rose and Girl by off the rip, and I guess we kind of landed on the right game, starting off with a 5-piece for us, which definitely a fun one to watch. And the rest of these games have been closer than they may look right here.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how Team 6-7 responds to Jetpack Cats, because they were 0-3 there, and you can see them winning 3-1 against Door Legacy, still in that round 10, right? As that we get a little bit more of a look at the losers or the winners in such case. But Silly Hamster's going from that 3-0 to almost a reverse sweep, was not able to pull that out. Definitely a fun match to watch between them. And again, these teams are going to be continuing to watch next week, Shib, but this player is a little bit more known now as we head into that, and we know things to look out for this time.
Yeah, and I think similar to how we're kind of learning these teams and these players that maybe we haven't had eyes on before, a lot of these players are doing the same thing and just doing their homework. They're going to watch these games back. They're going to go into the client and study how people play and try to find a strategy to take them out as we look at round 11 here. Girl by taking out Silly Hamster, talking about what you were just mentioning, potential reverse sweep happening. But then you look down, Team 6-7 almost bounces back 2-3 on a Jetpack Cat, but Jetpack Cats comes out on top, dude. Crazy.
Oh man, that would have been an absolute banger to watch. So what? Because when we left off, it was 1-0. So who knows how that shook off on the rest of it. Either way, 2-3 is absolutely sick. And this is definitely looking way closer in this round 11 for the majority. And hey, huge bounce back. Look at Shiki getting the 3-0 there. And after what was something that they wanted a little bit back. This was the team we were talking about their mental right towards the end of it. We're like, hey, got to lock in. He's still in this thing. Well, come out and they ended up going 3-0 right after what we were able to watch ourselves. So definitely it'll be fun to see how the rest of it shakes out as we head into round 12 and above.
Yeah, man, I am stoked to be a part of it and get my eyes on it firsthand, as it will be returning here, folks, next Saturday, and it's going to be a ton of fun. Make sure you're here checking it out. Obviously, Drop's going to be on here, but you got to make sure you're supporting your teams because it's down to the wire now. It's going to be the top two that move on to Ignite, and we know that prize pool is nothing to joke about, too, all in client.
Yeah, guys, listen, this is going to be the last couple of weeks of season 6. We're towards the end, so try to lock in right now as you can. Here's that bracket, as you said, and again, next Saturday, it'll be Chip and Dog bringing you the action with Vicky and myself to follow on Sunday here in the America scene. A lot of other great regions to watch as well. Shout out to EMEA and the Pacific. They're rocking and rolling over there, and so if you want to watch the talent all around the world, you can do so right here on this channel. And that is what it's all about, because Ignite is going to feature all these teams. But yeah, taking a look at what we will be jumping into, buddy. Look, Cafe Rose and Nova. Wow.
That's crazy. I was going to say the first game looks insane, vengeful. Yeah, we lost. Girl by Shiki. This is going to be a ton of fun. It seems like a lot of teams with similar competition are just matched up here. And so I'm excited to see where they all shake out and which team comes out on top, buddy.
Yeah, you get to kick things off, man. I'll miss you. It's always fun doing the old casting together, my man. But either way, I'll see you within the game. But speaking of, we've got Captain America's Cursed Captain. We saw some good cap play today. Every time I watch the pros, Shiv, I convince myself that I too can play cap like that. But at least I can look good doing it.
That's it, man. The skin, the Cursed Captain, a personal favorite of mine. I bought it myself, even though I barely play the hero, because I do think it is just so sick. And it's a unique design. It's actually designed by the team here. It was not featured in a comic before. So it's cool to kind of think, maybe where their, decisions was driven from, where they wanted to design something like this. Big shout out to the art team, which always kills it on the skins, man. But yeah, this is a dope one. It's out right now, March 5th. It was out at 6 p.m. Even Cursed, a hero never stops fighting. Shout out Cursed Captain.
Yeah, and hey, if you like Captain America, well, if Vanguards aren't for you, you still have duelists out there as well with Psylocke and the Once Captive. And I gotta say, man, we said it earlier in the show, I'm all about pirates, buddy. I love this game. We saw it early in the tease of the season behind Guang. Guang sitting in the chair, saying the infamous line. And I wanted to know exactly what hero that was. What Psy, always getting that sick skin. So excited to see this. And it is in the game right now as well. Psy in a pretty good spot. Could be better, but we'll see as the patch notes continue to come out within the game. But been a fun one though, man, between just top to bottom. We did pick the right match to start the day. And Chip, this is just the very early beginning of what is going to be an epic march into year 2.
Yeah, man, we got so much more coming up, folks. MRC finishing up next weekend. Then a few weeks later, we get into the pro scene, man. This is going to be just a pleasure to be a part of. It was a pleasure to cast with you as always, brother. Like you mentioned, it's been a ton of fun, and the games were great, dude. We always get good matchups. Lucky to have you around with me, my man. Anything you want to say before we close this thing out?
Now, just big love to all you viewers. Thank you guys for hanging out. Whether you came for one match, you've been here for